a mark. Right at the end of the video, I saw some shadowy looking stuff up in there. I'll come on down the trail a little bit. It kind of looks like something hiding behind that damn tree to me a little bit, but it's hard to tell. Did it just fucking move? Am I catching something on camera right there just moving around? Should I head up that way? So, YouTube, you tell me, did I just catch Bigfoot on tape or not? Let me know in the comments below. Greetings, YouTube. Danny Staten here on the Daddy Damn Blog. I'm deep in the woods. I'm in Mirtwood. I'm reinvestigating those sighting spots. I'm coming up very close to where I had my sighting last summer. Sometime back in July, I believe it was. You can see that video here on the Daddy Damn Blog. And I've been following this messed up trail of leaves where something went through here for quite a while today here in Mirtwood. If you've been watching my videos, you know I'm spending this week in Mirtwood. And I caught a trail. I found large footprints on the last video. And I've been following them through the woods on these videos. Haven't seen nothing moving much. I thought I saw something in the bushes, but I can't be sure. It was at a distance. I'll have to watch the videos back to know if I caught anything. And as always, be sure to let me know in the comments below if you catch something my Daddy Dan misses. So I'm about 150 yards from Highway 20 in the deep, dark, dank Mirtwood. Been following the trail of messed up leaves through the woods, and if I'm really lucky, I'm not following a fucking deer. It looks a little big for a deer though. As earlier I found some prints with toes and stuff in them. Check this out, YouTube. Here's a tree that's been stripped. It's been debarked, it's been pruned. Last time I seen that, I was attacked by a freaking bear. That wouldn't be a good thing. I'm glad I brought my gun today. You can see where something went through here. You wonder why I stopped? I thought I heard the sound I'm making. You know, like something fluffing through the leaves. But with the traffic near the highway and the time of day it is, it's really hard to know what you're picking up on. What I am picking up on is a fucking shitload of mosquitoes in wintertime. I figured. Didn't really expect to get a bug attack out here today. Let's carry on this trail. As you can see, it's disturbed. Right up through there. Oh, see the big footprint outlines? Can you actually see that, YouTube? I don't know how that shows up on camera. But through my eyes, I can actually see the indentation of toes and where something has mashed down into the leaves. So I have no doubt today I'm on a picnic trail. I was thinking it might be a bear or a deer at first till I saw the big toe marks. I swear to YouTube, I wish I could hear just a little bit better out here. I wish I could hear just a little bit better. Looks like something destroyed this pile of limbs. It's been beaten, it's been broke, it's been crushed up in little pieces. That does not look natural. Let me know in the comments below if you think that looks natural at you too. I seem to be getting a little off the beaten trail. I'm trying to stick to this the best I can. As you can tell where something's wobbled up through here. I don't know how long ago that was though. This is a trick I learned from my friend Mike over at Long Island Bigfoot. To stop, zoom in, and take a look behind your ass once in a while. Just to make sure. Do a 360 all the way around. To see if you might be missing a little something out there. You know Mike's one of my heroes over at Long Island Bigfoot. He finds some of the most amazing stuff. Even though everybody wouldn't agree with that comment. My grandpa always said opinions was like assholes. Everybody's got one. Here's another large footprint down here on the ground, but you can't really tell what made that. And I'm still following this beat down trail, as you can tell. Zigzagging and weaving through these woods today. And I have to admit, this is like my most favorite thing in the world. Is to get out in these woods and check things out. Even though I prefer to have a good sighting to go on, I tend to find a lot more evidence when somebody saw something and I'm investigating the sighting. And the chances of picking up a better evidence or an actual video catch are a lot higher if something has just happened. Unlike today, where I've had no sightings, and I'm just freelancing it through the woods, hoping that I recapture a little bit of the glory days of when I actually saw something in this same area. That's another one of them trees that's been stripped a little bit. Hey, check this out. It's broke about 12 foot in the air. It wasn't like that last time I come through this area. I don't think I would have noticed that. But this has been done in what? When you listen to this back, about 10-15 seconds ago, see if you heard a strange sound. Let me know in the comments below. Fuck it, I'm gonna sound it like a voice. Look at that big disturbance right there. As I come to the top of an embankment. Looking way down the side of the mountain. If anything was down there, hanging out in that gorge, this would be the most excellent spot right here to get a view of it. So be sure to let me know in the comments below if you see anything in the gorge. Hell, be sure to let me know in the comments below if you see anything that Daily Dan misses as I search the woods of Mirkwood. And here shortly I'll be in the exact spot where I had my sighting back in I believe it was July. You can see that video here on the Daily Dan blog, don't forget. So this is Danny Staten on the Daily Dan blog. Be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for me. And be sure to join me in my next video for the further adventures of Daily Dan hunts Bigfoot in Mirkwood. Till next time, blog over, dudes. Greetings, YouTube. Danny Staten here on the Daily Dan blog. So by now, I'm sure you have seen the videos I posted. Where I had a strange creature making noise here in the backyard. I made several videos and have decided that I'm probably going to save them to up around Halloween to post. So if you're seeing this video, it's probably sometime in November. I am shooting this video on October the 2nd, 2021. I wanted to come out here and look at the area in the daytime where I seen the weird movement, where I heard strange noises. And I'm going to go over there and have a look around and see if whatever was out there left any signs, left any traces, left any tracks. I've got grandkids today, and as you can tell in the background, they are some loud little mother. Oh, well, I can't say that. I promised Dave I was going to clean up my language. That's right, YouTube. I came around this way, over to this side. I'm going to enter the area from the side where I heard some noise, which was about right, judging from where I was standing. Oh, I hear loud neighbors. Wonder what they're screaming about. Maybe they saw something. I don't know. But I was standing roughly about 30 yards over there, looking off into the dark, about right in here, and I see very little of anything, nothing disturbed. It looks like if anything came through here, it would disturb these leaves. Hell, I walked through here just now, hitting this virgin ground, and I left a little bit of a trail. So anything, you can tell right where I walk just by looking, and this is the first time I've been in here. I want to do it live on camera. Oh God, briars ever fucking work. Oh, this is why I don't come back here much. My own woods, right behind my house. And I spend more time in other woods than I do these. I see one little disturbance right here, but anything going through here would have got caught up in the briars. I'm expecting maybe I should head down to a spot where there isn't no briars, because anything moving probably would have, jeez. I heard wood knocks, I swear to God. I hear kids behind me. There's a couple of kids to my left. Grandkids are here too. Adults in the yard about 100 yards away, 75 yards away. And look, I am starting to see what looks like some leaf disturbance. And definitely some disturbance over there. So whatever was here did disturb the ground. But unfortunately, on kind of the carpet of leaves, well, that's disappointing. It looked like a track, all right. Unfortunately, it looked more like a bear track than a Bigfoot track. As you can tell, something went down through here. Like I said before, I don't know what the creature was back here making this noise. It could have been a Bigfoot, it could have been a dogman, werewolf, or King Kong for all I know. And it could have actually been a bear. It'll be interesting to see what the YouTube audience thinks. I heard a dog barking. Hope that bastard ain't barking at me. No, see some more over here. Oh no, wait a minute. That right there is a footprint. That's not a heel footprint. There's some toe indentation in it here and here. Oh my goodness, YouTube. Now that looks like a traditional, what you'd call a Bigfoot track stomped into this leaf right here. It's only slightly bigger than my size 12, so like a 14 and a half, maybe 15. You be the judge, YouTube. Is that Bigfoot's footprint? I hear somebody calling their damn dog now. Ah! Yeah, YouTube, what a noisy fucking day here in October. October just got started and people's already being loud and obnoxious and rude. There's some more tracks here on the ground, but it's just squished in and moved around leaves. Can't really tell. I noticed that I heard a crash on one of them videos. You can hear that loud crashing noise. Check out this big fucking tree that fell. I wonder if something right here, if you can see right there, where something scuffed up against it, had bumped the tree, and it being rotten and stuff, that's what caused it to fall. That would be that loud crashing sound I heard. That's explained. Now, what would be big enough to bump a tree and knock it down? That could be any one of a number of things. I'm looking around for new brushed up ground and disturbances. Nothing seems to be up here. I would have sworn from where I was standing, roughly right over there, about 65 yards here, I reckon. The camera zoomed in a little bit, so it's a little bit closer, a little bit further away than it appears in the camera. I hear them talk about mushrooms all the time. Now something has been nibbling on this. It's been broke off, dropped in this area. Now that could be a squirrel, a opossum, a raccoon, or other small. I was saying squirrel. I think a squirrel had a salad. If something larger had chewed on it, you'd be able to tell. I'm still checking the ground. I can tell some disturbances. If you look over here real close, you can tell the disturbance on the ground where something dragged through here. It's very recent. I can't tell if it's a footprint. It very possibly could be the giantest ass footprint. Because if you pay attention to the videos, I was making, I thought that I heard something down here making noise, something over there making noise, and something out there. I thought they were maybe 2 or 3 or whatever they were, placed strategically around me. What the frick? Now this, I don't know if that's toe indentation up there, and this is just one massively huge footprint slide where something stepped on the ground. It stepped on the ground and it slid. And when it slid backwards in the leaves, it raked all the leaves out. See the toe right there? It's like a really giant ass footprint. I'd put that on my big time evidence reel if I was you, boys and girls. I'm going to hold it on here for a few seconds so you can study it. Let me know in the comments below what you think. So I found a little bit of evidence out here that actually leads me to think I'm dealing with a large creature and not, look at this, another large stridation. It looks like toes up in here where something did that. These are, oh, I get it. A left foot and a right foot. That far, my God, look how far the left foot is from the right foot. Something stood here and slid back down on the hill when it tried to go up it. It stopped and headed off this way. Wow. YouTube, I do not know what, that's bizarro. You can actually see a left foot and a right foot. And the right foot slid a little bit deeper than the left foot. Oh my God, now this is what I call really good circumstantial evidence that something really huge, and it couldn't be a bear. It could not be a bear. No way. Earlier I thought I heard wood knocks, and now I just not thought I heard a bump. But that is some great evidence. A left foot and a right foot, and whatever it was, to have this stride of about, let me see, I'll get behind them. Oh my God, that's a good 4.5 feet across. where you see these giants, something stood here and slid back in the leaves with 2 feet. Let me retrace my steps and not disturb it, because I'm sure I want to go on the Danny Staten channel and make a little quick video of just the evidence. I try to document everything twice because it's in leaves and I don't cast or nothing, but I do make video evidence. So this is Danny Staten on the Daddy Dan blog. Be sure to like, subscribe, and ring that stupid little bell for me. Be sure to check out my other channels, Danny's World, the Danny Staten channel, and Daddy Dan's The Good Stuff. And until next time, blog over, dudes. Blog over.
Share, subscribe, cause you know that you wanna see Linda and Carrie, Big Tom and Harry. Come on our adventure, don't forget to mention BlueWineBigfoot.com. Bigfoot Odyssey, Bigfoot Odyssey, Bigfoot Odyssey. Share, subscribe, cause you know that you wanna see Linda and Carrie, Big Tom and Harry. Come on.
Hey guys, this is Donnie with Standing Goats Rescue. You're hearing traffic because I'm on the side of our property, the south side, in this wooded area. We've got some odd tracks up near the fence, and I'm just gonna take a look and see if there's anything out here on this side. I'm filming with the new GoPro. It's the model, the Hero 8 Black. I'd like to let you guys know this camera was given to me by a good friend of mine, Jeff Townsend. Because of him, I was able to get my phone replaced, and he bought this camera so that I could start filming again and getting back in the field and getting some live streams up. That man's been a blessing to my family, and I hold him in the highest regard. And Jeff, if you're watching this video, thank you, brother. You know we love you. And I'm absolutely grateful for all that you've done for us. And I know we'll be seeing you again soon. I just had to get that out, guys. He's a wonderful man, and he's done some wonderful things for us. All right, here's the house where these goats, what we call the girl goats, they're the ones, the males in here are castrated with the exception of the babies. This back pen is the boy goats, the ones that are intact, and the aggressive one, which we only have one. He's not aggressive to us, but he is aggressive to the other goats. And back there, that's where I have the tractor and all of the tractor implements and all that big mountainous tarps. I forgot to go through them. But I've got a few tracks in that back section back there. I'm pretty sure I know what those are. They've got 5 toes. But I want to come through here and see if I can figure out what's coming up to the property. And I'm filming with the GoPro. I believe I've said that, but just want to make sure. It's extremely dry, so there's nothing I can do about all the crunching. I haven't been out here on this side in probably a year and a half. Not far from the highway. If you watch it there, you'll see cars pass. There we go. It looks a lot different than the last time I was in here. I don't know if y'all heard that. It may have been a limb falling. And try to go around that big canopy, that wall of limbs. See if I can get over there. Nothing feels off. It's just kind of spooky on this side. These vines right here, these are the wild muscadines. There's one of them there. Hoping you can see it. The screen's off on the camera, so I can't really tell, but there's little green balls. When they turn ripe, they'll turn a dark purple, almost black. And they're so good. They're sweet. That's a really creepy area right there. Oh, that was me. Can't do anything about the background noise from the highway. I'm just trying to pan this real slow where you guys can, if there's anything to be seen, maybe you guys will spot it. I'm looking for any sign. There's a soda bottle or a beer bottle. We don't drink, so it isn't ours. That is really weird. That area is almost like a natural tent. Let me get up here where you can see it. There's a huge stack of cans down there. Metal cans. I don't think there's any hobos out here. It's very wooded. There's nowhere for them really to go to bum money or to ask for help or food or anything. I'm shaking a little bit, but I have the stabilization turned on this thing, so hopefully it's not gonna be so bad you can't see it. It's beautiful in here. It's dead. That's still our property up there. There's the male goat's hoop house, the white one. So far, everything feels fine. I don't have any bad feelings. It's just I don't like them thick areas like that. I'm not feeling anything staring at me or anything of the sort. I just very leery of them, thick foliage that I can't see into. I don't know if y'all can see, the ground is really spongy here. It's like the whole ground is. These are my work boots, if you're wondering why they're so tore up. This is that little tent area. There's a sandy area right there. I don't know if it's on the screen. Okay. I think you can see it. I heard something. Got a sandy spot. I do hear something. Faint, but it sounds like something's walking on these leaves. I can hear it. There's a bone. Wow. Look at that. Something ate half that bone off. Getting a weird feeling now. Ooh, I'm getting dizzy. I don't know what that is. Holy mackerel. I'm getting really dizzy. Ooh. Something dark. Oh. Golly, I feel like I'm about to fall over. Oh, I gotta move out of this area. I literally feel like I'm gonna fall. Gee whiz. Have you ever been on a boat and it gets, you get in rough water and it's bouncing all over the place? And when you finally get back to the shore, back to the bank, you get off the boat and you feel like you're falling toward one direction. That's how I feel right now. There's another sandy spot. I think it may be from the root of that tree. Oh gee whiz, I got to move. Trying to keep the camera steady. I'm really dizzy. Oh, sorry guys. Thought a spider jumped on me. It was just a vine. Looks like a big nest right there. I don't know if y'all can see that. Let me move this. Oh gee whiz. I'm gonna try to walk around. I gotta move from right here. Something is off in this area really bad. My balance is messed up. Gee whiz. Oh. That was strange. I feel fine now. I thought I was going to black out just right over there where I was just at. Felt like I was had motion sickness. Wow. How's that one of them leaning trees? That's from the storm. There's no doubt that's from the hurricane. That's a big tree. That thing's probably 1.5 feet thick. I don't think there's nothing alive could push one of them over. We're really close to the highway here. Probably 140 to 150 yards away from it. And we get so much just craziness that happens around the house from these creatures in these wooded areas. We have forest on the north and south sides of our property. The east side we have a lake. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but there's something crunching the leaves back there. It could be a dog or a bobcat or something. It's not real loud. See if I can get around over here. I don't really see any signs of the big guys, but I overlook a lot. You guys that watch these videos usually find more evidence in the videos than I've seen when I was out in the field. I think it's because you get so used to hearing them or seeing them. I mean, so you get used to all that activity, and it's like you don't recognize it. You're around it so much. There's another little cleared area. This whole area is open here. I don't remember this being open like this. There's no leaves on it. There's some tracks of something. I don't know what it is. It's probably a rabbit. Look at the cleared spots. There's another one. There's a fox track there. Another cleared spot. We've had quite a few foxes that have been captured by the Game and Fish Commission that have tested positive for rabies. And all I have on me is my little pea shooter, my little 9mm, so I don't want to get off in a thick area where I can't get a shot on him if I have to defend myself. I keep hearing stuff. The direction I'm pointing the camera is, I think it's the same footsteps I was hearing, but they started back over here, back over in this direction, and it kind of circled me. see if I can get down in here a little bit. I'm not going too far. I don't want to get snake bit, and I don't want to be fox bit. I just don't want to be bit. Such a beautiful area in here. I just got that sensation that there's eyes on you. I literally just got it. Can't tell where it's coming from, where the feeling's coming from. They're strong right now. I don't guess I ever came back into this spot. None of this is recognizable. Or at least I don't recognize it. There's another cleared spot right there. Okay guys, sorry the camera cut off. The memory card's full, so I've got to move the videos off of it. But there's that spot. I'm on my phone now, and this is the phone that Jeff Townsend also helped me to get this. Oh wow. That jug right there, if that says ammonium chloride on it, then that came from our house. And let me see. Yep. Guys, I want to show you something. I hope that doesn't have a hornet's nest in it. Let me check. I want to show you something about these containers. Okay, I don't think there's nothing, no hornets in it. Be on the safe side. Okay. Alright. You see the threads? This is our container. When we use this on the male goats to prevent urinary calculi, especially if you're feeding grain to your goats instead of hay only, you need to be giving them ammonium chloride. This stuff right here, it prevents them from having urinary issues, which is very painful, and it can be deadly to them. But when they're empty, we clean the containers out and we use them to hold the cookies and a little bit of feed. When we take the goats, if we take them to a parade or something and we only got one or two, then we bring these containers to where we have a little bit of feed for them. Something brought that container back here, unscrewed it and got the feed out of it. Or the cookies, I don't know what was in this one. But they had to unscrew the top and they ate the stuff out of it. And I know a fox can't do that. These are not blueberries. We do have wild blueberries out here. These little things, I can get it to focus on my finger. Yeah, that's not blueberry. That's, I forget what they call them. They're not good for us. But the birds eat them. Wildlife eats them. These are blueberries here. These bigger leaves, these are edible. These little guys right here. Look, mosquito on me. The leaves look awful light. Usually a blue color. Like that new shoot coming up right there that's kind of got a bluish hue. But these are the, I believe they're huckleberries. If I'm not mistaken, that's the true name of them. But we call them wild blueberries. And I don't remember what these things are. But anyhow, I'm going to move over. I think I'm going to go back out here because I still have a really strong feeling that I'm being watched. I have not heard any growling or anything like that. I just feel very uneasy. It doesn't help matters that I found this feed container with somebody unscrewed the lid. There's no chew marks on it. There's no signs showing that an animal chewed the lid off. These are one of the them little berries that the birds like. I really feel as though I don't need to be in here. I'm getting really, really creeped out. I've got a very bad feeling right now. This whole patch right here is wild blueberries, and right there, right at my fingertip, that's them wild grapes and muscadines. Yeah, I got to move out of here. I do not feel well at all. I don't feel safe. Oh, okay, I'm gonna move up. That almost sounded like a pig grunt. There are no pigs in here at all. Yeah, I'm not going back over there. That didn't feel good. Whew. I can zoom in out there. I thought I seen a tree back there moving. Are you shaking around? Can you see it? It's almost dead center of the screen. I'm trying to hold it steady. I'm shaking. I don't know what that is. Maybe a squirrel. It's like another bone. There's a lot of cleared areas in here like that. That area, I don't know why that's cleared. That little spot right there. Okay, yeah, I don't know what that was. No, I'm going back up here. That kind of, oh, yeah, there's a stump. I don't want to go back through that where I just went. I'll go up this direction. I swear I feel like there's 100 eyes on me right now. This looks like a trail. See, there's another cleared spot right there. I don't know what that is. There's the big pine tree. That one that I was showing you that was bent over, that was from the hurricane. My house is right through there. That's where we just come from, that opening right there. I don't know if I'm hallucinating or what, but I keep hearing movement. I'm going to get up closer to the house. I don't like that feeling that somebody's watching me. I'm in shorts out here, and these things are scratching me up. Oh, gee whiz. That was a vehicle. See the road. Right center screen, there's a light brown patch just to the right of it. Looking like one of these small trees. Like a squirrel jumped onto it. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm a little paranoid. I get that feeling that I'm being watched, and it just sometimes it pushes me over to the point that I'm just extremely paranoid. I feel better. I can see the property. Just look at the path. Can you guys see this? Something has made a trail. There's the property right there. Well, all right through there, that opening. There's a path coming 30 feet from your property line. Nobody comes over here. This is privately owned. We do know the owners of it. Very good people. What the heck is that? I guess is that moss? Looks like hair. It's got sticks in it. I ain't touching it. Here's another one of them cleared spots right here. Hope you guys can see this on this video. See this gray stuff? This is a type of moss. You step on it and it'll spring back up. But there is none right here. See how it's cleared? It's all around. And then there's another cleared area. It's almost like something sits here or stands here and just watches the goats. Here's the tractor, the red you see in that black hoop house. The white hoop house just past it is the boys. That's their home, but they come out here. We got an electric fence to keep them from coming out here unless we're out here with them. But there's a couple that jump over it. This is a trail. This is a trail coming around the property. I don't know why that little tree's been over. There's another clear spot right there, right at the end of my stick. I hope these big fellas ain't coming over here and staking these goats out. I do have a little experience in explosives, and I sure don't want it to get to the point that I got to get out here and protect these animals like that. Here's another area. The moss is cleared off of it. I don't like this at all. I hope that isn't what it appears to be. There's just these little cleared areas all over. This is from the hurricane. This tree was already dead when the hurricane hit. We was going to cut it down to get some lighter wood out of it. I think lightning had got it. It's been dead for about a year before the hurricane hit. See, there's the boys' pen is right there. All this is, it's like the ground just cleared off. No hush, you scared me, buddy. That was RJ. Come here, RJ. Come here, buddy. Got an animal or something rooting the ground up right here. There's RJ and Cookie right behind him. And there's Snuffy. Come here, Snuffy. Cookie. Well, come here, buddy. Guys, I love these animals dearly. This one right here, RJ, he's supposed to look like that one behind him with the long pointed ears. Cookie, that's him. Cookie was born polled. He never had horns. But that's the way he's supposed to look. This is RJ. His horns are deformed. He doesn't have any ears. A pig mauled him when he was a baby and ate his ears off. He's got these little nubs. Come here, buddy. He's got these little nubs right here, and that's all he's got. But his whole body is scar tissue. So he's very stiff-legged. He doesn't run. He can't run physically. There's Cookie. Hey, buddy. We bought him as a baby. It's where RJ'd have a playmate. And we bought him as a female. And we got home that night. And the following morning we went out to check him over and to give him his inoculations, and he was peeing from his belly button instead of his rear end. So our little Miss Cookie turned into a Mr. Cookie. And there's Snuffy. He was born here. He looks like an old fella, but he's very young. He's got good genes. He's the one, he got in trouble, so we had to put him back here. He raped one of our chickens. And so he's not allowed up with the girls, because if it moves, it will get bred. Anyhow, guys, thank y'all for joining me. I just wanted to walk and look. We've been getting some weird stuff. See where the ground's kicked up. It's like something was taking a stick and probing the ground and digging around in it, but it's all over, and it's right here close to the goats. And we got some of that same prints in the back. See where the ground's on? Like somebody's been probing the ground with something. All of this is busted up. And the goats do not come on this side. They can't unless I let them out. Hey, Tinker. Oh boy. This here is new. It's alright, girl. Something is pulling the fence apart. I just came out here yesterday. I had to add some new wires, new straps to the fence, because the goats will push it trying to get to this growth, and they'll push the chain link out and break the straps. So I added some new ones, and we checked this fence over. So this was done last night, unless one of the goats done it. They'll bend it in, but I've never seen them actually break the wire. And it's right here where all this rooted up area is. I don't know. My good friend on Livewire, if you guys that haven't checked out Mark's channel, check out Livewire on YouTube. Subscribe to him. He's got a lot of activity at his place, but he is helping us out. He's sending me some game cameras to put up to where we can keep these things away from the house. There's another cleared spot right there. Something's been sitting behind these limbs. That's a whole tree. Somewhere. I don't know where it's from. It ain't none of these. No. Well, there's a big limb laying there for some reason, with a cleared spot behind it, and the fence is torn up right in front of it. Oh, I don't like that. Well, anyhow, I'm sorry to drag you guys along this far for nothing. I wanted to check. And see what was out here, making all these marks outside the fence and inside the fence in the back. And so I figured I'd film it while I was out here, just in case we caught something. The other side of the property, this is the south side. You can see the lake way back there. The lake way off in the distance there. That's the east side. So the north and the south side of the property is wooded. Heavily wooded like that, very thick with this small stuff. But we got something going on here. I don't know what it is. Got an idea. Maybe I'll catch him soon. There's the highway. I mean, we're close. We all have a wonderful evening. Thank y'all for joining me. God bless each and every one of you. And until next time, make sure that you go check out Livewire on YouTube and subscribe. Check out his videos. He's got a lot of activity over there. And for you guys that are having activity, he's got some lights that he purchased and he put up to stop his activity. You really need to go check him out. I highly recommend him. He's an awesome individual, and he says it the way he sees it. There's no beating around the bush. But if you want to keep these creatures away from your home, away from your pets, your livestock, your family, your children, whatever it may be, he's found a way to do it. And that's a Livewire on YouTube. Will y'all be safe?
Hey y'all, it's Connor from Bigfoot Anonymous. We're here at the Letchworth Love Mounds, north of Tallahassee. The tallest earthen temple mound in the state, 51 feet. The Swift Creek culture people and the Weeden Island people are here to live. They have found remnants and artifacts dating back 12,000 years. There's cool excavation remnants over there in the forest, and we found a rare Highlander snake. One bite of that will send you straight to heaven. Sacred ground right here. We've heard strange sounds in the forest and along the Weeden Trail. What a special place though. It's meant to be. Couldn't ask for a better day. We're here on the Merritt Mill Pond looking for treasure, and look what we found. A fallen car that rolled over the hillside and got stuck with these trees. We're gonna try to see what we can salvage from it.
I think they
See what we can turn into knives.
I think they
Look at that spider right by Ronnie's head too.
stolen vehicle, or it just didn't work. But it's been out here since 50s.
Wow. That is awesome.
I like how the chrome.
The chrome still holds.
Yeah, it's that old and that chrome's still good.
There's one more car that has been rolled over the edge that we're going to try to find. There's a bunch of caves and a bunch of other creatures that we're investigating too. Keep your eyes peeled, guys. Keep your eyes. Hey, this is Connor from Bigfoot Anonymous. I'm here with my buddy Tony, who has tons of crazy experiences with monsters, cryptids, and other crazy legends. A couple of his encounters and experiences are in the last chapter of my book, but now he's going to let us into his world. Let's hear it, man.
Yeah, it's like one of the craziest ones is like I call it the demon dog, because for one, that's the one I actually got almost face to face with that thing. Just driving back from the store, saw a snake on the side of the road I was gonna pick up. Like to skin those things, whatever. As soon as I got back, it was already getting dark. It was like basically almost night. Street lights were coming on basically at that time. I get out of the car, I just walk, I kind of jog to the snake. I want to get off the road quick. As soon as I get down, about to pick up the tail, didn't even hear the thing. You just see like I always check it. Didn't see nothing when I went out there. As soon as I walked close there, bent over to pick up the snake, I look up, the thing's looking at me with the head of the snake in his mouth. Freaked me out. I dropped that snake and I took off running. But the only thing I saw that thing good. That thing looked like it had a bad case of mange. Worst case I ever seen on an animal. Patches of fur, real skinny, but buff but skinny, which was weird. And it, the one thing I mainly remember, that jaw, the bottom jaw, crooked.
Sounds like the monsters from Resident Evil, you know, the demon dogs, the bloodhounds.
Yeah, almost like that, but it's like one jaw instead of the four, just crooked jaw, twisting like, I don't know, some animals are born that way, but this didn't look right to me.
Wow, man.
Just twisted.
That sounds terrifying. Could you tell us about this white wolf encounter that you've been having recently?
The white wolf? Yeah. I think I had to be around, probably the first time I saw it was on the property around, I want to say at least a year. The thing been around that I noticed it. Usually go out, feed some animals, but this thing couldn't figure out what it was. Never seen it.
Yeah, you guys leave scrap piles to feed like the fox and animals, and you've had a couple of encounters with strange animals running from it.
Yeah. The thing, for some reason, always thought it was a possum, a white possum. The thing got really low, always crouching. Low, but quick. Never seen an animal move that fast when it was crouching.
Wow. Could you tell us about the creature that you saw at the swamp? Of the gnats that combined together?
Yeah, that one, it was, I actually caught that one out of the corner of my eye. But then I had to look real quick at that thing. That thing was like, 6 feet, probably more. Good size. Just a cluster of gnats. Like, it wasn't at night or nothing. It was like broad daylight. Just standing in the middle of a little pool of water almost.
Wow.
Just moving, looked like it was almost just waving or something. Just moving the right hand.
That's remarkable, man. It's clearly you've opened the door to that other side of experience and vibrations out there, man. I hope you stay safe on your journey. I'm looking forward to the next experiences you share with us.
Yeah, that's good.
Thanks, brother.
All right.
All right, what's up? Good evening, everyone. So, first off, I'll start off with roll call, but we got two guests tonight. We got Bigfoot Anon and Tim T in Florida. Both good guys, both awesome, badass researchers. Different styles. You guys know who they are, but we'll get into all that. I'll see who's here. I'm gonna go back a little bit because I don't want to miss anybody. Potato Fry, welcome. Tacy, welcome. Southern Grits. Wait, let me make sure I'm on the proper chat thing because sometimes I miss people. I don't even know how to do it, to be honest with you. So whatever, we're kind of screwed here. We're gonna have to deal with my tech savviness. David Baxter, what's up, bro? What's up? Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Rob S, what's up, bro? Strange Land, what's up, Todd? Audrey and Jamie, glad you're here. Bigfoot Anon's on here. He'll be here soon. Jimbo, my ace, what's up, bro? Florida Lone Wolf, welcome. Toby, what's up, bro? Johnny Habs here. Judith, hi, how are you? Awesome. Tom Paul, what's up, bro? Larry Hart is a Long Islander. Awesome, bro. Good to have you. Still Crazy Chris, hello. JB5150, what's up, bro? Hello, there's my lovely wife. I was wondering. What's up, babe? All right. I'm not gonna make you guys wait. Stare at this mug. Let's bring him in. There's one.
All right. Hey, Mike.
There's two.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up,
What's up, guys?
Yeah. And hello to everybody in the chat.
Connor?
Yeah, I heard Titan Toby's out there. What's up, guys? I know Rymel, Aoterra, Kia Ora family. What's up, guys?
Yeah. Oh man, it's such a good group of people. I swear, like I can't complain. Like I really can't complain. It's very few and far between that we have problems at all with anybody. Everyone's so awesome. Scotty B, what's up, bro? Tim T, what's happening, brother? How are you?
Pretty good. Yep. Another good day this morning.
Yeah, I saw it. You're on fire, bro.
Yeah.
It's that level up scenario when things just start going crazy and you're like, oh, like.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm seeing them more and more now. So yeah,
it's great. Like it's really a good thing. Like for me personally, like I couldn't see them in pictures. Even when I went out and like I'd be like, oh, like I could see with my eyes. Because a lot of people are different, where I would find a different way or the other way around.
Uh-huh.
They'd be like, oh, I saw it when I got home, but I didn't see it there. I would see it, and then I would get home, and I would literally know exactly where it was, because I could hear myself even being like, "There it is" in the video, and I couldn't see it. And it took me a while. It took me a while to be able to like decipher through all their, whatever. It's almost like the Matrix. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
The way they could play with light and the way they play with angles and just everything with building blinds and just the way their hair is built, with the invisible follicles, essentially, it's clear and it blends in with whatever's in the background. But, of course, when us three are out there walking, we know they're out there. We come out with a new awareness, different vibrations. And you guys know it's frequencies and vibes and just your connection to nature and the forest. You could have all the technology in the world, but if you are not connected, you won't stand a chance. And I think that's the problem with a lot of the TV shows. That's why it's great, all of us on the underground. We know, the skunk ape's real. Up in New York, the Beast of Whitehall, the Adirondack Mountains, it goes back for hundreds of years with lore. So we're right in the haven of Sasquatch territory, right in both the north and the south. So it's magical. And just the three-headed monster right here, what's up? The Three Musketeers, both the Three Stooges too. And that's what brings the curiosity, because they're just curious creatures. And when we're being ourselves, but we come with a certain vibration, man, they just swarm us. And we were right by railroad tracks and under a bunch of planes when me and Tim were researching this past weekend, and they take full advantage of those full sounds. You can literally feel the forest come alive when that train goes by. And I've heard a lot of stories of them actually hitching rides on trains. So I can't put really anything past these beings, because they're the true earthlings of this planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously. That's actually a cheat sheet. You just gave everyone a cheat sheet, whether they realize it or not. But check your audio around when a plane goes over, or turn your blind ear to it to where that plane is coming in and really hone in on like sounds, because that's when they'll make that call. That's when they'll make that move. You know what I mean? The big move to somewhere, because they know, first of all, I mean, we get distracted by it, but it's noise. It's ambient noise. And, you know, majority of the stuff I do is, you know, considered suburban squatching is what I call it, because like there's a lot of houses, business, whatever, you know, around. So compared to like what other people do, it's kind of suburban squatching. So they play on that. They play on all that stuff. You know what I mean? It's gotten different for me now. Now it's different. Like they're kind of like, hey, what's up? You know, but like, you know, in the beginning I had to like, you know, like listen for when they moved and, you know, all that stuff. And that was definitely something they utilized, was even mimicking like car horns, or mimicking, you know, like a Harley, like, you know what I mean? That's not their natural call. Like that wouldn't necessarily be the natural tone they would use, but they use it. You know?
I've heard stories of engines going off in the middle of the woods, you know, and then other sounds being mimicked, you know, loved ones and baby calls. Yeah, Tim got a crazy, you know, recording of some kind of baby or some kind of high-screeched banshee in the woods. It was right after a lady got stung 30 times by these underground wasps and hornets. And the forest really came alive after that. We found a hawk with a broken neck. We heard tree knocks, a bunch of owls, and then one loud, like man-made hoot. And Tim was hearing whistles from across the railroad tracks. Like it's. I look at it as a grid. It's a kingdom of bears. And we were probably the first people there in a couple months since the hunters probably went through there. But they only have their certain tracks as well. So it was crazy, rare vibrations, and it was awesome that you got to follow it up this morning and see the area. And you found foot tracks today too, man. Like how crazy.
Yeah. And started looking through some of my video. I got more of them on video watching this too. Yeah.
I don't know. Can you guys hear each other all right? Because the audio sounds scratchy to me.
Yeah, I can hear everybody good.
All right. That's all that matters. As long as I don't care. I can figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it'll fix itself anyway. It don't matter. Somebody said, Johnny Hef says they love to mimic air raid sirens. Yes, they do that here a lot. So like the air raid siren is to hear, because we don't have like that stuff, but you know, it's the same siren almost is we don't have like tornadoes and stuff, so it's what they use for the fire department. So we have volunteer fire departments, so like they just sound the alarm, and you know what I mean, but they mimic that all the time. And you know, it's hard to sell people, it's hard to tell people that that's what's happening, you know what I mean, because you're either there and you can kind of tell it, or, you know, because sometimes on the audio, on the camera, it's hard to pick up. But what Tim got, you guys were just sitting there talking and something, screamed, screeched in there, you know what I mean? And, you know, yeah. I love the way you titled it, though. It's just like, what the hell did I catch on camera? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what did I catch on audio? Like, I mean, I'm the same way. Like, there's a lot of, you know, there's not always a conclusion you need to jump to or anything, you know. Sometimes we just don't know.
Yeah, sometimes we don't. That's right, yeah. Everything's not always Bigfoot. Yeah.
Thank you, Audrey and James.
Nobody heard it in real time. That's what's so crazy. Tim heard it on the playback, you know, and a lot of people are like saying, oh, it's a fox. We're like, no, someone would have heard that, or even a bird, you know, we would have heard that. Honestly, the most believable thing that's not supernatural or paranormal is a big bug that flew somewhere nearby. But, you know, that's not believable to me. You know, I think more Tinkerbell is more predictable than you know, some more big wasp or mosquito.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was a lot of bugs and mosquitoes, and they were flying all around the camera all day long. It wasn't nothing like that, definitely.
Yeah, you guys would have definitely heard that in person. Like, it happens to me all the time. And I'm very blessed. I have a subscriber, Jim DiBattista, and he has like a studio. He's a musician, and he has a studio. So whatever, like for fun, he like takes some of the audio and puts it in. And like, oh man, he's a blessing, because like he picks out so much stuff. The way he like manipulates everything and the audio and stuff, and like pulls this down and that up and and like there's a lot happening right next to us. Even like I'll be, you know, I'll hear it and like something's whistling in my ear. I didn't hear a thing in person.
Mhm.
You know, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. I have a
The
friend that's
eyes and ears don't pick up on, even half the stuff going on. There's so many frequencies and colors that are out there that, our human senses have been so dumbed down and poisoned, and all the fluoride in our water and the Wi-Fi zapping us. Yeah, we can't pick up on it. So imagine them moving through the forest. They're so connected. Even us after 10 minutes are a little bit more electric connected to the forest, So imagine them. They're barely out in, the neighborhoods, and they're on a mission when they are. I know you have a lot of encounters there. There's tons of stories of that being found in deep down tunnels, man-made tunnels, and in warehouses. And even, Scott Carpenter's had them go through his residential neighborhoods and then gift them through, a bunch of fences and hopping over it. So they're determined. They're people.
Oh, sorry. You guys are talking to each other. My bad. Yes. Yeah, absolutely, bro. I mean, one of the best places we have for that is Camp Hero, which I'm trying to get back out there. But I was watching Stranger Things before we got on. But that's, Stranger Things, the show. A lot of people know the show Stranger Things, but they don't really know what it's based off. And it's based off that radar tower was the laboratory, was over there and all that stuff. And, it was a base, like, technically it was a base that protected the Northeast, but from attacks from, other countries. But the experiments they did down there were unreal, and I think it was called MK Ultra or whatever, on the Montauk Project, however you want to chalk it up. But, go figure, they weren't allowed to call the show the Montauk Project, whoever shut them down. But, you know how it goes. Like, even Hollywood gets the axe.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now on Netflix, the #1 movie is American Ultra, and that's all about the MK Ultra experience, and it makes it like a fun twist on it. But yeah, it was not fun.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a good movie though. It's Jesse Einsberg. It plays this, on this. He's been programmed, since birth, and then just one day he just taps into it and has a mission. It's pretty interesting though.
Absolutely, I didn't know that. That's cool, Larry. Awesome, bro. I didn't know until 3 years ago either, bro. If it makes you feel better, I had no idea they were here either. So don't worry about a lot. That's kind of one of the best things about it is, like, I tell Rob, I'm like, you know what? I'm like, we have all the cryptids to ourselves. I'm like, there's nobody out here doing this. You know what I mean? Like, I've bumped into a handful of people that, like, I since I started, I've gotten about, like, I'd say 10 reports. You know what I mean? And and literally every one of them, like, when I was like, oh, do you want to talk about it? Do you want, do you want me to, like, I don't know, like, do you want to, literally shut down after that. You know what I mean? Like, it was it. And I was like, all right. So we won't tell your story. You know what I mean? But at the time, like, I was fresh in, and I was like, oh, this will kind of help me get, like, a little, like, confidence and credibility and stuff that they're here. Cause, like, that was all I heard in the beginning. Dang fucking man. I'm like, all right, we're going to show everybody. But
what was your very first, like, experience out there in New York that, was it chilling or was it calming? Was it the famous footage you recovered? Was that the very first time?
No, the first time I saw it was was full on. When I saw him full on, I cried, I screamed, I threw myself on the ground in the fetal position. I was, screaming no, no, my body, everything reacted in like a boop, like, fight or flight. It was dropped to the ground and just like, almost like it was flight, but I didn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I just threw myself down in fear. I didn't really know what happened, to be honest with you. I had no idea. I was doing a live stream for, looking for Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
And I had, and up to that point, we had been like, oh, look, there's a face. Oh, look, there might be something. Oh, look, people be like, there it is. Oh, there's cloaked, there it is. But I had not seen one. I had not seen it in full. And when I turned, I was I'm doing a live stream, and I turned, I don't care. I'm not embarrassed about it. Like, I threw myself down. Like, I was freaking out. Some people said they saw him. I don't see it on the footage. Like I don't, not that I recall. I haven't gone back and watched that particular part, but I remember watching it back once, and I didn't see it on the footage. So I didn't see him on the footage. So I don't know, but yeah, I freaked out, and then I got back. I don't remember getting back to the car. I don't remember walking out of there. I called Sarah. I called my wife, and she was like, she just talked me through it until I was like, able to drive, and that was it. I didn't go in the woods for 2 days. Like I recovered, like you know what I mean. I guess like mentally, and next I was back out there. Like I had, it was like I was like he could have took me out. He didn't do it. Let's go. You know what I mean?
Right. I love the phrase, a predator won't warn you. So whenever we are hearing these noises or a big boulder tossed, on the track behind us, it's a warning. And, we would already be dead if it wanted to kill us. And sometimes we do get in between its young. So you have to be safe. There's so many cases. Cullen Finnerty, he played in the NFL. I think he got taken out by a pair of them. Henry McCabe. The voicemail that he left, you could hear the samurai chatter in the background. He was found like 10 miles away, found in a pond or a river, and they said he drowned, but, of course he didn't. Dennis Martin, taken by the wild man. Jared Adadero out west, he was asking a hunter about bear right before he went missing. What made him, start questioning that kind of stuff. So you definitely have to be safe out there. And all three of us, they've been near us, as we've seen in the footage, and just the feeling you get, they're out there. Their presence is the ancient ones. They are our bridge to the creator. So there is some kind of special ability. People call it supernatural, but it's really just natural. We have supernatural abilities. We dream, we have deja vu, we have electricity between us. Even babies can feel their parents halfway through the house. So just think of them. I keep getting back. They're the ones that are true earthlings. They're the ones that are God's creation. So I think they have these abilities that they can just tap into. And when we do come upon them, sometimes accidentally, they have levels of intelligence too. And sometimes they have rogue ones that do not practice their traditions and don't practice their abilities, because it's only the chiefs that can step into portals and maybe use the force infrasound. But it's just echolocating, camouflage. It's all simple animal kingdom characteristics, and then they just make the best of it.
They got rules the same way we do, in a sense. You know what I mean? You're not born into driving a car with a license and able to go to the bar and do this and that. The older you get, the more the more the more you're able to do stuff, the more accepted you are, the more connections you have, et cetera, et cetera. Bigfoot world is similar. You know what I mean? It's like a chain of command. You know what I mean? That's the best way to put it, I guess. But I was gonna say something. Shit. Anyway, let's just go with this question. Mark Stokes wants to know thoughts on the piles of dirt that randomly show up. I don't know if you know what if he's maybe speaking to you guys. I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't seen any piles of dirt that show up.
Yeah, the only thing I could think is, just special landmarks or maybe some type of warning or even a type of mound like the Native Americans used to do. And then that is an electrical grid on top of the whole world. So who really knows? It could be just left from a burial or just dropped from the sky. I really don't know. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's good. That's what I was going to say. Depending how big it is, it could have been from a recent burial, but it's hard to say. Thank you, though. Appreciate your question. I'm going to try and catch up to you guys. Let's see where you're at. Toby, are you okay? Never mind. Sorry. Jerry, what's up, bro? You guys just got here. I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. You don't have to put your questions in caps and all that good shit. Just chill here. Just do what you do. It looks like everyone's just shooting the shit. Have those huts Bigfoot builds, is that a new thing or new to us? I mean, the way I look at it is Bigfoot built teepee structures, so do Native Americans. Where'd they learn it from? Where did the Native Americans learn it from? You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure they know a little bit of something, so they must have been building this stuff for quite a while.
Yeah, for a long time, yeah.
I don't know. Hey, you guys could take it too. I don't care. I'm just
Yeah, it definitely, since the beginning of time, of course, they had to make structures, and TPs would definitely be the most efficient, but I'm sure they have kingdoms in the sky, kind of like the Ewoks and Jack and the Beanstalk. We have to start thinking everything we've ever been exposed to has some kind of root to reality. There's cities under our feet, there's other continents, there's worlds in the sky, and of course there's behemoths, dragons, and other giants. I believe in mud fossils. You look at mountains and they resemble giants. They actually can dive into them and see the diagrams, and it follows the whole eye canal just like a giant human being. So yeah, this world is so much bigger than they tell us. And then Noah, built the ark while the gods flooded down from the heavens, and it really doesn't matter what kind of religion you belong to, just as long as you have a spirit and a soul and you believe in heaven and the creator. Look at little baby Jesus. There's a story of him being carried across a freezing river by Saint Christopher, a giant. So whenever people ask, who's your favorite Bigfooter? Jesus Christ, just come at them with the attitude.
I love this
Us
guy.
three, we speak like we know it, because we do, and that's how we have to. We have to start putting our foot through the door or busting it down, because modern day science and academia, they're dragging their feet with all this. The DNA has already been proven. There's been hair found. My buddy here, Tim, has came upon DNA on multiple occasions that he could explain. So I just don't have time for the people that just say, well, there's no evidence, because thousands of it.
I was talking about that the other day. I said, if you asked me, I've gotten DNA. I have it. I have stuff, but I don't, you know what I mean? But I'm not going to send it in. Personally, like, I know, like you said, it's been done. So, I mean, really, it would only do something for me to be like, oh, I found this. But I saw the way you collected yours, Tim. One time they took a Snickers bar, and I was impressed the way you collected that. Like, you were ready for that. Like, you had your gloves, you had a bag, you put it in there, you marked it on site. You know what I mean?
Forensically collecting it. Yeah.
Like, this guy's official. Like,
and if I get sent off and tested, it's going to be just like that for me too. It'll be just for me.
Yeah, why not? You know what I mean? I can't afford that shit. You know what I mean? Like, personally, but I enjoy doing it. I go out there, I do what I do, but I respect people like you who do that, like, really properly do it. Because when I collect it, I'm just pause on it and I throw it in my backpack. Like.
Yeah, they won't be able to say it's contaminated with Tim's, because they have footage of him walking up to it, discovering it with gloves on, with tools, with bags. It's very impressive. I definitely bought all that at the dollar store after I went out with Tim. I had such an experience, stopping at Tim's house. It was truly a magical weekend. Just real quick, I want to tell everybody about the weekend. I'm going to get into it, of course.
Go for it.
I want to salute to Robert Wood right down there, whose comment was there. He's the co-host of Gypsy Road. They dive into Bigfoot, Mandela Effect, movies, and tons of paranormal stuff. A great show. And then he hosts his own shows as well, part of the secret Pentagon Army, and I'm part of his Bigfoot researching team. So salute to see you here, man. I love seeing Worlds Combining. But man, speaking of Worlds Combining, like, this weekend was incredible. I got to stay with Tim T, got to meet CD Squatcher, Mogollon Monster, Central Florida Bigfoot. I met Cliff Brackman, Bobo. There was tons of great interactions. Florida Lone Wolf, I got to meet him and sit with him through all the conference, and then we went out hiking the next day. Bigfoot Dave, dude, it was so incredible. Marie Dumont, she's the head of the Mid-Florida research team, and she's incredible. She found tons of arches, and she actually discovered a footprint and then a palm tree that was ripped apart all the way up to 20 feet. But, staying with Tim was incredible. The hurricane wiped out the camp, and Tim let us stay with them. And I was rolling with Tristan and Cameron from Hidden Relief, and it was like our first road trip together. And it was just so crazy, man. We got to stop at the Jeepers Creepers filming locations, the diner, and the jail, and that was like a bucket list. And even for the youngsters, man, it was. And
the Edward Scissorhands spot did it for me.
Yes, that's a cult classic, and that was really funny too because we were following Tim, and then I knew Waffle House was up there, but I saw the spot, and I knew I had to do it, so I pulled a left, and then they had to wait a few minutes, but I called Tim. I'm like, I'm making a video real quick, but they could see us, they could see the big arch. But then, 5 minutes later, I pull up and Central Florida Bigfoot's there, and he's like, "No way!" Like he was, it's literally like finding Bigfoot ourselves. Like, dude, I found Tim T. Like, I saw Tim T in real life. Like, that's the cryptid hunt, guys. They got to see me. I'm just crazy. I'm a lunatic, and everybody could sign off on that. But
Bigfoot and Tim T are both living legends, I think is what you're trying to say, right?
Oh, 100%. And we stayed in Tim T's den, and Tim T's house has a lot of, paranormal entities and cool history to it. So both days were, both days and nights were full of cool energies and frequencies. It's definitely going to get a chapter in my book. But yeah, I'll let him, say his side of the story. We'll see. We didn't burn the place down. I know that.
Yeah, we were glad to have y'all over. It was really nice having y'all here.
Yeah, well, let's be real. Like, a lot of these people were planning on camping out, and the weather was a big pile of shit. And you took everyone in last minute, bro. This was not planned shit. And I'm gonna put that part out there because you're awesome for that. You're the man for that, bro.
Thanks.
Seriously, that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys could take this because it ain't from me apparently, Jimbo. I love Jimbo. When out in the field, when you think something could be a portal, have either one of you used a radiation meter?
I haven't used a radiation meter. I would like to start getting something like that. And
you think it would be helpful? Because he asked me once, and I have no idea. Like, but
I have taken my compass and walked around in them to see if it changed.
Yeah,
and I do have one area where the compass needle kept moving in different directions.
Goes nuts, yeah, it goes nuts. Mine broke once. It was like honestly, I don't tell that story much because it sounds ridiculous. Like, oh, I went to the spot, my compass went apeshit and then broke. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just sounded.
That's crazy, though. That shows the magnetic pulls that they have out there, man. Like, that's how I think that they get our insides a little messed up. After our hike with Tim T on my way home, I threw up, and I wasn't really that disoriented. But after, a lot had to do with like dehydration and just pushing myself to the limit. Yeah. But they do have those kind of effects on your mind and body. But I have an EMF detector, but it's kind of wonky out there. And we did find a great portal structure when I was hiking with him. It was peeled off the tree about 9 feet peeled of it, and then tucked in a circle. I got a video of it. Tim got a video of it. It was so magical. And but we didn't use the EMF detector, but we did walk through it and couldn't really sense any difference. The GoPro didn't really change, but you could just feel the presence. It's truly cool. And portals, the doors open and close, guys. Of course, everybody knows that. And there's a lot more than Bigfoot out there. There's a bunch of fairies, pixies, and then even insects.
Yeah, Tim, I think I caught a fairy in one of your videos recently, so I'll send it to you. But,
okay. Wow.
Yeah, it's weird you brought that up, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's like half in the veil. It looks like it's in front of the veil because there's all these structures going in and out, and it looks like they utilize it to put the veil up. You could see the faces poking through, but it looks like the fairy's right on this side of it.
Okay.
Like right on this side. But I'll pick through and find out because I've been taking screenshots randomly and then it gets mixed in with my shit. But I know the difference between Florida and here.
Mm-hmm.
On one of my videos, we had a nice back and forth where you found a couple creatures in my footage.
Oh yeah,
when you were kayaking, a dogman, a Bigfoot, and then remember that clear creature that you can see its two eyes. I called it a symbiote, kind of like Venom. And Carnage, and it was kind of a clear slime structure. And then people found skyfish and bluebirds that were not there. It's truly magical when you watch it in slower time and then take pictures, because again, the eyes and even the camera at that speed can't pick it up all, so you have to dive in different angles. And me, I'm coming with different vibrations myself. I like to partake in the cannabis and then also other different type of potions. And I think that raises curiosity for these creatures. And I can't wait till we can have one of these overnights, around a fire that I can make some mushroom tea for, a group of us. I'm thinking about going up to Tennessee with the Squatching Cowboy for my birthday. It's September 4th and 5th, I'm pretty sure, in Copper Hill. And it's only like 6 hours away from me. It's double as far for him, so I have no excuse. So if everybody's invited, definitely talk to Squatching Cowboy for that. But I'm really looking forward to that. That's my next in-person one that I'm diving away from. But I investigate Torreya State Park, the Garden of Eden, and of course Bellamy Bridge quite often, and I'm always diving into abandoned houses and walking the woods lines. And
yeah, I know you're wild, bro. I love it.
Hey, I love it. I appreciate it. Real recognized.
It's your style. You know what I mean? Like you can't really change who you are. You know what I mean? You really can't. Like when I, it's hard for me actually sometimes because I'm majority an ass clown, in real life. You know what I mean? So when I'm filming or when I'm out in the squat, when I'm doing Bigfoot stuff in the brush, I have to, like you were saying earlier, I have to put my vibration at a certain level. So I might I have to get a little boring. You know what I mean? So don't get me wrong. They love the playfulness and stuff and all that. Don't get me wrong when you're being yourself, but when I'm literally trying to just be vibe with them and stuff and being there and film and stuff, I kind of stay at this even keel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to look back at what Eric said. He said I wasn't sure if I was gonna share, but I trust people in here. So this is what he said. This may sound strange, but sometimes when I catch them on pause, I'm thinking he's talking about the video. Yeah. It seems like they know. I get that gut feeling like someone is watching. Is that too far out?
I don't think so, no.
Perfect. Thank you both. Mm-hmm. Not at all, bro. Not even a little bit is that far out. I'm glad you guys said that. Good.
Right. It's very powerful. That just really opens your mind to huge things. My friend Donnie Miller, you guys know him from Bigfoot Odyssey. He had an encounter when he was a teenager, 18, face-to-face encounter with his girlfriend and then 2 other people. And I think he was marked or something's happened since then, because he's had, about 10 to 15 face-to-face encounters with these creatures. Not all of them are, even mild. So I think they have some kind of ability, and once you see them, you're imprinted. I've had face-to-face encounters through the darkness, in the light, and through my dreams that I've seen their dark charcoal sun-burned faces, and it's really treacherous. And sometimes, man, I like the image of the Patty. She would rip me in pieces, but there are some ugly ones, man, that I have seen facial shots of. That these creatures. Some of them are not friendly, and watch out for the smelly ones. I've heard a cool theory that the smelly ones, they're savages. They eat whatever, and of course they all just crap and pee straight down, and not many of them really take care of themselves that way. But when they eat skunks, the families will rip out the skunk line, the spray, and take care of it and dispose of it. But the savages, they just eat everything. So of course, if you smell something strong, be extra aware. But we've had them straight next to us, and you don't smell a thing, you don't feel a thing till that second. I'm real big on blood moon eclipses and going out during Halloween and Friday the 13th. And there's no lie about vampires, werewolves, and Bigfoot and monsters coming out during those times. I know you guys.
You know why they. Half the time it's a distraction. You know what I mean? Why they got you going to the doors for candy, so you don't look around. You know what I mean? A lot of times, I don't know. Honestly, I think they let the UFO shit out because we were getting we were paying attention to what was going on here on the ground and underground. Mm-hmm. I'm serious. A lot of that stuff started coming out, and now all of a sudden they want to give us UFOs. Right. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm reaching, but I don't know. I was saying it right before that too, and then all of a sudden they released it. I was like, oh man, I don't know if it was my own thought or not, but it's hard to say.
I agree.
Do you guys get gifted at your homes? Rob S wants to know.
I don't, not at my house, but I do in the woods.
Do they gift you at the house? They don't
Go
gift.
right there.
Oh shit, that's a nice one.
Those skulls right there. I got all those in the woods.
Fully intact, and they were sitting
Yeah.
up just waiting for them.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That's cool. I mean, did I ever show you guys what I got? I mean, there's no way around this one. There's no way around this one. You guys can continue talking.
Yeah,
But-
Marie actually found one of these when she was with us. So, yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah, the fact that they're still all together and intact, that's super rare. You know, you
Yeah,
don't just find
really
that in the woods. So it was somehow preserved and clearly gifted. And you said they were pretty young too, so they weren't natural
Those young
death,
deer.
most
So,
likely.
Yeah,
This
that's
one-
not natural
This
call.
looks like a wizard staff. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
okay.
on the top was this. This was on the top of it.
Man.
Wow.
And I think
That's
it's like
special.
I think it's like a pelvis though. Like at
No.
first I thought it was a skull, like two big eyes.
Yeah, that's a pelvis. Yeah,
Yeah, but I think it's a pelvis. Yeah.
yeah. Because
But
when
like-
you turn it upside down, that's actually upside down, and it makes a mask like that.
Yeah. So but it fits on here perfectly. Like it's like
Dang.
it's my size. It's my size and everything. Like it's perfect. It's so
Wow, that's
cool.
an awesome gift right there.
Yeah, I want to get it cleaned up, but anyway. So yeah, but it's always perfect. Like when they gift you something, it's perfect for you. So when you said that, you're like, oh, it's perfect. It's perfectly left up. The rocks, even like everything's usually like so clean and pristine and like you know what I mean. Even
Yeah.
if it's not perfect to me or to Connor, it's perfect to you. You know what I mean? Like it's always a perfect
Yeah.
to the person.
Yeah, that's a deer pelvis there.
Yeah, it looks similar to a little bit bigger than the one I took a picture of that I sent to Tim. I just found a deer
Yeah.
pelvis in the woods like probably 10 days ago with Tristan and Ninja Ronnie. But man, that is magical. Like, look at that, a pelvis still sitting on that magical staff. That looked like a skull, and that's its purpose. And that really opens my mind up to many things. Like, that is really cool. My friend Tyler Kennedy out in Portland, Oregon, he lives on Mount Hood. He found a twist off and he actually took it, and then a Sasquatch poked him in the tent and made contact with him. And that's just pretty wild. But you know, when it's gifted to you, it's special. But don't take anything from Sasquatch, guys. Please don't.
No, yeah, not unless you're sure. When it's a gift, you'll know it's for you. Like there'll be no undeniable. Like it might as well have a bow on it. You know what I mean? You'll know it's for you'll know it's a gift. Like
Sure did. Yeah. Yep. And like mine, they were not in a hunting area. There was no marks on it at all. No teeth marks, no tool marks, nothing. Yeah.
yeah, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Larry, they are in the Pine. Yes, the Pine Barrens is one of the sketchiest places I go. They're a little different there than they are other places, but there's other shit in there too besides the Bigfoot. That whatever they run that. That's pretty much the wild. That's pretty much the wild card is when I go to the Pine Barren. It's the wild card. They don't have to deal with us very often at all. So it's kind of like, in my mind says they're either not. You know, they're used to not being around us or not used to us, either way you look at it, or they're there because they've pushed back from people for a reason. You know what I mean? They don't like us there. But it's kind of wild there. It's a wild card, let's put it that way.
Definitely. That's where the New Jersey Devil's laying out, man. I heard a story literally yesterday. I'm hoping to get it on video here soon. This cool girl, she just moved down to Florida. She's been coming in buying movies. And I was talking about Bigfoot with someone, and she's like, you know, they're in the Pine Barrens. And I'm like, oh, yeah, for sure. You know, I'm like, New Jersey Devil. And she said her parents heard something with hooves and then a wingspan that was bigger than her car. So kind of like Mothman, kind of like Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah.
And I think the Sasquatches will be the friendliest thing out in the Pine Barrens, and they would be hopefully your
Well,
protectors.
our pine barrens on the mound are like 1,000 square acres. You know what I mean? Or 1,000 acres. It's not as big as the Jersey pine barrens, but you know, it's in its own right. It stretches pretty far. Like, you know what I mean? It stretches like in different. It's a lot different, but yeah, there's, you know, the Jersey pine barrens have history too. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is the Jersey Devil? You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is that thing? Just like the Montauk Monster. Like, you show people pictures of that, and they're like, "Oh, that's this," and then like you zoom in a little more, and you're like, "What the fuck?" And you zoom in a little more, like at the teeth and the beak and of this and then that and the leathery skin. You're like, "All right, what the hell's going on here?" Like,
Yeah, my best guess is the bunny yip. You know, I said that's an Australian legend though, but you know, anything in the salt water anything in the water can drift to any bank. But yeah, the bunny yip might be the Montauk Monster. But yeah, people will try to talk like, oh, it's a rhinoceros or it's a deer. Like, no, it's not a deer.
You know what? Awesome gifts for sure. Yeah, I might be way behind, guys. Sorry. Let's see if we can catch up. Different pine barrens. Yes, true. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, no, I honestly did. I don't think I knew that. So
all right. Don't worry. I get it all the time, bro. Don't worry about it.
Are they far away?
No, when they're not far away, like they're not far away, like geographically. You know, if you went in a diagonal across like the Atlantic, but they're far, like, because you'd have to go like for us, we'd have to go. You know, if you didn't go across water, basically, they're far. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's good to know. Very good to know.
It's all good.
I am repping my New York stuff. You know, last time I was in New York was 2008 for the last year. And the Yankees beat the Kansas City Royals in extras. Brett Gardner, man, it was awesome.
Was my man Mariano still there? Rivera?
I think so. Of course, Jeter was. Jorge Posada. It was.
So he was there then. Yeah, he was a. They called him the Sandman because he put everybody's. You know, he finished out games. He was put the other team to sleep. Like, but he was a relief pitcher, whatever they call him. You know,
the closer.
The closer. There you go. Yeah. So yeah.
He was a mean MFer. And some teams, he broke so many bats with his famous cutter pitch that the teams would keep their bats, and they actually made a chair out of it for his retirement. That's so cool.
So I love that you know all this shit about everything.
I was just saying in the car ride to Tristan and Cameron, I'm like, sports is what I know most about. And then Bigfoot and strange stuff. And then who knows, you know, the rest. You know, me and Tim stayed up past midnight both nights, you know, cutting the crap. It was awesome, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a good time.
Yes. All right. Now I'm absolutely sure there's some sort of paranormal aspect to this subject. That's awesome.
100%, man. Protons, electrons, neutrons, they could become particle and waveform. Most of the time we're particle, we're solid. But in those true moments of being, they become waveform. So, of course, those creatures can tap into that frequency a little easier than us. But even we can probably, you know, create miracles and supernaturally tap into portals when we need to. You hear stories of adrenaline rushes where moms lift up a semi-truck off their baby and everything's fine. Oh, man. Things are much stranger than they are putting out, man, because they're trying to give us, you know, Corvettes to the moon and Richard Branson with these fake moon launches, guys. No, there's thousands of continents, extraterrestrials. They come from the extra lands, you know, just like the Bible says.
You know, like I said, now I do, you know, believe there's, however you phrase it, but there's paranormal. I feel bad for the people who don't make that connection. Mm-hmm. Like, whether they haven't gotten there yet, whether they refuse to get to that point, whether they just, I don't know, but so many people have chased like that flesh and blood physical thing, you know what I mean? Like for so long. And I feel so lucky that that I didn't waste a lot of time in that area. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I don't want to kick people in, while they're down, but like the physical part, they're not physical that often. You know what I mean? You're not going to see Patty walking around every day.
No.
You know what I mean? Like some days you're going to have an encounter that you're not going to physically see. You won't see one hair, but you could still have an encounter that day.
Yep, that's right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's a little hard to explain, but
And yeah, you'll find one track or two tracks, but you won't find 30, and you can't beat yourself up over it. These creatures are magical, and they know how to step, and they know how to use their weight. Just like we were talking, they get on top of people's roofs without even making a creak. I've been told, they have an exoskeleton kind of like a spider, so they could just move and get down low. We've heard the stories that they get down and crouch, and they're
They crawl like a spider.
Yeah, it's so magical, and not all creatures can get down there.
I was laughing when you said that, but it's funny. Like, it's true. Like you said, like some lady was like, "Oh, they're peeking through my sky roof." You told me, and the way you described it, like they get up there like a freaking, I forget, like 1,000-pound spider. I was laughing, but it's true. Like it's cool. However they do it, like I don't have to have all the answers. Like, you know what I mean? I don't care. Like when I get an answer, is it cool? Shit, yeah. Yes, absolutely. I'm not saying I just want to walk around dumb and and accept everything the way it is, but whether it comes today or next week, whatever. And those big questions hold people up too, in my opinion. I think, like, what are they? Where did they come from? Are they Nephilim, or are they this, or are they that, or those are really big picture questions, and of course, like, we want to know that answer because like that explains everything. You know what I mean? Now we could work from the top down, but life doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? Like,
we may never know those answers.
Yeah, like we barely know shit about shit in the ocean. You know what I mean? Like, we don't even know shit about our own brain. You know what I mean? Yeah, my wife jokes. She's like, the brain is the only thing that named itself. You know what I mean? But it's it's true though. Like, but we only use 7% of our brain or whatever. I don't know. What if Sasquatch used 70? You know what I mean? That's pretty good math. They know a hell of a lot of shit.
Yeah.
That's what people laugh at me when I start talking about psychedelics and stuff. But if you look at your brain on psychedelics, new parts start being electric and used. So, of course, these creatures, if they could see us like literally predator and it's thermal and they could see our brain electricity, they're going to want to be interested, because the last time they saw those kind of frequencies was the Native Americans around the fire when they lived with them with the Hoopa tribe, before they were banished to the mountains. I just want everybody to look into like the Lovelock Cave giants. People used to battle these red-haired creatures, and they ended up, smoking them alive inside there. And then, Cheesy Pond Wild Man is right in my neck of the woods. One was captured in the 1800s, taken to the Chattahoochee Hospital, died there 3 years later, and they still have the bones and they still have the DNA. They named it John Doe. There's a couple documentaries about it. I just encourage everybody to dive into the history. I guess I am a researcher because I research this topic. I'm constantly diving into history and reports. And then, of course, I'm boots on the ground, just like all three of us. But we care and we have to shape ourselves. But again, I can't dive into chasing my tail. Are they Nephilim? Are they demons? Are they man-apes? Are they mutants? I don't know. But I know what they're not. I know they're not monkeys. And I know a lot of the people monkeys are trying to cover their butt. People get banished for talking about, the Bluff Creek incident. But if the Bluff Creek incident didn't happen the way they said it happened, and actually, 5 of them went down, and so did Patty, and these guys are being trained one way, and Renee DeHinton and John Green were there, and there's a bunch of lost footage, and Bobby Short got killed because she reported on it. Like, guys, there's something to it, and a lot of that gets swept under the rug so quickly. But man, there might be something to it, and this community has to open their eyes and try to not trust and accept everything and learn to question everything. But of course, these beings are not perfect themselves. But I think these beings come first before logging and other just human resource junk. Of course, we have to look out for our ancestors in the forest.
Yeah, no doubt. And like there's so many different things out there. You know what I mean? Like so many different things. I don't think we can. Honestly, I think like we just know about Bigfoot. Like masses know about Bigfoot. So like everything gets labeled. It's a Bigfoot. It's a Bigfoot. It's a Bigfoot. It's a Bigfoot. You know what I mean? Now the Dogman craze came about, and like everything's a Dogman. Everything's a Dogman. I don't know. Like I saw something last week. Like I've seen personally things that don't fit the criteria of the certain there's these set things online that people go by. They're variants and variants of different types, and those are the only ones. I've seen shit that don't look like none of them. You know what I mean? So where am I at? Yeah. You know what I mean? Where am I at now? You know what I mean? Like, am I the odd man out? Am I looking at the same species? You know what I mean? Like, is it a fox man? Is it, you know what I mean? Or what is it? Yeah. I don't know. Some of the shit don't have hair. Some of it's got scales. Some of them got beaks. Like, what are we looking at?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they just show up as orbs. Tim has got them on trail cam multiple occasions. Literally, one was shaking his camera, but then he's gotten a few videos of it. I'm sure he can explain it a little better than I can, because he just, what's the feeling of seeing something like that on your trail cam live and direct for the first time? It's got to be crazy.
It is, yeah. And during the middle of the night when there's nobody around, there's no people out there at all. No, we haven't called.
Oh, I haven't finished that one. I was driving, and I think you actually messaged me when I was watching it, Tim, or maybe Connor did or something. But I didn't get to finish watching it. But
okay.
Yeah, I want to see that one. There was something you caught something on the game cam, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Shit.
He has one that the orb literally picks up a deer, and then you could see a little cone head pop up too. And then the very first time I met Tim was on Central Florida Bigfoot, and then he had trail cam footage of like a shaded Bigfoot. You could see its shape, but somehow it was camouflaged behind like the rain and the mist, and all you could see was like I don't know, kind of like a blur, a shimmer. And these pictures, of course, they could see the cone from the trail cam. They can manipulate all of it. My trail cam's busted right now. I meant to bring it to Tim, but yeah.
It depends. It depends what's in front of them too. But I mean, I talk to Sarah about this all the time, my wife, and I think they can manipulate when it's raining, especially hard rain. I think they move well. I think they can use the water's energy. You know what I'm saying? Like from the clouds to the ground. You know what I mean? Like clouds are full blown from the clouds to the ground. It's almost like it's almost like dancing through the matrix. They just kind of, I think they breeze through easier, more comfortably. Plus they know we're not out there. If we are, our sound, our vision, everything's thrown off. You know what I mean? Like it's an interesting thing, but then again, like that's why I made that one video recently, like 2 weeks ago or whatever, trying to show how they make the veil, kind of like that bend and tuck. So if they make that bend and tuck across here, and it's in the center is 7 foot off the ground, and it's an 8-footer. Now they can make that veil from that, from the ground up to the tree. You know what I mean? So they could stand there. If we could stare right at it and never see a thing, and he could be, and then all of a sudden raise up and just poke his eyes and his cone head over it.
Yeah,
it's hard to explain that, like it logically. Even to myself, I can't even really think of a way to make it sound normal to myself. You know what I mean? Like, and I know what's happening. Like,
and being out there seeing it. Since I watched the video, they're being out there actually seeing it.
Yeah,
myself too, and noticing it more. It kind of helps because it is hard to describe it. And I put a short video on this morning too, or earlier today, showing what I was seeing there too from you saying that.
Oh yeah, oh really? You did?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
From one I saw this morning. Yeah.
I heard you say something about you're like, Long Island Bigfoot thinks there's like a portal in one of those or whatever. But I saw that video. I didn't see the next one. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I did. I was trying to breeze through your You put out like 3 very recently, so
Yeah.
I might be confusing them.
His next one from our expedition is going to be pretty cool, man. He captured something watching us, and I see it as a big black mass, and you could literally see the armpit line. So I'm excited to see it, slow-mo and high definition, because we knew we weren't the only ones out there. Just hearing all those owls, like we stirred up the owls, but then they just kept going and going and going. And I got a lot of comments on my video because I said a tribe of owls, and a lot of people know, the Native Americans, they believe owls were the fallen ones of their tribe. Right. When you see them on your journey, it might be a lost one, a loved one. But you also got to beware, too, because I've heard a lot of missing 401 and fairy cases be linked to the owls, too. So you just got to watch out. And if you record them on audio, of course, you could see the difference in a man-made owl call and then a normal owl call.
Sure, 100%. I mean, if you don't hear, like, there was one night and somebody was like, oh, that's just owls. I said, listen, man, I come to this spot all the time. There's no fucking owl den here. But regardless, all right, let's just say one magically popped up, in the past day, 24 hours. I've never heard an owl in my life in this spot, but now I'm literally hearing there was like 15 owls in different areas. You know what I mean? It was coming from all over the place, and I'm like, and this happened one more time, and like I shared, and I'm like, I'm just gonna share. And I'm like, sound erupted around. And I know it was this little tribe, the hideaway tribe, I call them. But they hide in this little, like, fenced-in area, and it's like a big, murky, nasty waters, and, like, whatever. It's gross in there, but they're in there. They're not your average-looking Squatch, if they're Sasquatch. They're kind of funny-looking. They're smaller. It's weird. They're different. They don't like to be bothered, so I don't fuck with them. I call them the hideaway tribe. They hide away over here. You know what I mean? Like, so they popped up around me, and they were sounding like bullfrogs. And, 90% of the people commented, oh, that's a bullfrog or that's a tree frog. All right. Like, but then you get that 1 or 2 people. I think that's mimicking. And, like, it's kind of a kick in the ass sometimes because you know what it is, but you can't really push it on people that it's something more than that. You just can't. You got to roll with it.
Yeah.
That's so crazy you said bullfrog, because right in me and Tim's footage, when we're looking at the portal, when we bring up you, there's a bullfrog noise behind us. And I didn't think frog at all. I was like, oh, what was that? And then Tim's like, oh, that was a bullfrog. But then we look back at it. We're like, well, we heard that sound when we found the portal. And then we heard other sounds when we found the tracks in the palm tree. So it was weird that we started hearing heightened sounds when we made discoveries. Once you connect the dots, it's just like, goosebumps. You're out there with them. You become one with the forest. They trust you. And then it's just go time. Let's just try to find the information. Leave some marks, leave some TPs, these structures. What are these magnetic poles? If Robert Wood is still watching, he gave me a great idea, and it's genius. Always lay a compass next to anything you discover, so that way we know which way north is, and then we could see and track which way these things are going. And maybe that's just a little bit more data, and I think that's very interesting, and I need to be better about it. But of course, when you're out there dehydrated, battling the elements,
forget it. It's survival. Oh man, when that heat kicks in, everything about me is gone. I don't know. For me personally, I just can't focus. This Rob, we're gonna go out tomorrow probably, but we're gonna go early, very early. And like I told him, I'm like, bro, I feel bad because we drive kind of far and we do a lot to gear up. But I'm like, I'm gonna take a shit around 10 o'clock. I'm telling you now, I'm gonna take a shit. Like one way or another, that heat's gonna start coming up, and even if I'm physically okay, I'm gonna start getting pissed off for no reason. Like I'll get cranky.
Yeah.
I'm not myself in the heat.
And that might be the forest too, telling you it's your time to go, so they usher you out a little bit. Because
my main problem is when I went to war, Afghanistan really screwed me up. So like when it's hot as shit over there, we know that obviously, but like I don't know, when I start to get hot and stuff, like it starts to bring that shit back, you know. So that's me personally, you know what I mean. I know that about myself. I know like I don't want to start to get in that funky mood, you know. So I retreat to water, you know. The beach is safe because I could jump in the water, or a pool, whatever, you know what I mean. I'm a water person, like.
Yeah, I love investigating on water too. I go kayaking all the time. I know you guys see my videos. We go down Spring Creek, where prehistoric bones get discovered all the time, where they filmed the movie Cobra Gator with Michael Madsen in it. So there's some kind of root to reality with these strange creatures. And we see alligators and poisonous snakes all the time. But since I got my new boots, man, I feel like invincible out in the swamp. Like I'm marching through. I'm really happy. But I need to get them even higher than the knees, because if you get a poisonous snake in your boot, you're in a little bit of trouble. But I honestly, you know, it's about 15 to 20% survival rate or death rate. I think it's 15 to 20% death rate if you don't seek treatment. So I might play my cards, you know. Suck the venom out with something, not with your mouth, because that's bad. You know, then you poison your mouth.
Yeah. Oh, strangely, and this was like 2 months ago. I don't know. Like, so as far as those frogs, like, I mean, I've heard frogs a million times, but you know, like when they all started to, I mean, I wasn't even near the water, first of all, but anyway, like they erupted everywhere around me. I mean, I froze like stiff, like you know, like I was walking, I was doing my thing, and I was like, I was literally like, I wasn't filming. I just stopped filming. I was like, okay, like I just finished the video. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna turn it off. I'll let you know if anything else happens. And like, I'm like, all right, like in my mind, I'm like, I'm gonna go sit over here and like I'm gonna hang out for a while. And they must have been hanging out still, like frozen and waiting for me to leave, because I'm like, in my mind, I'm going to sit down and hang out for a while. And that's when they were like, blah, 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 blah. You know, like from everywhere, like, get the fuck out of here, you know, like, don't you do it.
The same.
I was like, oh shit, like, it's amazing. Like, I don't know. Some people say like they have I don't know what it's called, sonar or whatever. I don't know, like, or like some kind of like frequency in their vocals. I had one scenario. I'm not going to bring it up now because it's a whole nother side story, and I don't want it to go that route. But I've seen, you know, that vocal used like for like almost like a weapon, almost, if you will, like aimed it at something and it did something. Like, so, you know, I wonder if they could do that, like, you know, in I guess they can to us. You know, why not?
Yeah, they definitely can. You know, lions can. So of course,
okay.
You know, infrasound, and even just like echolocating, and then what other? There's some other kind of special ability like that like dolphins have. It's kind of like echolocating, but they can literally track the whole grid and then stop and vibrate the water. So I think they can, you know, control the bugs. They use the birds as watchers. They're the kings of the forest. You know, if you watch the animated movies like Smallfoot, Son of Bigfoot, Missing Link, literally there is like straight knowledge in that. The Seattle Supersonics, their mascot was a Bigfoot. Like, they put it out there for us. The New York Giants, the Tennessee Titans, the San Francisco Giants, the Lake Monsters, the New Jersey Devils, you know, the Florida Panthers.
True. Yeah, you're very right. I mean, I always said, like, it's almost like from Jump Street, like, at least my generation, like, Disney was there to, like, make us think it was fiction. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, Walt Disney was, you know, on the voyage that they found the ice wall and the firmament. You watch the Disney logo, it's the dome above the kingdom. Disney is so much. The first Pixar movie is about the edge of the earth. Like, Disney, you gotta watch Disney in between the lines. You know, that's so Raven. You gotta be the mystic one. Oh man, it was pretty funny. We were talking about That's So Raven on the way to Tim's house for some reason in the car, and then we get there, and within the first 20 minutes, we're talking about, like, they mentioned That's So Raven. Wynette did. Thank you, Wynette, too, and she's out there with Tim pretty much on all his hikes. So she's just as much as a trooper as a Turner, man. And you already know my mom's last name is Turner, so it's really cool that maybe we are, you know, family from far down the tree. We all are. We really all are.
Yeah, that's true.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, like they had the Little Mermaid, like you know, Tinkerbell. It was Peter Pan. You know what I mean? Like the last movie that just came out, the most recent one. Well, not Space Jam. The one before. I just watched it with my son.
Luca. Yeah.
They're fucking sea monsters that turn into people. They come out, like they get wet and they get caught. Like, but they're literally sea monsters that come and they come on land and they whatever. They walk around with the people, doing normal ass shit. Whatever you want to call it, reptilians, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to chalk it up.
Mermaids.
Nessie, whatever. Maybe they can't find Nessie because she walks out of that shit on 2 legs. Who knows?
Yeah, she's definitely down in like the cracks of the earth, and I love all the serpents. You know, the Pensacola serpent, the Chesapeake Bay has Chessie, Lake Erie, where I grew up, was South Bay Bessie. There was $100,000 bounty on her head after a bunch of fishermen went missing. So every time I was in the waters up north, I was worried about it, you know, and I thought I caught her a few times, but it might have just been sturgeon. But I think she rocked my boat a couple times.
That's cool. That's cool. I don't care how you chalk it up. That's fun. Yeah, that's cool. What about crows? You guys have any experience with crows or just?
Yeah, we have a lot here in Florida, and I have had a couple times where I'm pretty sure the crows were giving my position away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually they're master builders too. Like they build like they're like the king structure builders of the birds. Like as far as birds go, like they're pretty masterful. But I've had them here a lot of times. Like I don't know. I've had like big crow like meetings here. Like they just showed up like in droves. I'm talking like there's none for like 360 days, and then 5 days there's thousands here, and like not like they have business in the neighborhood. Like they're just here. Like they don't go nowhere. They just squawk all day and shit. Like I don't know.
Dude, they're builders and they're watchers. I just connected some dots, man.
Yep.
The Sasquatch probably used them to scout because they're builders. You know, of course, they can't lift the giant logs, but they can, you know, visualize what's best for the Sasquatch. I bet they find everything for it. They're the little workers, man. Yeah, just like Jeepers Creepers, the crow. If you saw it in my video, you hear them squawking at me. And honestly, I've never heard them in some of those frequencies. Most of it was crow sounds, but like 7% of the sounds was something I never heard before. And, you know, it was all fun and games because it was the filming location and, you know, it's in a town, but there might be something in that hidden high school, a whole abandoned high school with the Jeepers Creepers every 23 years. Quasi Kodo. Come on, man. There's something to it.
Sasquatch makes I'm so freaking lost.
Hey, watch it back a few times. You know, we're talking right now live and direct, but man, this is going to be being watched. If America and the world still exists, this will be, 12 years from advance. We'll still be in the woods in our own little village like Atlantis, but people will still be tuning in to Tim T, Long Island Bigfoot, and the goof from Cleveland.
It's so ridiculous. I love it though. Crows and ravens are highly intelligent. Absolutely.
Yeah, they never forget a face, and they'll watch you. And Nikola Tesla was friends with a bunch of birds. If he existed, I don't know. That's a conspiracy itself. But yeah, I try to be cool with the birds, man, because they watch out for you.
Yeah.
Like my wife said before, she said owls are a sign. And, like what you said makes sense. What she knows owls for makes sense. Like people in ufology will tell you that if you see an owl, you're going to get abducted within that night or the next night. It seems like owls tend to hold a lot. I mean, for me, I think it's cool that they can just literally turn sideways and disappear or shut their eyes and disappear. Like that's how well they blend in and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot to them. They turn their head 360. You know what I mean? What if Sasquatch can do just that? You know what I mean? Just only that trick. You know what I mean? Like, if I told you what an owl was, like, or what a bat was, like I always say, like, if you didn't know what a bat was, and I told you about it, would you believe me? No, fuck no. Like, it's a flying rat that says, it's got bad eyesight, it shoots sonar, and it sleeps in caves upside down, and it, you know what I mean? Like, whatever. Like, you know what? You get my drift. Like, there's a lot of things that if we didn't know, like, if we didn't know that they were there, we might not believe it. But sometimes we're fighting a losing battle on these fronts. But I like that you guys never lose your footing. You're not worried about anything. You're always pushing forward. Like, always. Like, I don't ever see you guys miss a beat. I respect that.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you tuning in, of course, because I'm always tuning in whenever I can with you. That's what's so cool. We learn from each other and we inspire each other. Just like when I was out with Tim T, man, I just learned so much just on the in-between stuff, just knowing what stuff to buy on the cast and what hours to arrive and just how to approach it, mentally. And then just, the outdoorsmanship and being able to track. And, of course, I'm always looking for stuff. But, there's so many levels to this. And it's all about connection. And he definitely has a connection with the Green Swamp. And I can't wait till his squad comes out to the Panhandle as I could show him, Torreya State Park and some of these caverns and take them kayaking and show them my neck of the woods. Because it's really two different Floridas. It's really crazy.
Like I was telling Tim before, I could tell a lot about somebody from the surroundings when you watch their video. Yeah, I watched some videos. It's just a guy walking in the woods. There's nothing out there. Technically there is, but it's not revealing itself on any level. Like when I watch you guys out there, I could stop that shit at any given point, and there's something there with you, if not multiple somethings. You know what I mean? That says a lot about a person. Like, it says what they think about you. I don't want to say they, because it's not just a Sasquatch thing necessarily. You know what I mean? That the Sasquatch don't control that veil. You know what I mean? They can't. There's a lot of shit going on behind it. So I almost think there's layers to it, if you will. You know what I mean? That's where the structures come into play. I think they're able to cloak their little area there and hang out. And but I don't know. I see that and I just say, wow, like, all right, like when you could see that they respect that person, that speaks volumes. You know what I mean? Because the Sasquatch, they're not going to just pop out for nobody. You know what I mean? They're not. It's been proven 100 million times. They have no fault in their judging character.
Yeah, it's a deeper level, 100%. We prepare days before meditation, thinking about it, writing it out, visualizing it, wanting to dream about it, doing meditations while we're going to dream, to lucid dream. This is going on all aspects on planes, and we all have different avenues that we bring to it. We're definitely far outside the box and far from square, and that's, again, a lot of people are just chasing their tail, looking for some kind of being, leaving only footprints in mud. No, you have to look in the trees, you have to watch back your footage, you have to listen to this stuff, you have to feel it, you have to close your eyes. I wanted to do a little story time, read my book out there and try to bring people in, but man, those mosquitoes were eating us alive. But I've definitely been doing that recently. I go around the tree line right by my mom's house and just read, and it's about 15 minutes worth of footage. And I'm guessing these creatures are passing by and passing coming right up. So I can't wait to dive into that and watch it on 0.25 and see what curious creatures are stepping up on me.
So, Tim, do you do any of that meditation stuff like that, or do you any like sitting still and like hanging with them, or?
I do just a little similar to that. Mm-hmm. I'll put my hand on a tree and I'll try to open up my mind and mind speak to them, ask them if they're there.
Perfect.
I do stuff like that.
That's perfect.
If I put a gift out, I'll talk to them loud so they can hear me.
Oh God, I love that. So that's very simple, right? That's not a lot of instructions right there.
No,
but that's how you do it. I love that. Like I do. That's probably the best answer you could have given me, because that helps. Like, but so for everyone, like it's all personal. Like, it doesn't have to necessarily be like deep, full blown meditation or. See, I use Reiki. Like, I don't really know meditation. Like, I know Reiki. I know how to, like, transfer my energy and do all these, like, I'm an energy healer, and that's what they are too. So, like, I know them on that level, like, but only a little bit. You know what I mean? Only a little bit. But
Yeah.
I feel like that's where we really connect. You know what I mean? I feel like they like that I was a warrior, but I know my peace. Because they're similar to that. But these are our connections. It's all personal. Like, that was great. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
We'll wrap up soon, guys. I'm gonna give you a chat, guys in chat. We'll give you guys got 10 more minutes.
I got all night, man.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. We'll wrap up in 10. You got any final questions or anything? Shoot them on over.
I'm in the central time zone, so I could go all night. But yeah, Tim has a mountain of evidence, man. I don't know if everybody saw my video, but we did a little tour going through his stuff, and he has some great, incredible casts, ranging from small juvenile ones with defined dermal ridges, and their toes look actual with muscles, and they're not human feet. It's truly magical. Right. And then to see prints like in the flesh that kind of lined up with the ones he was finding, of course it might not be the same beings, but just seeing the similarities, it's probably the same bloodline and family tree somewhere in the green swamp and along the Hillsborough River, and then just that branches off into so much.
Yeah, they're growing, because last year they were 9 inches long. Now they're 12 inches. So they're growing in my areas. I'm able to tell from the tracks. Right. And watching the areas they're hanging around, they're growing. Yeah.
I mean, for me, like, I feel like it's similar to the Gips. Like, like when you see a Sasquatch print, like you don't really have that doubt of what it is. You know what I mean? It's more or less like. What I question is if it's good enough to show people. You know what I mean? That's really when I find one, I'm like, oh shit, there's one, and I'm like, well, is it clear enough for me to like point it out or not? You know what I mean? Like, as far as you go, you cast them, like, so that eventually I want to cast them. I just don't have the stuff yet. Like I think somebody said you could get it at like Home Depot. I don't know, where do you get yours stuff?
I just get plaster of Paris is what I use.
Okay, you get it. You get it at like
Walmart.
Oh,
you can get
Hobby Lobby's got it too.
Well, in New York, we don't have the same Walmarts as you guys. Like, there are no super Walmarts. They're just they look like a supermarket to you, probably.
Yeah. Ours have the whole beach section too. You're in Florida Walmart. Yeah. That whole section of all the hood rat tourists. You're like, yup. I'm gonna try to get a couple dollars from y'all tonight.
Did you guys know Tim Fasano, Florida Sasquatch?
I didn't know him. I watched a lot of his videos, but I didn't know him personally.
Okay, cool. I guess he passed some of his recipes. Yeah, sorry. I didn't know. I never heard of him, but regardless, rest in peace. Yeah.
Yeah, he was here in Central Florida.
Didn't they mention him at the conference, Tim? They showed his picture. Was he one of the ones that passed? Yeah, rest in peace, man. It's been really hard for the past 2 years for everybody. That's what's great for this community. People get, a family behind the screen. When you get home and get away from all the static of life, you get to connect all around the world. And even just typing in chat and having a simple response, it goes a long way. And that's why it's cool to be, ahead of this. I want to represent the wild side of the Bigfoot community, these crazy young guys, of course. I lived out in my car from Ohio down to Florida, then Florida to California, staying at national parks, 24-hour gas stations, at Walmarts. I lived at Walmart. Like I saw Walmart in different ways than people. I would not recommend it to some people, but couch surfing really doubled my depth. I investigated so much more. I became a true Floridian. So that way, when I did move to the Panhandle, I got hit by Hurricane Michael, and all the windows in my trailer broke and lost my job and everything, I was able just to, to keep it rolling. I've been built for tough, since I've been, at the 8 Mile shelter in Detroit. I've tried to touch as many corners of this earth as I can, and I'm not slowing down, and I try to write the books and make as many videos and do as many podcasts. And I co-host Horror Talk with Gypsy Road Eric every Tuesday and Thursday about movies. I'm working hard, and I just want everybody else to try to work as hard as well, because then this game will really double and triple in depth, and you guys are pushing it forward, and we're putting the pedal to the metal, and metal to their necks. They're scared of what we're finding, and it's truly remarkable that we've overcame science and modern academia. That's why I don't have time for proving anything. It's explaining what else is out there and trying to raise awareness, because Missing 401 is not on the news. They got their agenda, so it's up to us to raise awareness about the forest. So it starts with communities like this, and then just spread the word, and the power is in the spoken word, just like it's always been.
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
Yeah,
and I've only been doing this for 2 years, and even
last
summer I didn't do anything with this because we were fishing every weekend. So I've only been doing this 2 years, and I've got tons and tons of evidence, footprints, hairs, all kinds of stuff.
So I always say, just getting started, man. I'm maybe 3 years doing this too, so
yeah,
just getting warmed up. I mean, like, Connor, how old are you? 26?
28.
28. All right. So I mean, like you, like, I mean, I'm almost 10 years older than you, but like, it's not a big gap, but like, I mean, the younger generation, they will listen to you. You make those short videos you do, the little, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's good. It's good. Like, it's a good way to, pull in the younger generation. And you know what I mean?
It started doing it for Instagram, because the algorithms, if it's under 60 seconds, you hit more people. If it's over a minute, you get cut in half. And then I moved over to TikTok, and I have like 7,500 followers on there. I'm trying to reach 10K here soon. And then hopefully one video will just propel me to the next level. But yeah, definitely TikTok is my biggest platform. I'm raising awareness on that platform, and that's the young people, and they love seeing the filming locations and this new supersonic stuff. And then, of course, on YouTube and Instagram and wherever else I could get it. Of course, Facebook has the groups. You would be surprised with how many Dogman and Bigfoot groups there are. I think Bigfoot believers are in the majority now. If you don't believe in Bigfoot, you're the odd man out. Like, do not come to Florida if you don't believe in Bigfoot, because we all know the skunk ape exists, and Florida man will drown you with the gators if you come in acting incorrect, or Hugging Molly will squeeze you so hard your bones will break. We don't have time for it. We'll take you so far in the swamp you won't find your way back. I've had too many people come at me sideways thinking it's all sweet and dandy down here in Florida. It's not, man. The mosquitoes will eat their weak butts alive. Come on.
That's right. The Indians used to lead the white men into the swamps, and the white men would get lost. And
Johnny F says, sorry, no Facebook, no TikTok.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. We're bringing the real to TikTok. We ain't dancing.
Listen, I appreciate that you're doing it, because I'll make a video over there just to bring it over to YouTube. And then they threaten me because I have somebody's music on there and this and that, and I'm going to get fucking striked. I'm like, strike me. Come on, strike me. I don't care. Thank you all, by the way. We hit 4K today. We hit 4,000 people today. Cool. We hit 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. But if they fucking knock me back to 4 subscribers, I don't give a shit. We're going to go around the same way. Strike me. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's music. I said, listen. Like, from TikTok, it says I can share to YouTube. So if you don't want me sharing it from there, take it off. Yeah, even when I use the music that YouTube allows on the shorts, they threaten to give me a strike, and I'm like, what? Like, I ain't playing baseball. Like they act like you're out here doing some medieval shit or some some terrible stuff. I don't know. But thank you. I
saw that secretary girl saying she can, intercept our text messages, and they're already censoring Facebook. So, we're all on the shadow ban list. And, dude,
there's Google moderators on here. They wipe out, I don't know, bro. I can't even get into it, but it's bad sometimes. It's bad. Sometimes I watch because I see it coming on YouTube Studio, and then it gets sucked down. And like, if I don't know the person, they'll block them sometimes, like and shit. And I can't even find them to like bring them back. And sometimes it's not even bad shit. They used to do it to Toby all the time. I'd watch his stuff get wiped right off. It used to drive me nuts.
Dang.
Anyway, we'll take one more question, and this is a very loaded question. We'll start with you, Tim T, if you feel so obliged.
I don't know if I've filmed any Dogman. I haven't found any tracks from any. I don't know if I've actually filmed any or not. I've had a couple people say that I have in my videos.
Yeah.
But as far as I know, I haven't. No.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I'm definitely interested in the Dogman because down here in the Louisiana swamp, the Rougarou, the lycanthrope, the Honey Island swamp monster. I spent a lot of time in the Honey Island swamp looking for Victor Crowley, but I found this strange carcass, and I got a picture of a tree peaker. But when I was like 12 years old back in Ohio at Sleepy Hollow, I had an encounter with the Wolfman, we named him, but now, of course, it's probably a Dogman type creature. I'll read it real quick what happened. I got in the final chapter of my first road trip to Eden, I got letters from family and friends with all the people that were with me.
Is he chopping out on YouTube, Tim?
Yeah, he's buffing out. Yeah, buffing out. Yeah. I've got a copy of that book too, and signed by Connor, so that was pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome. I think we might have lost him. We'll see how it works.
Am I still here?
Yeah, now you're back now. Okay.
Yeah, it was
strange. They're intercepting it, but that's a good sign. We're on the right truth. But Dick and Alex had an encounter with the Wolfman months before I slept over at Alex's house and had the encounter. But Alex, well, I guess my statement would be I take a left down to Sunrise Oval off of Sleepy Hollow Road. As we pull in, we stop because we think a deer is crossing the road. When we looked, though, it wasn't a deer. It was something on two legs that ran across the road faster than any average person could run. It ran up the hill as almost a gallop. And then Jake's is pretty much the same, talking about it running into the barn. But then Alex goes, second story. I believe you were there, but we heard rustling outside of my walkout basement. We looked out the window, and there were eyes like 5'5" to 6 foot looking into the window, taller than any known Ohio animal could stand. And that's the truth. I don't really remember hearing rustling. It was more like in my chest. But we were playing pool in a walkout basement, all glass.
He's buffing on again.
We lost him again?
Yeah.
All right. That sucks.
Yeah.
All right. Well, frozen. Yeah, I know, guys.
Yeah, he froze up. He must have bad internet connection right now.
Yeah. No, he's
wow, crazy. We felt something from the backyard, so we peek to the side, we turn off the lights, and we're looking through this little window, and we see this hulking creature just down in the den. And I just remember just being so scared that I just jumped into the staircase. And just like you said, I spent that night in fetal position, just shaking, really scared while I was going to sleep. And we ended up sleeping upstairs. And Alex's parents have said they heard man-like owl calls through the window over hundreds of occasions. So those woods definitely have something pretty wild. And I was on Vic Cundiff radio. I actually talked about that Wow, it was pretty awesome. But I've had a couple of strange, weird experiences that I don't think were Bigfoot necessarily. But, like you were saying earlier, people have variants and stuff, and they're like, oh, this is a type 3 Bigfoot with the snout, half dogman, half lycanthrope, cursed by the Cajun queen on the 7th week of Louisiana's fast. Like, it gets a little wild, of course, but there's creatures out there. The Loveland frog man, the mantis man, the Ohio River creature. That's a slimy, a swamp thing, And then, of course, let me not forget Zillafoot. Zillafoot's out there. This is a movie that I was in. It just came out last week, and I basically play myself. I warned the military of impending doom. I'm in the bunker, and I'm like, It's coming.
Oh shit! I
It's
can't wait.
awesome, Mike. You would love it. I was showing it to
I'm
you.
getting it just for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. You'll get a poster too. It comes with a poster. And, it's so wild.
All
Yeah,
right,
there's the poster.
that's your plug for the day. You're done.
Wait, last ones. Buy the books, Monsters and Mysteries Around the Corner, Big Brother Bigfoot, and of course, Eerie Swamps Road Trip to Eden. It's like reading my diary. But yeah, they're available on Amazon. Just search my name, Connor Flynn. But I'd appreciate if some people just subscribe to me, guys, because like every morning, man, it's a new investigation. I try to give the people some content, the world a little bit of fruit for thought. So I'm just trying to, provide my essence to this world. And sometimes I'm running on a treadmill and get thrown off, but it's just keep moving forward. And every day is something new. I'm always researching until I fall asleep. And even movie reviews are type of work to me. So I dive into it. But I'd appreciate if everybody, check out Tim T in Florida and Bigfoot and Anon, because man, we're a dynamic duo. It's like Batman and Robin, man. You guys saw Batman Forever. It was filmed in Long Island. That's how it all connects. Come on. Don't make me go Amityville on these people.
That's not far from me at all.
You gotta make a video there one of these days and shout me out in it, man. That would be a freaking honor. Maybe my energy will glue
I keep waiting for like one of you paranormal guys like that are into like the ghost hunting houses and shit like to come down so I can do it. Like, I mean, Sarah's already been there. She don't want to go back to it. If you're sensitive to that kind of stuff, it's not like it's difficult to be there. You know what I mean? But like for me, I'm not, so it's just a house. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you get the vibes off it, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it's cool though. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going out of my way to go there, but if I'm over there, I'll give you a shout out.
For sure. I'd appreciate it. Man. There's a lot of crazy haunted spots that I have on my list. The Coheely Creek, they have the Goat Man, the Legend of the Goat Man, and then up at the Kolomoki Mounds up in Georgia, it's a temple, it's a pyramid. No one's talking about American pyramids. I come from Ohio, land of 10,000 mounds. And I've done over 200 narrations of giant bone excavations. I sent you a couple of them, but I've watched your videos before. You're like, if someone sends me something to read, I don't read. I know you were just messing around in that, but I know mine. It had Susquehanna Valley. It had Long Island. So it's worth at least reading the damn blurb. And I know you did. Giants surround us. Honest Abe Lincoln said it. Theodore Roosevelt wrote about Bigfoot. So all these people that want to stand tall and be like, oh, you're a big fool, prove Bigfoot. Like I have some of my parents' friends calling me a menace and blocking me on Facebook. That just makes me even more crazier. And it's just pedal to the metal. And crazy means, I'm just reading the Bible more and looking for more ancestors and talking to more Cajuns down in Louisiana.
I'm actually the one that drinks too much Red Bull. This is the way he is.
Hey, ask Tim. No Red Bull, no coffee, no nothing. Barely any sleep. A couple joints and blunts.
I drink these and fall asleep. Like ridiculous. All right. Anyway, guys, we're gonna wrap it up. I gotta get up really early. So I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm not kicking you out. If you want to come back anytime. Seriously, a lot of times I sit up here Sunday nights or whatever. Like we just, But I wanted to give you guys your own time slot like this. But
okay, cool, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I appreciate you guys being here. The links are below. I actually was prepared tonight. The links are below. Bigfoot Anon's link to his channel is in there. Tim T in Florida's link is down there. I don't even want to say whatever the link is in there, but if you do decide to use it, thank you. So I appreciate you guys being here. The crowd was massive today. It's been going up, but it was a big crowd today, like consistently big crowd. So I really appreciate every last one of you being here. And if you can, throw them a subscription, subscribe, however you say it. Follow them on Facebook and the drill.
Yeah, definitely. Here, check out this picture of the I know you love the skunk cape. This is one of my proudest pictures. I took this along the Chipola River. And I've seen a lot of blurry pictures that look good, but man, this is a good shot. You could see its jawline, its eye, its head shape. And then this is the one that I mentioned earlier, the Rougarou tree peaker. If you see its eye in the middle of the screen, you could see its dark face watching. And that was right above a carcass. Pretty magical.
It looks like he's got one of those googly eyes, like, you know, like when you were like those big sticker one, you know what I'm saying? Like that's like they almost look cartoonish at times. It's crazy.
Exactly. I think because they're so sunken in sometimes, and then that it curls over. Oh,
Who knows how it comes out to our vision? You know what I mean? By the time it hits our eyes, who knows how many layers of shit it's gone through?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right. Oh, Montauk is Strange put out some footage, guys. Check it out. It was from the last outing we did, so check that out too, guys. All right. As always, guys, thank you. If I didn't see you or something happened where I missed you, it wasn't on purpose.
Everybody in chat, hello. I know I didn't get to say hi to everybody, but hello. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I appreciate it from everybody. You guys already know. Us three, we are going to be leading the pack however way we can. And then Central Florida Bigfoot, Mogollon Monster, Mark and Larry over at Sawdust. You guys are doing incredible things. So everybody just pedal to the metal, keep it going. I love it, man. And don't be scared to be a Bigfoot believer. Be a knower. You know, I work at a comic book shop and I still get harassed in the world of fantasy. So, you know, I don't cut back at all, man. It's going at them, you know. Come on, we live right by Torreya State Park, the Garden of Eden, 27 of the 28 trees in the Bible, gopher wood. That's what Noah used to build the ark, you know. Come on. All these people that, you know, want their close creation. Maybe Sasquatch might be the answer. People seek, you know, street side shrines. Well, we go to the path, and that's how we find our God and our creator and ourselves. That's what's most important, healing from the forest and becoming one, and just get away from the static that they've created. Just get away from that artificial world, man, because it's closing in. It's closing in. So enjoy this time while we got it, guys. Enjoy it.
Awesome. Couldn't say it better myself. Thank you all for being here. And as always, thank you. Have a blessed Sunday.
Later, guys.
Right. Good night, y'all. Good night.
Thanks for letting me stay at your place.
It's no secret that I think the Patty film is the best Bigfoot footage the world's ever seen. The sheer quality of the camera work when compared to other Sasquatch footage, and the gait and limb proportions ruling out the possibility of a man in a suit, make it something of a holy grail of video featuring the American ape man. Despite this, since almost the beginning of the film's existence, rumors and accusations have been thrown around that the footage is a hoax of sorts. While there have been a lot of allegations put forth in the film's over half a century history, I want to focus on the two main ones I've seen being spread. The first piece of misinformation I want to address is the claim that Roger Patterson confessed to hoaxing the footage on his deathbed. Now, even after a lengthy search, I've never been able to find a source for this claim. I have found two things it might be getting conflated with. The first is that a few days before his death, Patterson is said to have expressed regret that he and Gimlin didn't just shoot the creature when they saw it, since they did have a firearm at the time, and a physical specimen would do a lot more to prove the existence of Bigfoot than any video, no matter how well shot it might be. The other story I might be getting confused with in this decades-long game of telephone is a confession that Patterson actually did make on his deathbed. That being that he used a fake Bob Gimlin when touring. You see, after the film started to gain traction, Patterson wanted to tour the country, showing it off and discussing the story behind it. Gimlin didn't. Patterson's solution? Hire someone to impersonate Gimlin. One of Gimlin's friends saw this and realized that the man portraying himself as Bob Gimlin was not in fact Bob Gimlin, and this was a source of tension between them, and it wasn't until Patterson was on his deathbed that he came clean and the two reconciled. The second major source of claims that the Patty film was hoaxed comes from a number of people who have said that Patty was them in a suit. And unless they're all standing on each other's shoulders, at least one of them has to be lying. Although it would explain the height. However, the one who's gotten the most attention is a man named Bob Hieronymus. Hieronymus claims that in 1967, Patterson approached him and promised to pay him $1,000, which would be just under $8,000 in 2021 dollars, to wear a Bigfoot suit, do a funny little walk, and to keep quiet. He even went so far as to take a lie detector test on national television when he was spreading these claims. Well, he did pass the test. The polygraph test is not admissible evidence in court, and for a very good reason. It's really, really easy to pass, even if you're lying. Hieronymus even wanted to show his recreation of the suit. Here you can see Hieronymus putting on the suit. The man next to him is Phillips Morris, no relation to the Fortune 500 company, who claimed that what's shown in the Patty film is a suit he made for Roger Patterson back in 1967. Now, if this doesn't look silly enough to you right now, here's a side-by-side of Patty and Hieronymus in a suit. Now, if you overlook the hair and skin colors, the limb proportions, the muscle detail, the suit's texture, and the fact that it looks more like something you pick up at Party City for $40, and not a suit that Disney's costume designers said couldn't be made by anyone in the world, why, the two are practically identical.
Are you able to see it on the picture?
Yes, look.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
So I'll let this loop a few more
Yes.
times while I give you the backstory. As you can probably guess from the voices in the clip, I myself didn't record the video, but it was sent to me by a woman on Instagram. The footage was taken while she was out hiking in Southern California. The trail she was on is called the Bighorn Peak and Ontario
Yes.
Peak Trail. From what I can gather from a few different hiking sites, it's a fairly difficult hike, so it would be inaccessible to many.
Yes.
She told me that she was about 200 yards away from what's shown in the video, in addition to being on a higher elevation due to the canyon. Now that you've seen the clip a few times, I'll put a picture of our supposed Bigfoot on screen for a better look. You can definitely see a face, torso, and arms. It doesn't really seem to have a neck, which is reported in a lot of encounters, and it has a wide, blocky physique as opposed to a more bodybuilder, V-taper type physique. The footage is honestly pretty well shot, even more so compared to most Bigfoot videos I've seen, and you can make out a little movement, meaning at the very least it's either a Sasquatch or a guy in a suit, which is usually the best you can ask for when it comes to Bigfoot film. If it were a guy in a suit, he would have had to hike for hours and stood there on the off chance someone saw him and captured a video. In the film, it doesn't seem like the creature is aware that he's being recorded. He doesn't move too much, and he doesn't seem to interact with them in any way. California is actually the state with the second most sightings of Sasquatch. It's where the famous Patty film was shot at Bluff Creek, and it makes sense given that it has the highest population. However, what really piqued my interest is this video that she sent of what she saw before the Bigfoot. As you can see, these trees are just demolished. Lots are bent, more are knocked over, and it's said that it's a pretty common Bigfoot behavior to do this to let other creatures know they are in the area, and they will usually do it as a form of territory marker or to scare off anything they might think wants to encroach on their land. I personally am pretty inclined to believe that this is the real deal, but tell me what you think in the comments section below. So I talk about Bigfoot a lot on this channel and the various types of evidence, be them photos, videos, footprints, etc. But despite all of this, a lot of skeptics, as well as believers, will ask, where's the body? There are multiple shows dedicated to finding one, and they spend years and millions of dollars in budget, but to no avail. Well, unfortunately, I don't have a corpse of the colossal cryptid, and anyone who does isn't willing to speak up. Here are a few reasons why I think we haven't found one just yet. One of the foremost problems with finding Bigfoot and gathering conclusive evidence is that they have a pretty small population size. The Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, or BFRO for short, places the number of Bigfoot in North America between 2,000 and 6,000, so let's split the difference and say there are 4,000. Now let's compare this to a relatively similar, non-cryptid animal in America, the black bear. In the US alone, there are 300,000 black bears, with another 300,000 in Canada. So, just focusing on America, there are 300,000 black bears that live in 40 of the 50 states, while there are only 4,000 Sasquatches living in 49 states. Hawaii is the only state to never have a sighting. Black bears are pretty shy when it comes to humans, so excluding them rummaging through your garbage cans for dinner, black bear sightings aren't all that common, and that's with a population 75 times larger than the Bigfoot population, concentrated in a smaller area. The average female black bear has a roaming range of 2 to 6 miles, and the average male black bear a roaming range of 15. Bigfoot's is said to be much higher from stories of people witnessing families migrating, so that would just make sightings even rarer. Last week, I made a video about what the signs of Bigfoot being in your area are, and I made that because even when Bigfoot is in the area, you almost always won't see them unless they want to be seen. This might seem unlikely, given their immense size, but let's think about it for a second. First of all, Bigfoot lives in the deep forest, so even a 10-foot tall man-ape could blend in pretty easily among the trees. A Sasquatch will undoubtedly know the area better than anyone looking for one, and it'll have a much easier time navigating the terrain. Let's say, okay, you've seen a Bigfoot, you're looking right at one. What now? In fiction, Bigfoot is often portrayed as something of a hippie-ish, gentle giant figure, but there are a lot of stories showing that this isn't the case. Bigfoot is a massive apex predator, and they don't really like humans being on their turf. If you look into the missing 411 cases, people who disappeared under very strange circumstances in America's national parks, you might start to wonder if some people have seen them, but not lived to tell the story. Since you're trying to recover a body, because capturing a live specimen is absolutely not happening with a creature like this, you're presumably armed and with a couple of buddies. Let's say, okay, you have your friends, the tools to get the job done, still no guarantee. Sasquatch's muscle and bone density, as well as their immense size, makes taking them down no easy feat. In addition, numerous accounts will tell of them running off at speeds impossible for a human to reach after they've been hit by a bullet. Okay, so now somehow, some way, you brought down a Bigfoot. First of all, geez, congratulations. But secondly, how are you getting it out of the forest? You're dealing with a body weighing in excess of 1,000 pounds of dead weight that you're now going to have to move for miles and miles. Even with a vehicle, a body that large is more than likely going to be too much for anything that could get that far into the woods. But moving the body might not even be the real problem. The real problem is going to come from other Sasquatches who might not take too kindly to what you've done to their friend. I hope you brought some extra shots. You think we'll ever find Bigfoot? Do you think you'll be the one to do it? Let me know in the comment section below. For as fascinating as Sasquatches can be, I think we're all in agreement that they're best enjoyed from a distance. The last thing anyone ever wants is to be face to face with one of these creatures, much less be carried away by one. And the 1,600 people that have mysteriously vanished in the United States' national park systems will make just about anyone wonder if the Timberland Titan might be responsible for more than a few of those. But come on, an 8-foot-tall ape-man that lives in the forests is already outlandish a claim enough. It's not like they go around kidnapping people, right? Well, in 1924, in British Columbia, this became reality for Albert Ostman as he was taken hostage by a family of Sasquatches. In 1924, a lumberjack and woodsman named Albert Ostman went to the area of British Columbia for a vacation. Ostman had heard stories about the man-beasts who supposedly roamed these woods, but he had refused to believe them. As Ostman lay asleep one evening, a Bigfoot purportedly picked him up and carried him off while he was still in his sleeping bag. Ostman was carried in a sleeping bag for 3 hours across the country by the Sasquatch. The Sasquatch dropped Ostman down on a plateau, where standing around him was a family of 4 of the creatures. Albert was then held captive by the Sasquatches. His captors were 3 adults and a child, which kept him captive for 6 days. He reported the largest of the Sasquatches being around 8 feet. Osman did not choose to use his gun on them, as they had done him no harm. They fed him sweet-tasting grass. According to Osman, the female Sasquatch watched and stacked leaves. Albert escaped by making the large male Sasquatch groggy by feeding him a type of tobacco known as snuff. He did not tell his story for more than 24 years after it happened, for fear of being thought of as crazy. As he saw more Sasquatch stories appearing in the press, Albert decided to tell his tale to a local newspaper named The Province in 1957. On August 20th, 1957, Police Magistrate A.M. Naismith wrote an affidavit which states, "I found Mr. Osman to be a man of 64 years of age, in full possession of his mental faculties, of pleasant manner, and with a good sense of humor. I questioned Mr. Osman thoroughly in reference to the story given by Mr. Green. I cross-examined him and used every means to endeavor to find a flaw in either his personality or his story, but could find neither. Albert Osman also signed a solemn declaration indicating that his account of the Sasquatch story was true under oath and by virtue of the Canadian Evidence Act." Do you believe Albert Osman? Have you yourself had any encounters that were a little too close for comfort? Let me know in the comment section below.
Well, hello everybody. How are you? Thank you for tuning into Learning Bigfoot with Tippa TV, Rooted Expedition, and how do you say it?
Mogollon Monster.
Very good.
I kept wanting to say Mogollon. So,
That's what I
did
said.
you?
Everybody who's tuning in. So everybody who's tuning in, thank you for hopping on the show. Those of you who are new, this show is all about learning Bigfoot from the ground up.
Mm-hmm.
We are learning into this with very to little information or knowledge base behind the Bigfoot phenomenon. That's why we are bringing on weekly guests to explain to us their experiences, their insight, and their perspective on what's really going on out there in the woods and other places. And for those of you who have been on our channel before, thank you for coming back. And as you notice, we now have separate microphones. So we're hoping it's going to make it a little bit easier for everybody to hear both of us, because I tend to talk a little quiet sometimes, and I guess that makes it a little difficult for people to hear what I'm saying. So,
Plus, we sound way different this way. Or so I'm told.
Well, yeah, we're told we sound different, but we're trusting the guy with that one.
Hey, my fuzzy thing is fine.
Size doesn't matter. It's okay.
Not with this one, it doesn't.
So
Nice.
hopefully everybody's having a good day, and as always, we just ask you to hold all your questions until the last few minutes of the show so we could go ahead and drop them to our guest. In the meantime, thank you everybody for being here.
Yes.
Really, we appreciate everything about you. So I guess we start off with the usual series of questions. So what drew you into the Bigfoot phenomenon?
Well, my experiences are paranormal, but a couple of years ago, probably 3.5 years ago, I stumbled onto Sasquatch Chronicles and started listening and got hooked. And it made me think, what's going on out there? There's something definitely going on out there. Because in the past 3 years, if I've listened to, I've probably listened to over 3,000 firsthand accounts, on different shows, everybody can't be lying, so I'm pretty fascinated by the whole thing. I'm just, drawn in. I get sucked in. So
It does that to you, doesn't it?
oh, it's crazy. It is crazy. So this past March, I did my first expedition. I went with Kerry Arnold from Bigfoot Odyssey. He had the 168 expedition here in Florida. So that was my first outing. And I'm, I have my own show, and it's not necessarily a Bigfoot show, but when people talk about Bigfoot, I listen. I just shut up. I'm the host. I forget it sometimes. I just listen to people telling their stories or whatever. So yeah, now, like right now, I am in Webster, Florida, and I'm on a piece of property that's right on it's called the Little Withlacoochee River, and it's my roommate's property, but it's very, I hate to use the word squatchy. There's a lot of wildlife management areas like in the area.
Okay.
It's not that developed here. So when I said I was in the boondocks, I'm in the boondocks right now.
Gotcha.
Well, it's funny because there's a show I watched that the first episode was boondocking, so it's perfect.
Yeah.
So you mentioned you have your own show. What's the name of your show that you have?
The channel is Mogollon Monster, and the show is Why the Fascination, or WTF. I started it about a year ago. I had spent a lot of time in chat rooms and on different channels and just moderating, and I still moderate. But I got to a point where I was like, I can do this. I can do a channel. So I started it, and with the goal in mind of, I see the same people in chat every night, different shows, same people, and I'm there too. So I'm, I'm with them, and I figure that, if they're why are they in this genre, this whole fringe, if you will? What's their story? There's got to be. These people have to have, reasons for being here, because it's such an odd subject,
Mm-hmm.
So I started the show with that in mind of, hey, everybody, why are you here? Why the fascination?
Makes sense.
Yeah, it started off a little slow, and it's slowly progressing and coming to fruition of what I intended it to be. And now we have, an amazing chat. I just picked up a new co-host, Iron Dogger. She's amazing. Actually, yesterday was her birthday.
Yeah. Yay! Happy birthday.
Yeah, she's up in Alaska, and she's just an amazing woman. So I'm really pleased and honored to have her on my channel. She's
cool.
Really a great co-host. So twice a week I go on Tuesdays and Thursday nights. I do 2-hour shows, and it's turned into this hangout. Like I said, people love the chat, and I'm having a good time doing it. I'm just really enjoying it, and I'm learning a lot as I go.
That's really cool. What time does your show start?
Tuesdays my show is on 10 p.m. Eastern, and Thursdays it's on 11 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
All
It's a little
very
late.
Cool. Well, hey, people are up that late, especially people like us who don't sleep.
Yep.
Out of necessity, not choice.
It's funny. When I started the show, I started it in Arizona, so I was personally going on earlier. I was getting to bed early. I was getting sleep. Now,
sleep's just an option.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, since you've been doing this for a while, we do have something in common, because we're actually going to be meeting up with Kerry in Florida in November. We're going to be helping him do a lot of the filming aspect of his next expedition that he's doing. So we're really excited about that. And that's part of what initiated us to do this show, so we can learn as much as we can before we end up in the woods in Florida and have no clue what we're looking for. So
right.
Very, very, very good, man. That's Smart. Definitely
Yeah.
smart. Because I went out
she's
there.
the smart one.
Yeah, I went out there for the first time and was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I've heard the stories. I know the common, what do you call it? Characteristics of a Sasquatch that, everybody, like, the tree peaking and all this other stuff that you hear about. So, I know what to look for, if you will, tree structures so I did a lot of filming when I went out. It was still, like, it's all I could do was film. I didn't know what else to do and follow these guys around. In my group, there were 4 people that had never been out before, and there was only 6 of us. And our leader was Mark Newbill. He's a researcher, or an enthusiast, as he calls himself. And we followed his lead, and it was a great experience.
That's really cool and really exciting. The 2 of us, we come from the background of the paranormal field. So, and when I say that, I mean the ghost hunting, ghost hunters going to abandoned places, trying to communicate with spirits that may or may not be there. And so, going from that realm into the Bigfoot realm, we see a lot of commonalities between the 2, as far as topics, conversations, viewpoints. And out of curiosity, I don't know, have you noticed that yourself, that there's a lot of similarities between, ghost hunting and Bigfoot?
I've never ghost hunted, so I mean, I've only seen it on TV, but I would imagine it would be the same thing, you're looking for something that may or may not exist. You're trying to find something that's elusive or invisible, and I think with ghost hunting, you can hit it more with technology, spirit boxes and stuff like that. Whereas I think with Sasquatch, and I think the best thing to do is low tech.
Yeah. Yeah.
My opinion.
Oh no, that's a very good. Yeah, and even the paranormal is honestly low tech. Sometimes all you need is a candle or a cup of water or just a needle sitting on a table.
Just walk in there and things just start happening.
The similarities I noticed between the 2 is a lot of the dialogue and a lot of the conversation. Some people are going in trying to prove that it exists. Other people already know that it exists, so they're not trying to prove nothing. They're just trying to learn more about it. Then you have other people who are going in trying to debunk it and say it never existed, and I'm going to prove to you that it never existed. And, some people tend to go out there and they'll state theories as facts. That's one of the hard things is if it's not a fact and if it's just a theory about something, then you got to make it clear that it's in my opinion or the way I see it or from what I've learned.
I'm notorious for that.
Are
you? Yeah. When people state facts, I'm always like, come on, guys, say in my opinion or, because you don't know.
Right. Right.
I think I did a whole show on it where people goofed on me because I said it in the beginning. So now in chat, everything they said for the rest of the show was in my opinion.
It's a smart way to educate people on how to communicate, because
absolutely,
if you state something as fact, even though it's just your opinion, and it's later proven wrong, you're going to have a lot of people saying, "Oh, he's a liar, he's a fake, he's a fraud," because he told me this, and when actually it's that. And that's not the case. Is we're learning, we're evolving ourselves, we're trying to figure out the mysteries ourselves, and that's the crazy thing about it. And with Bigfoot, from what we've been learning so far is a lot of people will tell us, we know as much about Bigfoot as you do. Well, that's true, but it's not quite true because
We really don't know anything.
I mean, they and yourself probably can recognize different structures built with tree branches, recognize certain footprints and patterns in the way they are on the ground, and to be able to debunk certain things versus something that was intentionally put there. We never heard of giving them apples as treats before.
Nope.
That was a new thing for us. We had never, ever heard. And so, in your experience, is apples like one of the best treats to offer?
I have no idea. I haven't been in a position to gift. And if I were to bring something to gift, yeah, it would be an apple. I've already where you guys are going in November. It's a nice area. I was thinking of going up there before then because I'm doing an ongoing. The last time we were there, we saw lights, so I'm trying to debunk the lights. So I got to go back up there, and I'll be back up there probably November sometime once the leaves start to come off the trees, so I can test my theory.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a really cool area where you guys are going.
I have no idea where we're going.
I don't either. I just know Florida. That's all I know.
We're just going from Utah, hopping in a car and heading over there and say, okay, where do you want us, boss?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's our plan.
Driving.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
When I drove to the expedition from Arizona, 2,500 miles straight drive right to the expedition, and I just went there to drop off a trailer. My pop-up, I was lending it to someone, and they had an opening, so they asked me to stick around, so I did.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, that's cool. Just last minute. Hey, stick around, help us out.
That's
okay,
cool.
you got it. So, now we travel all the time, as that guy over there can confirm for us. So we drove to Florida not too long ago. Then we drove back to Texas, and then we just drove to Colorado. We're going to be driving back to Texas, and we'll be doing a big loop around, possibly heading over to California for a while. So we drive a lot.
We drive a lot.
So we just need a better vehicle to sleep in. So we're jealous you have a pop-up. We're jealous. Because we have a little
That's
car.
living in style.
It really is.
I'm on this piece of property just to pick up this trailer.
Oh, nice.
I have to. It's not mine. It's my roommate's, but I'm picking it up, and I'm bringing it to like 2 hours from here because I have to use it to haul stuff in. So I had to stop here first to pick it up, and after the show, I think I'm going to spend the night here and just go with the other 2 hours in the morning and pick up what I have to pick up and bring it back. Yeah,
that's cool, but we're still jealous. we have a little car.
So have you seen or thought you were close to a Bigfoot at one time? Have you had an experience where you were in the presence of one or thought you were?
Uh-oh, sounds like we're losing them.
When I was on the expedition, the one night, it was late. It was probably midnight at least, and myself and Stevie B, we heard something growl, and my first thought was it's a horse because it was coming from the direction of where the horses were kept. But then I was like, it was too deep. It was too big. And then the next morning when I heard the horses, I was like, oh, no. It wasn't a horse. So don't know what it was, but it was interesting. But I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm expecting we probably won't at first either, but I know we're going to be keeping our ears open because I hear there's a lot of audible indications if and when they are around, throwing rocks and hitting sticks against trees and stuff like that.
There's a lot of hogs there too. There's a lot of wild pigs in that area, so just
And they're
keep
dangerous,
that in
aren't
mind.
they?
They can be the bigger ones. I mean, I was there with my roommate, and we ran into a few, but they were small, so they just scurried away. Yeah, I wouldn't want to run into a big one, but you know, it's not going to keep me out of the woods.
Don't try to pet one, okay?
I won't.
Okay.
I won't try and pet one.
I want to touch it. Just let me pet it for a
A
minute.
small one, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see how cute it is.
I don't care.
And then she's going to name
Stay the hell away.
it. She'll name it and call it bacon. You know.
Exactly. You're on the right track. You know it. Yeah.
We have a chicken that she named Chicken Nugget.
Straight up, I did.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's gonna be one day.
It's still doing its job making eggs, so it's alive for now. But so for us, you know, being our first time going out, and from your experience going out for the first time, what steps can we do to at least prepare the best we can for that environment?
Comfortable shoes. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of snakes. I only saw like 3 the time I was there, and they were these black, harmless snakes, but there are snakes out there. You know, if you have a comfortable pair of boots, bring them, you know, something at least 9 inches tall. I mean, a lot of people are using snake boots. I don't use them. I mean, I'm out there in shorts and you know, boots, regular boots. But yeah, comfortable shoes, lots of water. November, I don't know. I just moved here, so I'm not. Yes, absolutely, bug spray. I don't know how November is here, so temperature wise, it's probably still going to be warm, like, you know, 80s. I'm trying to think if there was anything I didn't have at the time and needed. Batteries. Make sure you have batteries. They might provide them, but for your own stuff, you know, bring batteries.
Okay.
What else? I don't think I really needed anything. You know, like there was something like, oh, damn it, I don't have that.
Okay. Well, the snakes are definitely going to be one of the concerns, and the wildlife out there. So,
and
I mean,
bring a knife, a good knife, you know, to carry on you. Yeah. Again, I didn't see any poisonous snakes, so don't let that freak you out.
Okay.
But we know they're down there.
Yeah.
There's gators down there too.
Poisonous spiders too.
There are gators down there too.
Gators, yes.
Watch out for them gators.
Yeah, actually, down the road from the campsite. Down the road from the campsite, there's a pond or a lake, and there's gators in there. So there's a dock that you can go out on. It's a raised dock with, you know, it goes way out into the pond. So while you're there, you can go check it out.
That's cool.
Just saying.
Drone shots.
Drone shots, yeah. Somebody also is mentioning work gloves to bring up a good pair of gloves.
That's yeah, work gloves. That's good. That's really good.
Yeah. It's going to be kind of hard when we're holding cameras, but
I didn't use gloves just because I was filming most of the time. You know, I didn't like need them. But yeah, they're always good to have. I'm trying to think what else. Just drink lots of water. That's really all I can tell you about what being down here is, you know, and coming from Arizona is, you know, drink lots of water.
Yeah. Well, the humidity in Florida is a lot higher than what we're used to here as well.
Oh,
so
yeah.
There's going to be a period of adjustment physically for us being there for at least a few days. So a lot of water.
But
I know you
don't overpack. You know,
right?
I see it happen. I do it sometimes. I went up the Colorado River in a boat with my dad to camp for a couple nights, and I brought things I didn't need. I was like, why did I bring this? So, just pack sensibly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Bonnie said waterproof matches. That's a good one too.
Yeah.
Waterproof matches.
What's funny is we I think one night we had a fire. We never lit a fire. It was hot out. We were like, nah.
Yeah.
So we just sit around the fire pit. That was it. There was no fire in it.
Oh no, I'd probably like just to start a fire, just something to stare at and kind of just
Marshmallows.
bend over back.
Wow.
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
So, out of I guess the guests that you've had on your show and stories that you've heard, what is some things that you see are common with the Bigfoot stories? What are like one of the main things that seem to be in common or aligned with a lot of people's stories or claims?
You hear that they sway back and forth a lot. They'll be hiding behind a tree, and you'll hear that they do this. Hear that a lot.
Wow.
Rock throwing. Vocalizations. What else? I don't know. There's so many little things that
Yeah, that's what we're trying to learn is as many of those little things.
Supposedly,
as we can.
how they walk. They don't because of the way they walk. Like humans, when they walk, they bob up and down. Your head goes up and down. Supposedly, when they walk, they don't because of the way they walk. It looks like they're like if you saw them going by a fence, you would think they were on bicycle because their head doesn't go up and down.
Gliding, kind of.
Exactly.
That's interesting.
Supposedly. So it's just something to look out for. You happen to see something in the woods, think about how it's walking, or if you want to know if it's a human, it's probably going to have that bounce. And these are just things I've heard. I can't prove it. I can't,
Right.
in my opinion.
Well, that's just it. I mean, sometimes knowledge is in what people have heard and picked up and formulated from multiple guests and multiple stories.
Yeah, but it's all the different stories. There's these commonalities,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's something good to know too, because if you do see stuff in the brush, it's easier to pick out something that's doing this bobbing action, like you said, versus something that's kind of gliding. Then you kind of have a better idea. Okay, not necessarily is it Bigfoot, but obviously it's not going to be a human because those aren't human characteristics of a gait of a human walking.
Somebody described
hopefully rule that out.
Somebody described it as you're looking for horizontal movement in a vertical world, because trees go vertical, and you're looking for stuff to go back and forth. Look up, look in trees, look down, look at, and everywhere in between. But a lot of people don't look up.
They don't look up.
And
yeah,
there's a lot of places to look up out there.
Interesting.
Never know what's going to be thrown on you.
Right? Flying
squirrel.
Yeah, I'm not here to hurt you. Throw another rock.
I don't know anyone that did that.
I don't know who does that. Who does that?
So did you guys used to go out at night also when you were in Florida and you did your thing? And how did you go about filming and doing stuff at nighttime?
The one night walk we went on, the first night we were there, I ran a parabolic mic, so I had the headphones on and the microphone, so I just was out for the hike and I kept, was recording as I went. Filming, we spent way too much time investigating those lights, for one. So we tried to, like, I just had a normal camera. It's not, I didn't have a special camera for night or anything. But there were infrared cameras people had and thermal cameras. And so, we tried to film these lights with those. Now I have infrared. So like I have my roommate, I have her Psionics infrared. So I'm going to use that tonight while I'm here.
Yeah.
The nights I was more hiking than filming, unless because I didn't have the proper equipment to film at night.
Yeah. I just didn't know if you guys used IR or if they used just bright lights, or I just wasn't sure how they went about that. So
it depends on the who's your lead. Some guys, like we tried to use our headlamps and stuff as little as possible, but the new headlamps come with the IR lights, the red lights.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people use those instead of the regular headlamp. They use the red lights.
Mm-hmm.
What else? I'm trying to think of things you might need.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah. Well, we do have some time, and so we'll have some prepping.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
We're going to be doing a lot of other things also in the meantime. So hopefully we acquire enough knowledge to be as safe as we can. Because at the end of the day, I'll be a monkey and I'll climb up things I shouldn't climb up, and I'll crawl under things I shouldn't crawl under. But it's her safety. That's my number one goal. So.
Absolutely.
As much information I could have ahead of time, the better, as far as protecting legs from snakes. Plenty of bug repellent so we're not constantly being distracted with the bugs, because bugs in cemeteries are just as annoying, aren't they, Zach?
Yeah, especially when they get in your pants.
So next time, don't sit on an anthill. You'll be all right.
Yeah.
Some kind of funny.
Yeah.
But, things like work gloves, I do see how they would not really be beneficial while you're filming, but I could see if you're moving certain logs or if you're having to move stuff around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get some good solid gloves. You mentioned a headlamp. That's another thing that we probably wouldn't have thought about unless you had mentioned it. So that's something we'll be needing to get.
I definitely recommend a headlamp, just because it frees up your hands. If you're instead of carrying a flashlight.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you can get some really good headlamps that are bright.
So I have a question too. So at night, because you did it during the day and at night. So how was what was the difference? I mean, did the nighttime kind of bring a different edge to it?
It was creepy. Ask Bradley Hatcher. The one night I filmed live, I did a show live from the field. Luckily, I got a signal and I could go live because I had a show to do. So, and that turned out pretty good. But the one night it was a full moon, and it was really light out. It was bright. The next night, the moon took a little longer to come up. So, it was a little later, so it was darker later. So it changed the feel. When it was bright, it was like you see shadows and stuff. But then when it's pitch black, you're like, you can't see a damn thing.
Yeah.
So the full moon made it a little creepy because you're seeing all the shadows.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah.
I mean, just like I had mentioned before, we do a lot of driving, and obviously we do a lot of driving in the middle of the night. And there are times where we're driving down a road where there's no lights, no nothing. It's just pitch black. All I see are the lines in the road. And I get this weird sensation like there's these enormous trees just enveloping me on both sides of the road. And all of a sudden I'll see a light, street light or something, and realize it's just all flat land. It's so easy for the darkness just to mess with your head and make you think.
Oh yeah.
You think you're feeling things that are there, but they're really not there. And
Well,
that's kind of why I was curious about filming in the dark, because I think I'd creep myself out pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have the proper camera. Like I have the Psionics now, where it's lens, but my camera is I basically shoot just during the day. I'll try that tonight with the infrared. Sorry, I just got distracted. I can hear the neighbors across the street.
No, that's all right.
That's content alone right there.
Earlier it was.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, we're coming into this with fresh eyes, with no experience, trying to research and learn as much as we can possibly do. I mean, I understand and I accept the fact that a lot of people say that you could want to go out and see a Bigfoot, you could want to go out and have a face-to-face, you could want this and you want that, but the minute it happens, you wish you never did. And
yeah, I hear that a lot.
Stories,
Be careful what you wish for. Yeah. I want to see one. I'm in the camp that you mentioned earlier, as far as I know the paranormal exists, so I don't go out and look for it. I've seen it, I dealt with it, I know it exists. Now I'm fascinated with Bigfoot. I'm like, if I'm gonna give credence to things that you can't see and are paranormal, why wouldn't I give credence to something that's flesh and blood?
Yeah.
So
flesh and blood, and very clever from what I understand.
Yeah.
Because if they could stay off the radar this long, there's intelligence there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's intelligence. Supposedly they have a language. Who knows?
Well,
but yeah,
I remember there was one show that we were watching where the guy was explaining how they can be very strategic too. So they could have one position itself to make noises and stuff, so everybody changes their focus in that direction, while there's one that comes up from behind you to do whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
And knowing they're that intelligent at night in the dark, the small band of people, that could be a little bit nerve-wracking. So
just like if you're out with a group and you're hiking at night, if you're in the rear, don't be alone. Have somebody with you. Just don't hang out. Don't be the last person by yourself. I think with two people there, you're all right. Because I found when I'm 168, I couldn't leave people. I couldn't let people. I couldn't leave them behind. Like I had to walk with them. If somebody's lagging, I turned around and went back and walked with them.
Yeah.
Don't know why.
That's
I did it
smart.
the other night too.
Well,
yeah, it seems like people go missing when they go by themselves, or when they venture. The second they venture off by themselves, it seems like they magically
Or you're the last person
disappear.
in line.
Yeah.
Depends on if you're the fastest or the slowest.
Yeah, that's just smart to do anyway, to
Stay with the group.
stay with the group. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it also makes you wonder too, because again, I'm trying to picture it in my head. You're walking out there, you fall behind, you're looking at a pretty rock, or
That would be me.
slipping
Saying
over
that
a
'cause of
log
me.
and seeing a stick under
Squirrel.
Say, oh, look, that log had a child. Something like that. But injuries could happen really quick out
Yeah.
there too. When you were doing
Absolutely.
it, was there very many injuries that you saw happen with the people that were there?
Blisters. Heat issues. As far as injuries, I don't recall if anybody physically got hurt. Yeah, I don't think anybody got hurt. Thank God.
Okay,
you
that's
know.
good.
That's awesome.
Because I could see twisted ankles. I could see somebody slipping and falling off a hill. I could see, I could see somebody
Well,
accidentally walking into
there's
a
no
stick,
hills to
so.
fall off of in Florida. There's no hills, so.
Well, I'm from Utah, so that's all I do.
You might fall out of a tree, but.
Because I could walk out the front door and fall and hurt myself. So it's
Like I went out Saturday night with some people. Saturday night I went out with some people and I had my chest camera on, and sure enough, I mean I went to cross some water and I faced it. I fell right on my face. I bounced right up, but I didn't get hurt except my pride. Actually, it's on my show. I even showed it on my show last night, the video of I'm like, oh, it's only water. I took like 5 steps. The next thing is like, doof, right on my face. Got up. It's only water.
Hey, we are human, and that's the bottom line. We're human. We're going to do things.
Yeah.
Make mistakes.
So, but again,
But
for anybody who
it just shows how quickly something can happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I do want to say again, though, for anybody new that's coming to the channel, where can people find your show and what days and times is it on?
The name of the channel is Mogion Monster. The show is Why the Fascination, or WTF, and I am on Tuesday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, and Thursday nights, 11 p.m. Eastern on YouTube.
And do you have weekly guests, or is it you and a co-host, or how do you usually do it?
Tuesdays I have a co-host, Iron Dogger. I don't bring on guests anymore. What I do is I put the link in the chat so anybody can come on.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's it can be risky. You don't know who's going to pop up.
If you have any regrets. I was going to ask if you had any regrets on that one.
Not one. Not one.
That's good.
That's really
no,
good.
because people, they're coming on for a reason. It's not like I have any trolls come on as far as trying to get on live.
Right.
Everybody that's come on a few times, I'm like, who the hell is this? I didn't, I didn't see them in chat. Now they're backstage. I'm like, okay, let's see what's up, guys. Start talking to them. And it's
Nice.
and it's great. I've met a lot of new people and good people, and so I don't invite guests. Everybody's welcome.
That's awesome.
We might try to sneak on there sometime then.
Yeah.
Oh,
We'll come
absolutely.
in with a different username. You won't recognize us until you open up the thing. Ta-da!
Yeah, username 1Forest1.
Yeah, one for us. We'll switch seats so we don't look the same. She'll sit over here and I'll sit over there.
Yeah, that throws everybody off.
We'll even switch our microphones.
Or just do the symbol.
Yeah,
Yes.
we could always do the symbol. But no, that's really cool. And you said you've been doing that for about a year. Is that right?
Yeah, the show I just did my a couple of weeks ago. I did my 100th show, live show.
Nice.
Congratulations.
It's funny because people are like, "How did you do that so quick?" I'm like, "Well, I do twice as many shows as everybody else. Most people do one show a week. I do 2.
Yep.
So
I haven't even got to 100 yet. I'm at 59, I think, this Sunday.
Well, you're resetting though, so you're going to go start back at 1.
We're still going to keep the same numbers. Work too hard for those 58.
And again, for everybody in the chat who isn't aware, that Let's Talk Exploring with Rooted Expeditions is continuing. It's just going to be on a new channel. So if we could have somebody drop the link down in the chat. So if you guys love watching Let's Talk Exploring, they're still happening. It's just going to be on a different channel. So putting that out there for the YouTube gods to make sure that they notify the right people. Because sometimes they don't like to notify anybody.
Right.
And then WTF has a whole new meaning. But,
I couldn't resist.
Yeah.
well, I don't know. We have a city kind of close to us called American Fork, right? And we're going to do this little YouTube channel a while back, and we were going to call it Haunted AF, you know. And
There you go.
we thought it would be fun, but then we knew we'd be limiting ourselves just to this one little city, and so we decided to bag that idea. But it would have
American
been
Fork.
funny.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is that by
Haunted
Spanish
AF.
Fork?
20 minutes, 30
Ish,
minutes
yeah.
ish away.
Right on.
So,
Well, I mean, WTF, welcome to Florida. So
There you go.
No,
that's
I like
right.
it. I like it.
Zach's always trying to think of the clean ways to use it.
no. If
We need some
you
balance.
look
here,
on my
guys, that's
show, on
Yeah.
my backdrop behind me, there's a round WTF, and if you hold it close, it says "Welcome to Florida."
Oh,
that's where
cool.
that's where I got it.
Oh, that's where you got it.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought Zach was just trying to keep it clean. So, well, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor up to anybody in chat who has any questions. I'll give you guys some time to drop some questions in there. Just make sure you put them in all caps so it's easy to spot.
I do have a question though. So, I mean, I really like how you said look up in the trees. So, it is amazing that not a lot of people do look up. So, is there been talk that these boogers have been hiding in the trees?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been kind of. There might be different camps on it, but I think that I've heard a lot of mention of they're in the trees. There's even videos. I've seen videos where they're in the trees in the background, way in the background. You see something go from tree to tree. Yeah, I mean, if they're why wouldn't they climb trees? It's a great place to hide, get you off the ground. It's so yeah, look up. Everybody's always looking down for footprints, but also keep an eye in those trees. You never know what you're gonna see.
Interesting.
It'll be funny. You're walking and you look up and you see a Bigfoot holding a handful of snakes getting ready to throw them on you.
He probably has a rock saying, "Well, I'm not here to hurt you."
You're dead.
I did see a question in there from Sandra Pink's videos. I said, "Moggs, are you still at the fishing camp?"
I am. I'm going to spend the night because when I got here, this trailer next to me was facing the other way. The tongue and the wheel was buried in the ground, so I had to get it out and then brute force get this thing turned around. So it got late. It rained, so I'm going to spend the night here, and I'll go up to. I'll finish what I have to do in the morning. But yeah, I'm at the fishing camp.
Yeah, that's very cool. Keep an eye up for widowmakers as well, or mockbear.
Good advice.
I did see somebody actually comment because you had mentioned Spanish Fork. Somebody did comment that there are a lot of reports in Spanish Fork Canyon.
I've heard that. Yeah, I have a friend who is in. Geez, I just had a brain fart. I forgot what town they're in. Near Spanish Fork, near that whole area.
Provo?
Yes.
we can go down a whole list.
Oh yeah, near Provo.
Yeah, because I personally haven't heard any reports of it.
It's not really something that we hear about around here, so it's kind of weird that the Bigfoot community seems to know all about stuff we don't ever hear here. You hear about stuff back east in the really thick. We're in a desert. We have deserty mountains. We have some.
Yeah.
Some
I just moved
it's
from
nothing
the
like
desert.
Florida. It's nothing like back east.
Yeah, well, but it also makes sense too, though, that mountainous terrains make sense for them to be because they can be up on a higher level. They don't have to climb a tree; they just have to climb the side of the mountain, and they can just look down at any time and keep an eye on everything that's going on around them for miles. But
very true.
it's also easier to drop rocks on people. I'm not here to hurt you.
Yeah.
You're never going to hear the end of that one, I don't think.
Sandra wants to know, how did you like your Bigfoot conference?
The conference was good. Met some people. I see Bigfoot Anon in chat. Met with him. We went went hiking with him and about 7 others when I face planted. But yeah, it was awesome to meet all these people that you see, all the time in chat, and finally get to say hi. It's it's really rewarding. You finally put a face to a name.
It's definitely nice. That's why I love this show, is because we get to meet so many cool people. I did see another question in there from Joey Hayes.
Yes.
It's a little bit unique. It's any opinion on the existence of poltergeist activity related or attached to certain people?
I'm not sure the question.
Okay.
I mean,
If you don't
people.
mind,
I know
like-
people get attachments, and I'm not sure really what you're trying to ask.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I would like to address this question a little bit.
Absolutely.
Just from my background. Poltergeist activity is not spiritual. It's not demonic. It's not anything along those lines. Poltergeist activity is actually energy that's been emitted by somebody, usually in their early teens, usually females, and usually going through some kind of a major traumatic event, like a loss of a family member, best friend, something along those lines. And so poltergeist activity is actually usually energy that's created from a person making things happen around them, but not realizing it. So a lot of people can mistake poltergeist activity as being ghosts or spirits or demons or devils or whatever, but it's actually the person's energy that's creating the activity around them. So, just wanted to clarify that. I studied a lot after I
learn
saw the
something new
movie
every day.
Poltergeist.
That's
So-
definitely an interesting take. For sure.
Yeah.
So did we have? Let's see, if you could sit down with a Bigfoot, what would be your most important question? I have my answer, but I'll let you go first.
Most important. I don't know. I think the first question would be, "What's your name?" And I'm the kind of person who wants to help people, but I'm not arrogant enough to think that Bigfoot needs our help.
Right.
I wouldn't ask that. How can I help you? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
What would your question be?
I've never, well, I don't know. That one kind of stumped me because I'd never even considered asking a question to Bigfoot because
It was an easy one for me. But Zach, what would
okay.
you ask him?
Can I take your picture?
That's a good one. Yeah, of course.
I'll go back to you. Did you?
No, go ahead.
Nothing.
Great. That's a good question.
My first question would be, are you going to kill me?
I wouldn't give him the option.
If it's sitting right in front of you, you already gave him the option.
I mean,
Oh, yeah, that is an interesting one, though. I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't even understand your question.
That is a good question there.
Just seeing if there's any other questions going on in there. I've been seeing and hearing a lot about people's definition of Bigfoot and what he looks like and what he smells like and how big he is and how big he isn't. And, some people say he has hair. Other people says he has fur. Some people say that he's like 10 foot. Other people say he is closer to like 8 foot. But they move stealthily around. It's really hard to know how to best protect yourself in an environment with something that you don't even know what color it is, let alone how big it is or how fast it is or how strong it is, or if it even gives a crap that you're there, So it kind of makes me wonder that all these people that are going out searching for it and not seeing it, are they avoiding us, or are we just nowhere near where they normally live? Do they go out at night to eat, or do they go out during the daytime? Personally, I think they'd probably go out during the daytime, just because if they move that stealthily, they'd probably have insane eyesight, would be my guess.
That's a good point.
And if they could spot you from so far away, they'd have to have good eyesight or a good sense of smell. Like canines have a good sense of smell and stuff like that. But I'm definitely curious about it. I'm curious about what it is and how much we can actually learn about it. I do agree with most people out there. I don't want anybody to go out there trying to pursue them and trying to kill them. But if there's a way that we can coexist with them and protect them as well as protect ourselves, I think that would be really eye-opening for so many people across the board.
But if you think about it, aren't we coexisting with them?
We are, but we're also pursuing them. It may be a small scale when you're looking.
Well, because it's that curiosity that is causing us to pursue them, because we don't know if
Right.
Joe Blow might have seen it, but I didn't, so I still have that question in my head: does it really exist?
Right.
So that's my.
No, I was just going to say, when I said coexist, it's like the way we kind of coexist with a lot of other animals out there. We coexist with a moose. Those things are big. They could kill you. They could charge in and level you in a minute. But we still coexist with them. We know they're there. We know how to respect them, and we know how to give them their distance, because otherwise they'll kill you.
Because we've learned enough
And
about
so
them.
But we don't go out and wipe out the entire population because they've killed somebody. They still have their area to survive, and they still have their area to do what they want to do. And we give them that area, and we say, okay, that's your space over there, and this is our space over here, and we just need to create boundaries so everybody's okay. I kind of wonder if we can get that way eventually with Bigfoot, if we needed to, if they ever come out and just, reveal themselves, I guess you could say, to more people and have more people acknowledge that they do exist. I think we could still coexist with them, give them their space, give them their area, and I think they would respect ours. And it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see a new animal out there, or creature, or however you want to refer to them. No more questions of do they exist, or are we going to ever find out if they exist, but to get to the point where they exist, they live right there, just don't go over there. That would be fascinating for me. It really would be.
Yeah.
Lockbeard says that we're gradually destroying their habitat. Eventually, we'll take over everything. That's kind of true. I mean, there's a lot of
but that's we have national parks and everything designated for the preservation of property. You don't think they weren't included in that? Roosevelt,
that's true.
Supposedly had, he has a story from two miners, and one of them was killed, and about a Sasquatch, killed by a Sasquatch. So, and he started the national park system. So, I think it was taken into consideration in protecting these beings a long time ago. I could be wrong, but who knows? Somebody knows.
Right.
Well, I do have a squirrel moment question for you, though. So, how do you like your toilet paper? Over or under?
Over.
Over. All right, here's an over. Had to throw it in, but for this show, Zach, that's the wrong question. The question is, what would you do for a Klondike bar?
I'd use the toilet paper that was under.
Now, I did see a comment in there that I do want to address real quick. It's from Jay Cappy. It says, their area, they'll tell you, not the other way around. That is a true statement.
Yeah,
But
it is.
also, I know how mankind is. And I know mankind can wipe out an entire forest with a push of a button. You know, I don't want that to ever happen. I don't. But I just kind of wanted to point out that we have the technology to where we can wipe out an entire country if we wanted to. And so if we felt like they were a big enough threat, they say that we're not the top of the food chain, but we could easily be the top of the food chain with one missile. You know? So I don't want to be egotistical and say, you know what? They think it's their land, but it's really not, because it is in my eyes. But I just know that humanity as a whole tend to take, and control.
Oh, we're
And
just
that's the hard
parasites.
thing about humanity. Yeah.
So you know,
Lockbeard, I
that's
fear
how you
people.
know that Bigfoot is intelligent, because he avoids humans.
Yeah, definitely a very smart thing.
Until you piss them off, and then they show themselves, I guess.
You know, just don't
Shouldn't piss them
shoot
off.
their chickens. You gotta keep their chickens, leave their chickens be. Well, with you gave me a lot to think about. I mean, my brain is kind of swimming around with the gear we're going to need, the boots, the headlamps, the bug spray, the work gloves. Keep looking up. I feel like you've opened my eyes to a lot of things that we need to keep aware of that I wasn't thinking about before the show started. So I want to start off with saying thank you.
My pleasure.
I mean, I know that it's not one of those scenarios where you went out and had a face-to-face meeting with one. I know it's not that you're actively out there pursuing them, you know, every day, 365 days a year, but your opinion and your feedback is still very valuable to us, because I mean, you were out there for one of the expeditions. You were able to see how it was done, how it was put together. You were able to experience some of the do's and the don'ts that were happening out there, and we don't know those yet. So I
But
really
that's
do
good
feel
though,
like that your
because
insight helps.
you don't have any bad habits. So, you know, there are, you know, researchers that have been doing it a long time, and they've developed habits that some are good, some are bad. You know, so when you're going out there with no experience whatsoever, you're very pliable. You know, and you know it's a good time to, you know, just pay attention to the people you're with, as far as the people with the experience. But I think it's good going in there with no experience, you know, because you're open-minded and you don't know what to expect. You don't know what to look for. You don't. So it's all fresh and new, you know, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, I saw that, and you're right. We don't know how big and powerful they are, but I know that we can monitor the entire globe from one location. I know that we do have quite a bit of power ourselves, and maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I'm not. I don't know, and I'm not too ashamed to say I don't know, but I do know that we could level an entire forest with a push of the button. That I do.
Oh yeah.
So easily.
Yeah.
But we don't.
We are a
No, I
very
don't want to.
destructive species.
Yeah.
We are stripping the planet and taking all the materials and leaving what behind. You know, not everybody, not all of humanity is that way, but there is a large portion that is out there for more and more greed. You know, I would love to kind of revert back to the days of having small towns inside of the mountains and forestry, and you know,
Barter system.
Yeah, the barter system. Let's get rid of money and just go back to, yeah, I'll trade you a fish for half of that pig. The good half, by the way.
Any more
Some pig butt.
But I do want to throw it out there again. Thank you for being on the show. Thank you for sharing your viewpoints and your opinions on a lot of these conversations. I also want to thank everybody in the chat for coming, hanging out, asking your questions, giving your feedback. I see itch ointment in there. That's always a good thing. We are a disposable society. And I don't know why, but some reason something reminds Joey Hayes of his ex-girlfriend, but she's probably the one who pushed the button, right? But again, every week we do this show. It's every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Again, as always, thank you, Rooted Expeditions, for helping co-host and monitor this and make sure that the show runs smoothly. And for those of you who don't know, we will be continuing to do our shows Learning Bigfoot every Wednesday at 4, but we also do premieres on Tuesday and Friday at 3
Mountain.
And we also then we also do a Sunday Fam Chat at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on Sunday, right?
Yes.
Yes. We do a lot of shows. And a lot of filming.
Thank you, Barry.
So the more you help, like, subscribe, share to this channel, it helps us out. Go over, like and subscribe to his channel. Go like and subscribe to his channel. Show all these guys a lot of love and support, because we're all out here doing this for you guys and hoping you're enjoying what we're bringing to the table, and grateful for every minute that you guys join us. I also want to shout out to all of our members who have joined our membership program on our channel and seen a lot of the raw footage that we're putting out there. You guys are awesome, and I'm glad that you guys are enjoying a lot of that behind the scenes footage stuff as well. So with that said, anything else?
Well, you got it covered.
All right, well, I'm going to let you guys go. We love you, and we will talk to you later.
Have a good one, guys.
Bye.
Thanks. Good night.
Hi, guys. Welcome to Cryptids Canada. I hope everybody's having a great day. I hope everybody in the States had a great Thanksgiving. Today was technically Black Friday. And you know what I did? I forgot. I stayed in the house. A lot of the stores started early, and I really didn't need anything, so I just stayed home. Anyways, guys, I got this really cool story. I love it when I open an email and I see pictures. I love that. So what this gal has done is basically sent me pictures with captions to each of them. So that just made my job 100% easier. So if you don't usually pay attention to the video, as I know a lot of you don't, just occasionally look up and you can take a look at the pictures. She sent some pretty good pictures. Also, before I start, you guys, if you could start sending me in your stories, it would mean a lot to me. And if you could subscribe, give me a thumbs up. Prefer the thumbs up to the thumbs down. And hit that bell for notifications. Okay, guys, that's it. On with the story. Hi, Leslie. I want to share this photo I took on October the 18th, 2021. It was by my home. This day I was singing to my husband as it was his birthday. I could sense the Sasquatch were close as I get a tuning fork sound in my head and pressure. So I went outside and I took this photo. I couldn't see the Sasquatch but felt, so that's why I took the photo. You can share with your listeners, but not my name. This was taken on Creekside by McDonald Creek in Agnew, Washington. I have lived in this area for the last 22 years. The Sasquatch let me know that they are there in the last 4 years now. A neighbor who lives across the creek told me that the Sasquatch have been there for 18 years. This lady is in her 70s, and she had her encounter at the age of 14 in the Olympic National Park on the High Divide Trail. I have seen 3 Sasquatch. The first was a huge male Sasquatch looking in my window one night, and I was just 15 inches from his face. I knew the Sasquatch were living in the area, but wasn't really ready to see one. People say they want to see one, and then they really don't know how it will change them. The Sasquatch had to duck down to look inside the window. I have clear Christmas lights hung outside and under the cedars by the house. This is how I was able to see his face. Plus, the inside lights were on. His face was human, eyes just like ours with crow's feet around his eyes. He had dark gray skin, salt and pepper facial hairs, and he had a unibrow. I just stood there in shock, not believing that a Sasquatch was looking in my window. I took a step as I was on my way into my kitchen, and I felt something was looking at me. This is when I saw him. After the step, I looked towards him and he was still there. I tried to get as much information on how he looked, and I had to force my gaze from his eyes. His face was huge. The top of the window is about a foot from the ceiling. The foundation of the home is about 2 feet. That would make him at least 12 feet tall. I couldn't deal with him staring at me, so I walked into the kitchen to finish what I was doing. I got my courage up and I looked out the window and he was gone. You see, I live on a hill in the woods and have no curtains. Believe it or not, I still don't. I believe the Sasquatch was showing me that he was real. After this, I have seen his 2 children, but this is for another time. My nickname is Lenny, and feel free to use this. So that was the end of the first email that I got. So on to the second one and the second picture. Okay, here we go. Hi Leslie, this is Lenny again. This is another photo of mine. This was on May 2nd, 2021 at 7:17 p.m. This is my lower field by my house. You see, having young German Shepherd dogs, they need to run and play before night. So every day I take the dogs down to the lower field. I was playing with my 2 shepherds, and I could feel the Sasquatch were close. They love to watch the dogs while they play. The Sasquatch have never hurt any of my dogs or chickens. On some days I didn't get a chance to play with the dogs, and there would be knocks on the house, tossed fir cones on my windows. I knew it was the Sasquatch children. One time I came home after dark and walked from my parking area to the home when over the hill above the field I heard 4 owl hoots and 1 raven caw. Laughing at that and a smile, I looked over in the direction of the calls and told the one, "You messed up. Ravens don't caw at night." The woods went silent. I think they were happy that I was home. I didn't take the dogs out to play as it was pitch black outside. My home is at the end of a long drive, and you cannot see any other homes from mine. I live on top of a hill overlooking the creek. We have many fruit trees. I have 7 apples, 4 cherry, 6 plums, 3 peach, and I have currants, raspberries, strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, and a huge vegetable garden. Oh, and grapes. We never used any pesticides, ever. We live in harmony with the birds, bees, bugs, and animals. We have cougars, bears, bobcats, and deer that travel throughout our property at any given time. And Sasquatch now. Our property is fully fenced. I have another Sasquatch account that involved me and a banty rooster named Hoot. But I will leave that for another time. Signed, Lenny. So on with the third email. Hello, Leslie. It's me, Lenny, from Olympic Peninsula area of Washington State. I wanted to share with you and your listeners this photo. I took this photo while on a walk with my dogs. I could feel them in the trees, but couldn't see them. I felt fear and I left the area very calm and quiet, walking the way I came. Now, I know I was afraid, Those beings were watching me and the dogs. You see, I used to walk with my dogs in the huge field just next to my property. It is a big oval-shaped field from where the gravel was removed to build the railroad grade years ago. It's a small valley, maybe the size of a football field. It was a great place to walk my dogs off the leash. I don't walk there anymore because one of the property owners have a mean pit bull mix that attacked my dogs twice while my dog was still on a leash. This property is part of a homeowners association and has around 7 homes on top of it. I did have the chance to tell the dog owners about the Sasquatch that lived there, but got no response from him. And after, that whole family stopped talking to me. After the day I told the neighbor not to cross the creek, I found a broken off alder tree about 10 feet high, and it was a twisted branch. I took a photo and sent it to the neighbor, telling him the Sasquatch did this for him to not cross the creek. P.S. I'll send the photo. Signed, Lenny. I don't know about you guys, but this looks an awful lot like a dog man. Could be just, the branches getting in the way, but I just thought I'd let you know my opinion. All right, on with the next one. Hello, Leslie. This is Lenny. Here's the photo of the tree the Sasquatch broke. Notice the broken top is placed on the other side of the break and the twisted branch. All my neighbors said was, interesting trail marker. This old neighbor is a bow hunter. He has since moved away with his mean dog and family. Signed, Lenny. Sounds to me like this fella may have known a little bit about Sasquatch just simply by saying it was a trail marker, because generally that's what we call them, right? Okay, so on with the next one and the next photo. Hello, Leslie. This is another photo of said tree. It's about 10 feet up the break. This tree is on the creek about 10 feet below. And then the next and last email and picture. She says, hello, Leslie. This is another photo of that tree dated 11/4/19. On a creek between Port Angeles and Sequin, Washington. The Sasquatch live closer to people than they know. Signed, Lenny. I absolutely loved the way she did this. Lenny, I have to agree with you 100%. I've received so many stories where people are witnessing Sasquatch watching a baseball game or, watching kids from, in the wood line. So you're absolutely right on that, I believe. Anyways, guys, before I let you go, I know this was just a short video, but I don't know if you guys recall a gentleman by the name of Robert Dodson. He was an amazing Bigfoot researcher. And the other day I was on Mogollon Monster WTF podcast, and somebody mentioned Robert Dodson. And so many people didn't even really seem to know who he was. The sad thing was Robert died a couple of years ago from a brain tumor. He literally worked right up to, within a month or two of passing away. But the part that really breaks my heart is that some SOB stole all of his videos. He had the most amazing footage. Eye shine. He had this creaky old camera. Used to drive everybody nuts. But what I want to do is have everybody send in their favorite Robert Dodson memory or memories. And even if you have a clip or, a photo, anything, I just really want to do this kind of memorial for him, because it's so sad that for a gentleman that, was his age and he literally lived in the field and did Bigfoot research 24/7. It's so sad that there's not a lot left to remember him by. I will mention that there is, somebody has put together about 12 Robert Dodson videos from, I guess, different clips they found. They can be found under Bigfoot Hunter Robert Dodson Legacy Videos, if you want to go check them out. But this was a man that really deserves some credit. He didn't ask for anything. He didn't ask for donations or anything like that. And then for people that did send him some money to get a better camera, he spent it on a better camera. But yeah, if you guys can remember something or have a video clip, please send it in. I would really, really appreciate it. And I know that Robert had a daughter, and I'm sure it would brighten her day to know that her dad was remembered. Okay, guys, that's going to be it for tonight. I'm so sorry for such a short video, but what a great story. Yes, don't forget, please send in your stories, subscribe, and hit that thumbs up button, and don't forget to hit that bell for notifications. See, I'm starting to be an old hand at this. Okay, guys, you know I love you, and don't forget to help each other, be kind to each other, and love each other. Have a great day, and hopefully I'll see you back here in a couple of days. Bye for now. Hi guys, welcome to Cryptids Canada. I hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. I've been stuck in this house going through tons and tons and tons of junk. That's what happens when you live for so long in one place. I'm trying to downsize because in May I am moving out. I've sold the house. It's like exhausting, honestly. I have to get up early because if I sleep in, I feel guilty that I'm sleeping in when I have so much to do, and usually I'm a night hawk, but now it's like you got to get to bed because you got to get up early because you have so much to do. Anyways, guys, so I've got an amazing story. I was reading this story and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't wait to read it for you guys. Okay, so I'm not going to waste any more time. Put your feet up, guys. Put your head back. Relax. Because I'm about to tell you an amazing story. Sorry about that. I just got excited. Okay, guys. So, here we go. My dear Leslie, in February 2003, my parents bought a piece of property in Ohio. It was an old farmhouse that had been remodeled and updated, but in a way that looked like a farmhouse from a craft store. But we loved it. The 2 acres that surrounded the house were pristine green grass and rolling hills, then beautiful forests on all sides of our house. Our driveway was maybe 100 yards from the road. I'm telling you all these details so that you can imagine it in your mind as I tell the story, so you get an idea of what we went through. Anyways, we got to be friends with the family right across the road. They too had a gorgeous piece of property that they kept immaculate like my parents did. Except they had a couple of acres of farmed fields, and then they had woods on the far side of their gardens. The first few years, all of us kids would have a ball playing together. Especially loved the winters. We tobogganed on our property inside the woods and we'd finish on our lawn. There was a nice trail through the woods that wasn't too dangerous. We would walk up the trail, dragging our toboggans and sleds. We had a large track to sled down. The snow was packed down, so we were fairly safe from sledding into a tree. Renee and I, being the oldest, would go down with the youngest. Her and I were 15 at the time. She had a brother and a sister, ages 12 and 6. I also had 2 brothers, one 4 and the other 8. We would take the bus home from school, then run inside to a snack, and then into our snowsuits. Then we'd all meet up and decide on the after-school activity, usually tobogganing. Although there was a pond just inside the woods on Renee's property that we would ice skate on in the winter and swim in all summer. But a lot of the time, we just played in the snow, making snowmen with the little ones. On this particular day, we decided on tobogganing through the forest. There were all 6 of us. We had tobogganed all afternoon, and my youngest brother and I were the last to go down, as it was about dinner time. Everyone else was waiting at the end for us. We were sitting on the sled getting ready to go, and I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye, just to the left inside the woods. There was nothing. So now it was our turn, so we scooched up and we went sailing down the hill. I caught sight again, and I looked to the left again. This time I saw it. It looked like a big, black, furry dog, and it was basically 35 feet over from us, and it was racing down the hill on 4 legs, like dogs do, until I saw it leap into a running position on 2 legs. I recall I went, "Oh, holy F." I couldn't tear my eyes away till I heard Renee scream, "Veer, veer," meaning to veer away from a tree. I looked up, and we were very close to hitting a tree. I veered right, and I missed the tree, thank God. I looked over, and the black thing was gone, completely, which was odd because there was no undergrowth to hide behind. I was bothered by this, but I eventually put it out of my mind until the next day, which was Sunday. Renee's family went to church, and when they got home, they changed and headed over. Now, please understand, my bedroom was on the 2nd floor. I was the corner room, so I was blessed because I had a window that looked over the front of the house and another window that looked over the side of the property, which was where we tobogganed at. My desk was positioned at the window overlooking the side of the house, but my parents had built me a beautiful window seat, and I could sit at that while gazing out the front of the house. We were planning on making an igloo with the little kids, so as soon as they pulled in, the kids wasted no time getting changed and into their snowsuits. We were at it for about an hour or so when Jack, Renee's dad, walked over to my house. I assumed he was coming to talk to my dad, as he often did. Shortly after, they wandered around to the side to check out our igloo, or so I thought. They stood there watching us, and periodically they would scan the woods. Then I clearly heard Jack say, "Okay, well, maybe I was mistaken," and off they went. We were nearly done when the youngest was starting to complain that he was too cold, and I was actually a little cold myself. So I suggested we call it a day, and no sooner did the words come out of my mouth when I caught a flash of black moving swiftly from tree to tree. "Okay, guys, let's go. It's too cold out here," I said. This time, I couldn't deny that there was something in the woods. I became obsessed with what the heck was chasing the sled and staring at us from the woods. I would stare out my side window constantly. Homework that took me an hour now became an all-night affair. I stopped hanging out with my family after dinner. I would stare out all the windows, scanning the woods. Finally, both of my parents came to my room and explained that they were very worried about me. I didn't go out to play with my friends and siblings anymore. All I did was look out windows. I went to argue and deny when my dad reached past me and picked up his hunting binoculars that he kept stored with his outdoor equipment. That was it. The gig was up. They knew it was serious, as I had dug through my dad's private items without asking. Finally, I told them that I thought I had saw something in the woods on those 2 occasions. They asked for details, and that's when I saw the look on Dad's face. He grabbed my mom's hand and told me that I was probably just imagining something. Then they walked out. My room shares a wall with theirs, and I heard Dad tell Mom that Jack came over a few months earlier when we were making our snow fort. Dad said that Jack was watching us, and he too saw something in the woods. Jack had come over and showed my dad he was packing a firearm. So Dad and Jack came out to check on us, but there was nothing there. Mom was concerned, and she said she wouldn't let us out until they figured this out. Dad said that was never going to go over. We should just keep our eyes open, and that he was going to go over and mention it to Renee's parents. After that, literally nothing happened until a year and a half later. I never thought about it anymore until the summer of 2004. Renee's family were away on summer holidays. They had been gone nearly 2 weeks, and I was going out of my mind with boredom. I was excited that they were finally coming home that day. So I was sitting at my front window sketching my brothers who were playing on the front lawn in the sprinkler. When I glanced up and I looked over at Renee's house, that's when I saw it. Jack made a wooden box to contain their garbage bins in because the critters were always getting into our garbage. The box was about 6 foot square, 6 foot high, 6 foot wide, and so on. All you had to do was unhook the latch and plop the garbage into one of the bins that were inside. I saw a man looking over the top of the wooden box, staring at my brothers. I ran into my dad's closet and took his binoculars and ran back to my room. I could see it clearly as day. Its hands were on either side of its face, and its fingernails were black. Its face was covered in hair, but not completely. He had a very pronounced brow ridge and a conical head. He also had a very deep ridge on either side of his head. I have a very good eye for detail as I'm a sketch artist. I yelled down to my dad to come here quick, which was stupid because my window was open. I saw it look straight up at me, and then it stood up, straight up. His chest could be clearly seen over the top of the box. My dad flew up the stairs because of the tone of my voice. He was able to see the Bigfoot run into the woods. It only took my dad about 30 seconds to get to my room. He was passing the stairs when he heard me yell out and ran right up. The creature made it through an acre lot full of vegetables in that short amount of time. My father screamed for my brothers to get inside, and he and I went and got his pistol and his rifle. My mom wasn't home, thank God. So me and my dad walked over to Renee's house, and as we walked around the box, there were clear footprints. You could see it had been there a while. It had sat down as well and ate carrots and tomatoes out of the garden, while it slid its feet back and forth. As we were looking at the prints Renee and her family had pulled up from their holiday. Boy, did that ever look bad. Laugh out loud. Anyway, Jack and Lily came over and the kids were sent to unload the car. We explained everything to them, and Jack said, "See, I told you I saw something." We walked through the field and his prints were all over. We could see where he ran through the woods, and the limbs were broken and leaves were all over the ground. The limbs were broken 9 feet up. After that, we saw him staring from the woods once in a while. He was never aggressive. It is my opinion that he was a juvenile the winter he raced us down the hill. He probably heard us kids being kids and he was interested. Then something scared him away, or he was better at hiding. Regardless, my dad has seen him in the years now since Mom passed away, and Dad remarried years later. They asked me to keep their location private for obvious reasons. We are all fans of your channel, and yes, we too love your voice. Laugh out loud. Dad's wife is jealous of how sexy you sound, as Dad comments every other night. Laugh out loud, laugh out loud, laugh out loud. That's the best part. And yes, you can read this. Much love. You know, you guys, I get such a kick out of that. I really, really do. I can't imagine why people think I have a nice voice. It makes me cringe when I listen to it, believe me. But I do thank you. It's a very nice compliment. So, that story. Can you guys imagine? Can you imagine looking out your bedroom window and having such a clear view that you can describe everything about it? I can't imagine. But I find that we're getting so many stories lately about Bigfoot just watching. I've been hearing them for years and years and years, but it really does seem like we have become their main source of entertainment. There's lots and lots of researchers that can attest to that. So anyways, I enjoyed this story, and I think it was very, very well written, and I thank you for taking the time to send it in to us. And you tell your stepmother she's got nothing to worry about. Okay, guys, I think that's going to be it for tonight. I'm so sorry again for how late it is. You know, I actually do set out to have it up by dinner time, I swear. Anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed your evening with me, and I hope to see you back here in a couple of days. Bye for now. Hi, guys. Welcome to Cryptids Canada. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Gosh, it's such a nice sunny day here, and it's actually warm out. I actually went out without a coat and boots. Usually at this time of the month, we're still walking through about 4 or 5 inches of snow. Usually, but not always. Anyways, guys, I got a great story I would like to read. Okay, this is titled Experiencing an Invisible Visitor. And it just starts out, "Hi, I'd like to share a strange experience I had. It may or may not actually be a cryptid story, but it certainly was creepy. The event took place around 2007. Our first son was about 2 years old then, and it was a nice sunny day in a quiet village where we live, in west central Scotland. So I decided to take him out in his 3-wheeler pram for a walk. And for those of you that don't know what a 3-wheel pram is, it's a stroller, but it's like a jogging stroller that we have now. Okay, so shortly after leaving the house, I felt really creeped out, like we were being watched, or possibly even followed. There were subtle noises, like rustling of leaves in the hedgerow, the snap of twigs, or small stones rattling softly on the road behind us, even though there was no breeze to make things move around. The atmosphere was very heavy despite the nice weather, and I felt very on edge. The hairs had risen on the back of my neck, and several times I actually whirled around quickly to try and catch sight of whoever or whatever was there, but I never did see anything. It was then that I decided I didn't want to go any further away from the center of our village, out into the countryside, so I doubled back and headed for the local play park, so my son could play on the swings, etc. You'd think that the cheerful surroundings of the children's play park would have relieved the edgy, creepy feelings, but it actually got worse. The atmosphere in the play park that day was oppressive and heavy. This continued for about 5 minutes until I felt drawn or compelled to look across the farmer's field, which borders to the back of the play park. There, about 100 to 150 yards away, stands a tree line at the lower end of the field. This is met at right angles by a second row of trees heading away into the distance in a second field. My eyes suddenly focused on the tree, which stands nearest the junction of the 2 rows of trees. This tree was shaking back and forth rhythmically and forcefully, as if being shaken, physically shaken. It was a mature tree, and it would have taken an enormous amount of force to move it like this. The trees on either side, as well as the row of trees heading away at right angles, didn't move at all. The weather was very still. There wasn't even the slightest breeze. But this one tree was shaking very much, and all the others nearby were completely motionless. This was pretty scary, but I'm quite a logical thinker and was determined to find out what was causing it. So I left the park with my young son and headed further down the road in the opposite direction from which I had already come, to take us to a point directly at the end of the same row of trees, so that I could look back on the row to see if anything could be causing this one tree to move. I felt the same following presence all the way down the road to the end of the line of trees, and heard twigs snapping behind us on at least 3 occasions, but every time I turned around, nothing was there. There was also nothing to see when looking along the line of trees, and by the time I got there, the one moving tree had stopped. I continued walking a little further to see if anything else would happen, but a couple of minutes later, the feeling of being followed suddenly stopped. The presence left, and everything immediately felt fine. I went back over our route and found nothing out of order. I've never seen anything like this since, and I still can't explain it. There was no wind to move the tree, and even if it was a freak gust or something, it lasted for several minutes, and it didn't affect any of the surrounding trees. Was there an invisible visitor that day, following us, creeping me out and physically shaking the tree? If so, why? A curious addition to this story is that a few years later, around 2013, I noticed that the same tree was dying. The leaves had all browned and fallen off, despite every other tree in that row and the ones in the rows which go off to the right angles to it, all being covered in green healthy leaves. The tree in question has since been cut down. Thank you for reading about my experience, Gordon from West Central Scotland. Well, Gordon, I had to think about this. Quite often I get stories talking about seeing Bigfoot shaking trees, but I don't think I've ever heard that those said trees actually died or, had to be cut down. So I'm not really sure what that could have been, but hey, who knows? They do say that Bigfoot can cloak. So who knows? Maybe there was a Bigfoot there and it was shaking the heck out of that tree. Maybe it shook it so hard it killed it. I really don't know, but that is a pretty interesting story. So thank you for sending that. Okay, I've got another story, and this one isn't signed, but it's just titled Strange Occurrence. I don't know if you can use this incident that happened to me about 30 years ago, but I still don't fully understand it. At the time, I worked at Sioux Lookout Airport, and we lived on 40 acres, 31 kilometers east of town, basically in the bush. There is a hill on the road north of the Sturgeon River called Blanchard's Hill, where 3 men were killed by a delayed dynamite explosion when they were building the road in the early days, and there have been a few odd occurrences near there. On the day that I had my experience, I was traveling home from work, tired and a bit strung out from the job. This would be early fall if my memory is any good, and the road was a long right-hand curve as you came down the hill. I spotted a figure in the middle of the road prancing downhill in front of me. It was a medium tan color with what appeared to be an old flat straw hat that reminded me of something that a 50s or 60s era political supporter would wear, or a carny barker. And it was a bipedal with odd-shaped and very skinny legs, almost like long goat legs. Definitely had hooves. In fact, its body was rather trim and looked to be in shape, carrying its slender arms bent at the elbows with the forearms parallel to the ground. I would estimate it was more than 6 feet tall. And this is where it definitely gets odd. It must have heard the tires growling on my old 79 GMC four-wheeled half-ton, because it immediately dropped to all fours and turned to the right and bounded into the bush alongside the road. I say bounded because at 90 degrees body alignment to me, it was a young buck deer, little more than a spike horn. I know what I saw wasn't a buck deer until it turned sideways to me, and I have hunted since I was 9 in eastern Ontario, having seen many deer from many angles. There was no indication of a white-tailed deer rump until he turned sideways to me. And I am well aware that deer do not like our hard surface roads, preferring to get across them quickly and back into the softer ground. I am still confused by what I know I saw that day, and this is the first time that I have told the story to anyone. I can vividly remember every detail of the incident, right down to the pressure against my right foot as I hammered the brakes, attempting to avoid hitting this person in brackets. And there were enough changes in height, color, and structure, bipedal with arms and legs to four-legged, to convince me that it transformed instantly in front of me. This may not be a UFO or an obvious cryptid, but it was definitely an odd occurrence to me. Wow, I would definitely agree that that was an odd experience, and that if a Bigfoot could be walking, across a field and then disappear with witnesses, then I am definitely not going to judge you for seeing a man with a flat straw hat walking down the middle of the road turn into a deer that bounded off into the woods. I have had enough stuff happen in my life that has turned my eyes into saucers, and I have made it a habit not to judge anybody for their stories, which is why I have this channel. I think we're in an age where things are starting to happen, and people are noticing that things are going on and not turning a blind eye like we used to. So anyways, guys, unfortunately I have to cut this short this evening. I have an appointment with a car salesman. I really do. So I hope everybody has a wonderful evening, and I'll see you back here in a couple of days, hopefully with a new car. Okay, bye for now.
Hello. How's it going out there, guys? I want to thank everybody for stopping in tonight. Another episode of Manimal Research. I am joined tonight, as always, by my partner in crime, Mr. Ricky Weaver. How's it going tonight, Ricky?
Going good, man. You?
Doing good, buddy. Just we'll pay the bills like we always do. First off, everybody, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Appreciate all the help we can get. We're up to we're getting close to 300 subscribers. We got a little ways to go, but we'll get there. We're adding people every week, every day almost. So yeah, guys, hit that subscribe button. And if you don't mind, head over to our website, manimalresearch.com. Over there, you can report your encounters. You can find out information about or get in touch with one of us about getting out and doing your own research, becoming an official investigator with Manimal. We'd love to talk to you about that. And like I said, report your encounters, and you might end up coming on and doing an episode with us and sharing your experience, because that's the best thing. The best way to find out about these guys is from eyewitness encounters. So yeah, y'all do that. Ricky, anything exciting happening in your neck of the woods, buddy?
No, not really, Wayne. I've not got out much in the last 2 weeks. Just been laying up here at the house, trying to hold everything down. Going back and forth to the doctor, but I understand y'all boys had a pretty interesting encounter last week.
We did. That's a good segue into what tonight is going to be about. We've got, including you and myself, we've got 6 Manimal members on tonight. And we're going to try to do things a little bit different tonight, because there are 6 of us. So you'll see that here in just a minute, what we got planned. But what we're going to be talking about is our Blue Ridge trip. Excuse me. That we took a couple of weeks ago. We were all really excited about this trip. We were going to do a 2-night trip up way back in the Blue Ridge Mountains. I mean, it's way out there. It's 13 miles of 15 miles an hour. It's a rough road getting back there, and it leads to a cemetery. It's a great little spot. It really is. But we were interrupted a little bit. And before we get started, we're going to tell everybody, all the guys are going to tell their side of the story tonight. Everybody's going to get a chance. But before we get started, we do want to stress this. we do want to say that we mean no disrespect to our United States military. We have nothing but respect for them. What happened to us, I'm sure, well, we know that the soldiers were just following their orders, doing what they were told. We don't have any ill will toward the United States military. In fact, we have several, more than a couple, and you'll see at least, well, a couple of them tonight, counting you, Ricky, veterans of the U.S. military. Brian's going to be on. He was in the Army. Ricky, you did your stint in the military, and so we have so much respect for the United States Armed Forces. So we don't want anyone to think that. What we're doing is talking about our experience that involved a branch of the military, and tying it in with the possibility that there's some kind of cover-up, some kind of government conspiracy going on. And I'll be the first to tell you guys, I'm not a conspiracy theory kind of guy. I'm not. I never have been. My fiance likes it. She talks about stuff all the time, and she'll be the first to tell you when she starts talking, I roll my eyes because I don't believe in it. I try not to get involved. But what I saw with my own eyes that night, it's opened my eyes. It really has, because something really, really strange happened that night, and there's only one explanation in my book and in the book of all the guys that were there. I mean, what do you think, Ricky? You've heard all the details.
Well, boys, I'll tell you from my own experience, I know that the government they do take Homeland Security very, very seriously. And, why, and this has been a question in everybody's minds, why is it so important, to keep the Bigfoot secret, would be my number one question. And really, I have no idea about this, other than, what y'all encountered the other night, what other people I've talked to have encountered over the years. There is something out there, but as far as any reasoning for the government to have to conceal it, I'm not sure of.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, very true. Very true. Like I mentioned, we're going to try to do things a little bit different tonight. Y'all have heard, or regular listeners have heard me give my side over the last couple of weeks. So what we're in, Ricky wasn't there. He had to miss with, he had some doctor's appointments, so he couldn't make it to that trip. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to take me and Ricky off the screen, and we're going to bring Walls and Blake on. Walls is our Tennessee team leader. Blake is our North Georgia team leader. They were both there. And then we got Brian and Donnie that were also there. They are members of the North Georgia team. They are also going to come on. And Walls and Blake they're going to run the show tonight. And Ricky and I are going to be off, and we're going to listen and just kind of be like the behind the scenes kind of thing. Just with 6 people on there, it might be difficult. People talking over each other, and I just feel like this might be the best way to do it. So, Ricky, if you're ready, buddy, we'll bring Walls and Blake on, and we will say goodbye for now. We'll be back at the end of the show to sign off. But yeah, that's what we'll do if you're ready, buddy.
All right, let's do it.
What up, guys?
All right, guys. We got Blake and we got Walls. How's it going tonight, fellas?
Doing good. How about you?
All right.
Yeah, is there a delay? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, you're delayed for just a second.
Yeah, just for a second.
Well, it's a good thing I'll be going off the air here in a minute, but we're going to hand it over to you guys, and we'll be controlling things, and just let us know what we need. I'll pop up the pictures of what happened every once in a while. When I do, y'all just talk about them, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, Wayne.
What up, Blake?
You doing all right, Walls?
Yeah. just chilling, waiting for the next outing if don't get busted.
Yeah,
Uh,
I
well,
still don't really know what to think about the situation. I
man,
mean, for me, it was my second time coming in contact with some type of government official while out bigfooting, I guess. I mean, first time was a little different than this time, but still, I was thinking about it the other day, and it just don't. I don't know. I don't know. Still don't know what to think about it.
that's probably my first time. Well, that'd be my first time with the military style. I mean, we had the
Yeah.
Rangers interfere. Well, they didn't really interfere. They were doing their job there. They wasn't really messing with our other place. Then having the way it just, I don't know, the way it kind of played out just kind of got out of my skin on this a little bit. After me personally, I'm like Wayne. I'm on. Well, I didn't believe in conspiracies or wouldn't think the military would be something like that. I mean, I can understand FBI intelligence, all stuff like that. Deal with the UFO thing. I can understand. Not U.S. Rangers as they was. Yeah, they do are patrolling. They are not patrolling, but they are doing their maneuvers. They are training, and I understand they got to stay. They got to stay ship shape, ready for anything.
Yeah.
But when we heard them firing, we knew they were doing something.
Yeah, they were there. I mean, regardless, I mean, it's just how the situation turned after we talked to them. I mean,
right. I mean, like I said, I guess as going the long ride up, we didn't see nobody. We didn't see anybody, any military style going up as it was going up. Which it was a long ride up, bumpy road. I remember.
Sorry about that.
I remember getting there. I can probably remember every bit of it. I remember getting there. That's when we ran into Donnie and I'm gonna get his name wrong already. And got up there, and which they said they already heard some, a grunt and some got a whoop. I remember getting a whoop when I howled out. It was a very faint one, and then the night was actually it felt real good to be out there. The place was great. And then, after getting down to the big hill, setting up everything and going, which we did find a couple of evidence, which was pretty good, but wish we could have got some more. Then we're hearing the gunfire and stuff. And I remember, I know your little boy was there. He was basically into it pretty good. So he was liking it. I remember just getting up there and we did our thing. And then, I remember them showing up, checking in with us and saying, introducing them, being polite. And then all through there, I mean, pretty much just the feel kind of changed. For me, the feel changed. It changed to, okay, they're here. I was anxious, ready to go out, ready to go get some more evidence, to going upset because I'm like, then we saw them, gathering the woods and everything, and then making a fire, and we're like, what are they doing? They already told us they were supposed to be leaving. I figured, number one thing, probably with anybody, no orders changed. They're training. It's going to change. And when it didn't, when they started bedding down, I knew then we weren't going to be able to do much. So, to me, my side, I would say I'm going to say I'm probably half and half still. It could have been they changed the plans, or somebody gave them orders to stick around to make sure we don't do something stupid. I don't know. I mean, what was your, from everything that you had coming up there and everything, what your point is probably similar to mine. I mean, what would you say about that? I mean,
yeah, pretty much the same thing. I mean, there's far as just getting there and the knot itself, I mean, it wasn't any different than any normal knot. I mean, we heard them, and I really didn't think anything about it because I knew that they use that area up there, and definitely didn't think that they would. Even really come talk to us. I mean, because me and Ricky's been up there before and heard the helicopters go over do the same thing, and nobody ever messed with us. And so, just.
Well, that's a pretty good point. You saying, about you and Ricky, and you're hearing the helicopters, and then they don't never come around, and that kind of fits in a little bit with it. It almost fits in almost like a conspiracy thing, like they knew we were going to be there and got closer to us, or saw us, or heard us down there yelling, and then decided the word got around to move closer to us. Hey, Brian, there's Brian and Donnie there.
Hey, Brian.
Hey,
Donnie.
how you doing?
Hello.
I'm doing good. You doing good, guys?
Oh, yeah.
Sure y'all guys
doing good.
Pretty much listening to that for right
Everybody
now.
feeling good?
Well, guys, I know y'all were there with us. You know what happened. To our fans and everything, Brian is your next U.S. Army too, right?
Army. Yeah, Army.
And we appreciate your service, man. And then he brought one of our newest members, Mr. Donnie, there. And actually you got lucky, you got VIP for treatment here, man. Getting to come on the show too. Heck yeah.
Oh, I enjoyed it. I really did.
Which I know I guess it would be your first experience, was it? Camping out and everything.
It was on I was told Brian, I said I've always wanted to do it and go out on a expedition like that, and I enjoyed it. I mean, even though what happened, I said it's still, I thoroughly did. I mean, I'm like Wayne. I said I don't as far as it being a conspiracy, I don't know, but it just seemed awful convenient for what these people done. I said from the way it led, when they come up and talk to us, and all of a sudden their plans change, which they could, but I said, all the stuff that went on after that, letting that Humvee run for 2.5, 3 hours. I said it's just like they's trying to make you uncomfortable, so you would.
Right.
Don't forget what they said as soon as they cranked the Humvee.
Yep, that generator. Remember that?
Yeah, I was there in my
As soon as you shut off the generator, I heard one of them over there say they think that generator's loud. Watch this, and cranked up the Humvee.
Right.
So they were messing with us.
Oh yeah. Well,
they were messing with us.
Donnie, being your first time out, and I know it kind of got drilled out by the military. What did you feel? Did you feel uncomfortable in a way? Like it felt kind of weird. Like, wait a minute, what?
Oh, I did. You talking about with the military?
Yeah.
To me, I did. I said, I just, I'm like, I know for a fact, through y'all. I mean, just hearing talk, I said, I know they train up there, but me and Brian was there. We the first ones there, and earlier that day before y'all got there, I remember seeing that same one of the trucks, the medical trucks, rode by. Remember that, Brian? He stopped at the end of the road there and kept going.
Medic.
Yeah, medic. And they went on.
Hey guys, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. It just came to me that we have some people on there that haven't heard the whole story. So if one of you, maybe Brian, because I heard Brian tell it, he does a pretty good job, but it don't matter. Just one of you, if you don't mind, start from the beginning of what happened and walk through it, so our viewers can kind of catch up a little bit. So, and I'll get off here. I just wanted to tell you all that.
Okay. Brian, you want to tell it?
Well, yeah. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. See, Donnie and I got there about 3 and set up camp, and It was probably an hour after that we heard the helicopters out in the woods, and I'm pretty sure they were Blackhawks. I spent 5 years Army aviation, so I know my helicopter's pretty good. And it sounded like two Blackhawks on the other side of the mountain, up and down in the valley. And when they left, I told Donnie they just dropped people off. They just dropped people off in the woods, and obviously that's what happened. Y'all rolled in about 6:15, something like that. We all went down the mountain. What's that?
It was around that time, probably 6:30, something like that.
I know we all went down the mountain and put a trail cam up, and y'all went further down the mountain, and that's when we all heard that machine gun fire. Obviously, they were firing blanks, but they had their little war training over there. And then obviously they hiked to our position later that night and finished their training. I don't remember what time them guys actually pulled in and told us they had Rangers on the ground coming up through the trails.
It was right probably about 9. Yeah, probably about 9.
I figured about 9.
Yeah, it was right before.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and I remember, I went to the restroom. Y'all walked over and talked to him. I come out of the restroom and caught y'all in the middle of the conversation. And they all said, if I remember right, I could be wrong, it was like 30 or 40 minutes we were going to hear a bunch of gunfire. That's their Rangers coming out of the woods. And then 20 minutes after that, they'd be gone. They were going to leave us alone. They were very polite, very courteous. And then started telling them what we were there for. And after that, it was like the whole attitude changed. Everything changed. It was like flipping a switch. They went from personal people. I'm a veteran, 5 years active duty. So, these guys were being pricks. Excuse my language. All night. And I don't think that wasn't an accident. I don't believe that was an accident. I believe that they called somebody higher up and had their orders to stay put once they knew what we were doing. That's just my theory, but I've done a lot of time in the forest, in the woods, training with them, and when you're out on a mission, you don't suddenly change where you're going to camp, what you're going to do. You go to your end spot and stay there. You don't all of a sudden change.
Why are they just randomly
change? Yeah.
And especially camp right on top of civilians.
Well, they shouldn't be doing that. They had their area of operation to go to, and they ended up on us. So I'm telling you, they changed their plans. They were there for a reason.
You remember when we left there? There's a field right around the corner where they was probably at to start with. I think they could have sent there.
And that's
now I don't know if you guys noticed when you left, but when Donnie and I left, when we crossed that field, there was a bunch of gear laying at the entrance of that field. Military gear.
Remember that? Yeah.
So there was camp gear. There was all kinds of stuff there. That's where they were supposed to camp. Donnie and I talked about that on the way out, and instead they set the Rangers in the field all around us. So they had a place to go. They didn't go there. I don't know if y'all noticed that gear in the field.
No, we were out. Never noticed it. Never noticed it at all.
Yeah. Every time we've ended a mission, that we always went to a place like that. We had all our gear there. We had stuff we needed.
Right.
So, all right, Donnie. Now, what's your?
I believe that's where they were supposed to go. So, but anyway.
So, give your perspective, Donnie, of what went on.
Well, I honestly, I can't say for certain because I wasn't in their conversation, but if it wasn't, it could have fooled me. I said, because I thought the same thing y'all did. I said, it was awful. It was just convenient. They come by, we was there, had been there since 3:00. I said, they seen us there before they even come back to talk to us. When y'all got there and they pulled up and we went and talked and had a conversation, and I do remember he said 30 to 45 minutes and they'd be gone. I said, and all of a sudden, I give them, it's just, if that be the case, I said, there's a field right around the corner. I said, could have been there, but why they picked the spot where we were at? And I said, and after we told them what we was there for, that's when it all started. And why these? I mean, they was just in their little camp. They was all through our stuff.
I believe it's sick.
Cause I.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
don't forget they were walking around our
Talking,
campsite
but I
too
couldn't make
after
out
everybody went to bed.
That's true.
Walking around the tents, walking around the campsite. Somebody was.
Yeah. I know that.
I don't know, but I just.
Man, there's a medic company.
That's right. I just seen a comment, which to our fans, I'm not scared to be the one. I'm not gonna hide behind shadows or nothing. But there's the Humvee, my little blue car. Oh,
but he.
But I was the one who basically, I said, "Hey, have you heard anything in the woods?" And I didn't they come out say anything. I basically just said, have you heard anything?
Like to me, when
Is Sonic cutting in and out on you guys?
Yeah, he's cutting out.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's making it.
See if you can text him, let him know he's lagging there, Brian. I was the one, like I tell the fans, I was the one who basically said I didn't say nothing major. I just said, I kind of made a joke about it and said, y'all heard anything crazy? You see my shirt, like Bigfoot. And as soon as I said that, the dude said, straight like he was rehearsed it and went, no, we heard a bobcat. Okay, a bobcat. Well, that's kind of crazy. And then that's when everything pretty much went downhill. And that's when we left. That's the picture we left before we left that day. When we was packing up, guess who was packing up? They were packing up, getting ready to go.
Yeah.
So.
One thing, when I told Ricky about this, what happened, everything, he's the one that told, that knew about the place, and, he's the whole reason that we ever went. Well, I was telling him, he pretty much grew up over there in that area. So he spent a lot of time in the woods. He's the one that knew that it was that they used it for training and everything over there. And he said never one time he's ever been over there have they ever done that. They always, they're always never in your way. They don't, camp next to you. He said he's actually been up there in the cemetery where we were at, and they always camped down there where they had their equipment. You're talking about all the camping
You avoid
stuff,
civilians when you're on maneuvers.
That's right.
Just the way it transpired, like you guys were saying, you could tell the guy's demeanor as soon as it wasn't like a drastic change, but you could tell that he just acted different after the word Bigfoot was said. And that lady was standing there beside him when the question was asked about Bigfoot, or not necessarily Bigfoot, but you had told them what we were doing and everything, and you asked them what's the strangest thing that they had heard, and when you said Bigfoot, she just turned around and walked away. Was that, never once looked at us? I mean, and the same with the guy. I mean, once you asked the question, did he ever look you at, like, I wasn't paying attention, but did he ever make eye contact after that?
No.
I didn't think he did, because he was looking, when we originally talked to him, he was making eye contact with all of us. And that was one thing I noticed. I mean, typically when somebody's either not telling the truth or something, I mean, it's hard for them to look in your eyes. It's something I thought about the situation. I don't know if any of you guys thought about that, but.
That's right. Wayne, I know you're here. I know you're listening. Pop that question up by Mr. Todd H, if you can. And I believe that's a good question from our viewers. Y'all read it out, but we'll pop it for everybody else to see if they don't see. Says, there you go. I'm thinking out loud, but could it be because they was trying to give Bigfoot weirdos a hard time? Todd, I could probably say maybe. They're either giving us a hard time. Well, I guess they would be giving us a hard time to cranking the Humvee up and talking loud.
I think they were told to give us a hard time.
They were to try to scare us out of there. I can go with that. It was a good question there, Todd. And yeah,
You know, I'd give him. I mean, I'm like, bro, it's like everybody said. I mean, the utmost respect. I think we live in the best country in the world. I said I love our military, but now that you know, them cranking up that Humvee and doing what they done, you'd never convince me unless, you know, Jesus told me any different. I said I'm like somebody else had made a comment a while ago that they was told to do that. They done, you know, they'd have probably liked it better if we'd have packed up and left earlier. But
I'm 100% sure that our government knows about Bigfoot. I mean, from the big guy from we've had on the show before, the things that he's had has 4 or 5 gag orders. Why would they need to give you a gag order to be quiet about something? You know,
don't forget the 2 rocket simulators at midnight.
Oh yeah.
Or grenade simulators.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Don't forget about that at 12:30 in the morning. Kaboom, kaboom.
Yeah. That's for sure.
Yeah, because they were one probably about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't know exactly what time it was, but it was pretty early in the morning.
Yeah. And we got somebody actually from California that's watching this right now, Mr. Steve.
Then
he's watching from California. Dang, out in California. Good Lord.
Regardless,
Much earlier there too.
Regardless of, you know, if they were just either, you know, giving the orders or they were just giving us a hard time. Bottom line is, it was a very weird situation. Yeah. And I really don't know how to feel about it because, I mean, there are multiple different, you know, you can say this, you can say that. But it was just weird how it happened. Things changed completely after, you know, talking about Bigfoot. Why though? Are they, you know, are they really hiding something? You know, I do believe that it's because we were there Bigfoot hunting, but was it they're just giving us a hard time, or were they really giving orders for us to do it?
Well, I got another question.
I mean,
what's that, Brian? Go ahead.
They had the courtesy to come talk to us before they knew what we were doing. Why didn't they have the courtesy to come tell us they were staying?
Yeah.
After that, they didn't have nothing to do with us. They wouldn't talk to us. I tried talking to them. They ignored me. After that, we were treated like crap after that.
Yeah,
that's true.
You know, I never thought about that.
No.
Point,
I went to the bathroom one time. I walked over there, asked them how they were doing. They just looked at me like I had 3 heads. So,
good point. Good point.
That's probably the best point you could bring up. Honestly, I didn't even think about that.
I was gonna give a little shout out to
not that way.
There,
they were all respectful to, you know, come let us know
they were 100% professional.
Why completely change after, you know, they weren't. They were discreetly doing this. Like, it's not like they were, you know. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, they were messing with us without directly messing with us. Yeah. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
Everybody, I know everybody on the screen here, and everybody can say to our youngest member, say hi, Zane. He's watching right now. So.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Zane. Love you, buddy.
Give him a little, little shout out there.
Now, when I was in the military, I followed every order I was ever told, whether I agreed with it or not. They'll tell me to go over there and do what I got to do. I do it. They tell me to ignore this person over here. I do it. You know, those people are just doing their jobs. I have nothing ill against them at all.
Yeah.
100% respect for them.
They was. Even though they had maybe a couple of them boneheads want to be butt heads towards us, which, me cranking up the generator, I wasn't trying to be a butt. I was airing the mattress up.
You trying to go in the
Turn the switch on. Next time, do it while the sun's still up.
And if you notice,
See the switch.
after we got up, a couple of them, that's when they fell asleep. And you said, Brian, that you woke up and they were. Did you see them going through, like looking at our stuff, or?
No, they were walking through the camp. They were looking around, just moseying around.
We know they were looking around because we got a picture of them when I'm on trail cam.
Well, they were moseying around the tents too.
Yeah.
You didn't see their headlamps through the tents in the middle of the night, doing figure eights through the tents.
I woke up about
Blake,
3 o'clock and... Go ahead.
If I had the system in my car, buddy, I'd have hooked them up. When I got up about 5 o'clock that morning, son, I'd have started blaring it.
We was talking about finding your keys and cranking that stereo while you were still asleep.
I will.
Leave me out of it, guys.
I want to ask, which I know Blake will be down, but I want to ask Donnie and Brian. When we get to do plan the next trip and everything, y'all still that ain't going to deter you, is it? I mean,
no, hell no.
People get scared from stuff like that. Okay,
no,
it's just if you didn't worry about it,
hey,
I'm good to go.
You got to remember, 3 of us still went on a walk in the middle of the night with them there.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So they ain't scaring me. I went there to search the woods. I'm going to search the woods. I don't care who's there. They drove 3 hours up that damn road to get there to not go for a walk.
Right. Wayne, if Wayne's got that picture, we can actually show our fans. I guess the footprint, if it came out, that we did find a footprint there. There you go. It was it was way down near the creek. That's when we actually started hearing the gunshots, which we didn't discover it until I was following it. I was actually tracking. It looked like something that, and I kid you not, I know, Brian, I don't know if you or Donnie ever got to go back down there, but it looked like something was dragged, but no blood, no hair, no nothing, which I've noticed that from dragging from a bobcat from another place me and Wayne's been. And it had, the white-tailed deer was, it was pulled off and it was going down where they drug it. This one was a flat drag, like something either caught something, broke its neck, and drug it. We found the footprint there, which we did find. I found the bobcat print, and I did find a bear track. But luckily, we didn't find either. We didn't get lucky enough to find either one of the 3. But we did get the footprint, which it actually came out really good in the picture than it did looking straight up, which that was actually really good.
A lot more detail in the actual picture. And
I think that's, I believe that's from Wayne's, one of his middle sons. I believe it came with us. Eli, I'm going to get it wrong. I know I am. Eli, I believe, got that picture for us. And it looked pretty good. I wish we was able to cast it, but there was so much debris. I don't think it would have probably set at all because it was so damp down there. I don't know if we got anything on the. I don't think we got anything on the trail cam except for the soldiers in it.
Got a picture of a soldier's belly on them at the trail cam.
We did get that, so we know they're there. That's a good sign. We knew they're there, and I know Brian, you and Donnie actually had a whoop and something else, didn't you?
We got 3 whoops for y'all got there.
Okay, and then I remember getting one 8, so that's good, John.
Them blue orbs.
Yeah,
and then blue orbs when Blake and Donnie and I went on our walk.
Yeah.
Where'd we leave, about 8:30 and come back about 11 something?
That's
somewhere in there. We were gone a couple hours.
Well,
or 8 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Yeah, at least an hour and a half.
And that's when y'all get back seeing them.
The crazy part about it, that is, we're all 3 and see them at the same time. It's not like we were all seeing different ones or anything like that. I mean, I think you seen one that we didn't, me and Donnie didn't see or something like that. But Which
now
it
that
was.
I caught the first
coming
blue
back,
one, didn't I?
Hang
yeah.
on. Wayne, I gotta put the. If you can pop that question up, maybe me and Blake can probably. It's from Mr. Todd H. I know Brian and Donnie didn't get to see that, but he's asking what. I don't know, Blake. Maybe your idea on this. What was scale on that roughly? We put our footage next to it. I think mine's 11. I'm 11 and a half, and it was a little bit bigger.
Is that the? I think I put my foot beside that one.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure I did. I wear a size 12, and it was a little bit bigger in my foot. Not like super bigger, but I mean, it's probably a 13 or a 14 maybe.
Right. I'd go with that because it was the way the ground was, Todd. It was basically very leafy, muddy. Well, it wasn't too muddy, but it was soft. From I guess it seemed like it was like it poured like it rained there before we ever got there, but it was just very moist. I remember that. That's about the roughest scale we could probably give to it, and then. He also mentioned about the y'all's orbs. Talking about they got some optical phenomenon. So that was Blake and Brian and Donnie there went out, and the rest of us didn't really get to go. We kind of was paying attention to the military guys.
Well, you never knew. It just seemed fishy.
Right.
That was when we went for the walk. Also, did you hear that whoop while we were walking, Brian?
Yeah. Don't forget that piece of tree in the road either.
The tree. And when we started seeing the blue orbs, remember when we started feeling really creeped out, like something was walking behind, following us or watching us, whatever.
All three of us at the same time got the same feeling.
Well, that orb was, it's following the contour of the edge of the little road right beside the road. It looked like to me it's following like it's walking with us, sort of, but in the edge of the woods.
That's what I was about to say. Do you think we were seeing the same orb, or do you think it was different orbs?
I don't know.
Well, Blake, you and I saw one. You seen red, and I seen blue, and we think it was the same orb.
Same area. It had to be.
Well, I remember
area. We were looking in the same place. I don't know if we just looked at it differently or if it showed itself that differently.
I thought it was the actual brake lights. Like, that's what I thought it was when I seen it. Man, it surprised me because they were not a vehicle.
For some reason, I seen it as blue.
You're colorblind.
Yeah.
I remember, I don't know if Wayne got to let y'all know, but I don't remember, Blake was, when we was going out, I remember Eli, they stopped, and I figured something happened, I figured they got, car got stuck or something. Went back, and Eli saw a huge black figure, all four, run straight up one of the hillsides. We just passed a guy laying in a hammock with a motorcycle laying next to the creek. And we were all trying to find this thing. It was already gone, but Eli seen it 3 times, and it was big old black, and which I forgot what I told him. That's what we were thinking, black bear, because we were thinking, maybe he did see a Bigfoot. That'd been cool as heck, but I was like, okay, I don't think a Bigfoot would have took off. I think he would have stood there and looked and just stayed real still next to the tree and been hidden. A black bear is going to take off because if it gets spooked, you're going to see him take off.
Did it run supernaturally fast up that hill, or did it run like a bear up the hill?
Right. But it was kind of cool seeing that. Seeing all that, it was pretty cool. To me, I
want to go back.
I'm want to go back too. I'm not going to be scared of the military. I ain't going to defer from it. I ain't
worried about them.
I believe it was a I'm gonna say it's probably maybe a. I'm gonna give it a small, successful investigation. Even though we only had it for one night. We was trying to get 2. We did get a print. We got the orbs. We got evidence of whoops and everything. What do y'all think? You comfortable to say it was a small success or?
Yeah, it was successful in its own way.
It was a success before y'all got there. It was successful in my eyes. I mean, we got 3 whoops. We weren't even there an hour. So that was successful to me. I was excited for the night to roll in.
I did, yeah.
And here come the Army.
That's what's wanting me to go back again because I want to go back, especially that same.
I've been stopped thinking about it. That's all I've thought about since I got home is and whoops and them orbs and wanting to go back.
I think we would do a lot more.
It was kind of successful, and I mean, the whole topic of the night show is them getting involved. Regardless if they got involved in because of actual what we were doing, the government, no matter how you look at it, they got involved that night.
Yeah, they did.
And in their own way, they got involved.
Well, another way to look at it is this ever going to happen again? This is a once in a lifetime thing. Y'all got to watch Rangers camp out in their native environment. So I mean, that's.
And I'm gonna tell you right
that's a positive too.
I don't think
how many civilians get to see them doing their jobs.
That's true. I don't think if we go back up there again, if we get to go back up there again, I believe they'll recognize us. They'll know who it is. I believe they'll try it again, or they'll do something different this time.
If they're there,
put that out there. I believe they'll try something crazy next time. I would hope they wouldn't.
I don't know how much they're actually out there. Because I mean, me and Ricky took 2 trips up there, and other than the helicopters, had no run-ins with them. So was it just we picked the worst time in the world to go up there? Or I mean, I don't know how regular. I mean, I know they do use it for a training facility, but how often are they actually there?
All right, yeah, that's true.
I almost wonder if we shouldn't keep our mouth shut when they're around. Not talk to government, not talk to military.
Nothing else no more, but I mean, I'm just the bold one. I'll ask anybody. I mean, like, hey, have you heard?
I mean, just in general, their government. Well, let's talk to other people.
Right.
I don't think we'll get anything out of them to begin with.
If it's the same ones, they'll know who we are. They already know who
they
we
will.
Are. I wouldn't doubt if we didn't see it. I bet you they got our pictures.
Oh, yeah. I'll be honest. I think the odds are awful slim we'll see them again.
Right.
I really do.
I was thinking that they may have got our tag numbers, but then that's just the sketched outside of me coming out. So
that'd have been a good reason for
we got their.
Well, here's the thing: we didn't do anything wrong. Who cares if they did?
Right.
I know, but I mean, that's just the conspiracy person coming out. It's like,
I know.
Stay there. All right, guys.
Taxpayers using the land we're allowed to use.
Right. Before we switch off and say goodbye to everybody, everybody stay online after we get off, and then Wayne and them will finish. Just letting y'all know. So I guess since it's almost getting closer to 9, we'll let Wayne and them come back on, and that will be us for the night. And it's been an honor, guys, and hope to be get back again, and maybe I don't know, text me or email me if y'all guys are free sometime. Maybe if we can figure a time out this week, maybe we can schedule something. I'm not gonna say on the air. We'll just schedule.
Zane wants to get out more than any of us.
Oh well, I mean, I want to get out.
Yeah, I won't be able to do this week. I'd love to, but I won't be able to do this week.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out. I mean, we got the whole summer too, so we can figure something out, and we'll get more and more investigations. I mean, we're gonna get more out there since they've opened things up. We can get a little bit more freer. To everybody,
we could just get the crew together too.
That came in.
I still want to go over to John's Mountain. that's somewhere I think we need to put more time into, because we Expedition Bigfoot, they're actually been planning some stuff over there, and I mean, I think it'd be a good place for us to check out more. I mean, it's just I don't really know where you're allowed to be over there. I don't. That's the only problem. I don't know where to camp off the grid over there that you're not right at the river or something like that, where everybody goes.
Well, I had a thing I seen on comments on there. I don't know if y'all are watching the live comments. Papa Bear, he mentioned Wayne. There you go. As y'all see right there, and that's a good that is a. I mean, we can use that as a possibility too. That it's a possibility. I mean, it could be Papa Bear. That's a good.
Yeah,
comment.
that does. It could.
So I mean, that was a good comment. Well, guys, to everybody that's on here watch us, we appreciate you guys every week. I know you don't get to see my pretty face or Blake or anybody else, but we're gonna hand it back over, I guess, to Wayne and Mr. Rick, and we guys will see you again on another show, another time maybe. And keep subscribing, guys. Keep subscribing to us. We'll definitely bring some more stuff. Peace, guys. See y'all, guys.
Thank
All right. Good stuff, guys. Hey, Walls, Blake, Brian, Donnie, I don't know if y'all can hear me. One of you nod if you can hear me. Okay. Y'all do me a favor, stay on after we end the broadcast. If y'all can, hang out for a few more minutes. There's something we got to talk to y'all about. Okay? Y'all just hang tight. All right, Ricky, what you think about that, buddy?
Hey man, good broadcast, good show. Guys, y'all actually run into our military at its finest. As Brian brought up, those guys normally, when they're out on patrol like that, they've got a set destination that they go to. When they're dropped out of those helicopters, they're given coordinates that leads them in a direct route to that location. And what he said about having all their equipment and stuff packed in that field there above where y'all were camped at. To me, that sounds like that was their intended location. But after the interaction y'all had with them, it sounds to me like there was a little bit of conspiracy that went on there on their part. Yes, it does.
Well, something I wanted to touch on, and I wish that I could have with while Brian was on here. Actually, Brian, if you're listening, I might bring you back on in a minute and get your opinion on this. We had a show last week, a couple Fridays ago, where Mr. Ken Gerard was on. You remember, Ricky?
Yeah.
We had Ken Gerard, and then we had Kenny Irish, and Katie Elizabeth was supposed to be, but we had some technical difficulty with her. But Ken Gerard said I think it was in his book or one of his books, that he spoke with a gentleman that was in the Army, and this man swore up and down that when he was in the Army, he was stationed in Georgia, and they did their training in the deep Georgia mountains in the woods. They did a lot of training, and they were given when they were given their field manual, their training guides, it stated in that guide, and this man swore this, it stated in that guide what to do if you encounter a Sasquatch. This was given to him by the United States Army. Why would the Army give their soldier information about what to do if they encounter a Sasquatch? Now, I wish that I could have got in touch, talked to the guys while they were still on to get their opinion of it. In fact, if you don't care, I might bring Brian on, see if he's heard anything like that.
Bring him back on.
Hey, Brian, did you hear that, buddy?
I'm back. I did. I never did any mountain training, so I never saw any manuals like that. But that doesn't mean they don't exist, obviously. But pretty much everything we ever did in the Army had a manual. Everything. And they had manuals on how to brush your teeth, clean the toilet. So I could see that happening.
It's really, really interesting that the Army handed that out, what to do if you run into a Sasquatch. And it was in the exact same area that we were doing our investigation. I thought that was just weird timing because, we did our investigation on a Wednesday night, and that Friday night is when we did the show. And Ken told us about it, and it was like, it was sent from the heavens that he told us about that. It was just really good timing. I just thought that was really interesting.
Guys, if you go back, even with Expedition Bigfoot over at Blue Ridge, they have a wall map over there with pins in it, and I'm sure you saw it, Brian. But
Oh yeah.
it's like 70% of the sightings in the state of Georgia are centered in that area over there. So in those mountains, that mountain region there, from there back over into Big Frog, where y'all found the track at, Wayne. So, then the creatures are in there. The government's got to know about it, but for some reason they don't want us to know about it. So, take it from there.
Yeah. All right, Brian. I just wanted to get you on to get your opinion on that, buddy. Y'all hang tight because we got to talk after this.
All right.
All right. Yeah. All of that being said, it's getting close to time for us to hang it up. You got anything else, Ricky?
No, man, other than just everybody, I always say it, everybody be safe out there. If you encounter one of these creatures in the wild, just back out and let them have it. Hey, you're in their living room, not yours.
That's right. That's right. Well said, buddy. Yeah, everybody, like always, we appreciate your support. We got some stuff coming, some big stuff happening over here with Manimal. Can't really fill you guys in just yet, but keep your eyes, ears open because we got some stuff coming up that we're excited about, and that's actually what I'm going to talk to the guys about here in just a few minutes. But like always, we appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out with us. We appreciate your support. And if you hadn't already, hit that subscribe button. Go check our website out. And yeah, I guess that's it. You look awful interested in something, Ricky.
Oh no, I was reading the comment section there.
Okay. All right. Well, all that being said, we'll get out of here, guys. Everybody have a good night. Guys, y'all be good to each other.
Good night, everybody.
Hey everybody, it's Brian with Red Dirt Cryptids again. Well, it's starting to cool off and it's time to start beating the bushes. We've been cooped up all summer long due to the heat. It's time to get out there. We're headed to Hayburn Lake, where we're going to spend a few days over this fall break. And we're going to be out there looking to see if we can find any sign of the big man, big brother. Anyway, we'll bring you with us on parts of it, and you can see, maybe you can see something for yourself later. And ooh, bobber. What is it about a bobber that you cannot resist? Looks like something beats that area down. I don't see any footprints. Looks like something comes through there too. That big end is sticking way up in the air, but
I'm looking for the giant fucking tree with the root ball.
found this glorious, I think it's a cottonwood tree. I don't know, I'm not a tree person. That thing is every bit of 4.5 foot around at the base. Just native pecans. Wow. Walking back in these wildlife management area, hate to call them roads because nobody's using them, but they used to be roads. Walking along through here, you can see this fence looks pretty poorly kept. Basically looking for tree structures. Haven't found any, not yet, but it doesn't look like anybody comes back in here except deer hunters. So I guess I'm going to head back to the car. But as you can see, there's a lot of habitat here. Anyway, I say that all the time, don't I? So I was out walking this trail and I found something that's kind of interesting. When I first looked at it, my thoughts were, somebody was shooting a rock with a gun. And then I went over and looked at it a little closer, and it looks like somebody was shooting a rock with a gun a very long time ago. Take a look. Here we got it. You can kind of see this is about the size of a big headstone, but you can see pieces that have fallen out. These all look like they're 45, 50 caliber bullet holes. You can tell by the wear they are very old. Very, very old. I'm gonna guess muzzleloader days. Very old. Anyway, I thought that was pretty amazing. Well, so I guess we ought to bring you guys up to speed with the whole Hayburn Lake thing. I'll tell you what I know, which ain't a whole lot. There was that Class A encounter, and Ryan White found out. I don't know. I really don't even know how he found out about it, but there was that Class A encounter, which was in a wildlife management area. They're kind of west of the lake, and that was an interesting deal. You can find that on Squatch Ranger Files. But there's a couple of oh wow, this guy means business. He's not going to park here. Yeah. It's the bordello. Yeah. But I guess there's a couple of BRFO reports up here over off of Highway 48. Some guy saw one, or some individual saw one walking across the field in broad daylight. And there's a couple of them over there. There was supposedly a hunter that I think on the north end of Hayburn Lake, up this way, he supposedly saw one. Yeah. And then there was the guy that was a bass fisherman or something. I think Evans Bailey was saying something about this. He said that some bass fisherman or something saw some tree structures, like just in, back in the woods away from the lake, back up in there. I don't know where that was. But anyway, like I said, like you said, that Arkansas River is just north of here, and we know what's running up and down the Arkansas, clear up into Kansas, and they're there. I just, a lot of sightings here. I just like, seems like to me it'd be a good place, and it's close. It's closer to Enid than a lot of places, I guess you could say.
This place?
Yeah. I mean, I don't even think we're 2 hours from Enid. A little under 2 hours.
No, I think it's a little over.
Really?
I mean, by the time you get back in here and everything, it's
well, that is true. We originally were going to camp at Rocky Point, but apparently some kind of incident happened, and we weren't able to camp there. So we ended up over here at what is it, Sunset Bay?
Bay, yep.
Sunset Bay. Went out today. Was walking up and down some of the trails in the wildlife management area, looking for tracks. We found that. Jeff found that one. Could have been a tree structure. I don't know. I don't know if that was a natural one or if it was, but it didn't look natural. Well, that one root ball was kind of up high in the air.
There's two limbs that didn't match anyway. They didn't fall that way.
Right.
There's other trees around there.
Mm-hmm. It looked old though. I have no idea though. That piece of property that was on, it's got a sign that says U.S. government property, restricted access. It's all posted, no trespassing. I have no idea what that's all about.
Nobody shot at us.
Yeah. So that was I don't know. We've got a lot of crazy theories. Maybe there's an MX missile silo on that place or something. I don't know. But anyway, that's why Abram Lake, I guess you could say. It's close. They're here. A lot of woods.
You know, this is a very wooded, forested place. I mean, but then there's enough humans out in it with, you know, different houses and that kind of stuff. I mean, there's food sources there. You say the deer aren't all that great here, which is probably true.
Well, yeah, but that's by our standards. In Western Oklahoma, we've got a ton of it. So I guess you could say it's mediocre in here. I don't know.
But, I mean, there are a lot of dumpsters around, so...
I still believe that dumpsters are probably one of their primary food sources. Oh, by the way, Ryan White found an older track on that trail over there by Shepherd's Point. And I honestly believe that track was probably made heading over there in the middle of the night to go check the dumpster. So, I'm sure those people generate a lot of
Fish
leftover
guts.
food. Yeah, then there's the fish guts thing. You know, so I don't know.
But just for the purposes we'll do now, I'll tell you what happened this morning at the feed store. I was talking to some guy, and he said there's a lot of mountain lions stuff around here. And his goat had a head tore off with all the meat missing off it, and I asked him, did it look like it was pulled off or chewed off? And he didn't really know. Well, if it looks real clean and pulled off, it's something with fingers have to pull that off, you know. He said there's a lot of mountain lions and whatnot. And I said, yeah, a lot of stories can be proven or threaded back to mountain lion, but that doesn't count for the stories that people see something walking upright.
What about the dog? He said something about a dog too.
Yeah, and he said a lot of dogs are getting killed. Another guy there said a lot of the dogs around there getting killed, and all the raccoons are up around the property instead of out in the.
Well,
but he didn't, you know, he was just saying some weird stuff happened around. He wasn't even, you know, thinking about Sasquatch. He just said just weird stuff like that happened, you know.
Well, and that just makes sense that whenever they move into an area that you know, certain regular animals' behavior is going to change. But theoretically, though, they've been here for a long time. Maybe they're just growing in numbers.
Indeed.
Well, it's been pretty abundant. I mean, if they shift gears and start focusing on you know, our trash, our leftovers, they could probably do pretty well.
The kid in there said that. He said, I think they're like from like, you know, like dinosaur times or something like that. I said, well, you know, he thought they were just, you know, millions of years old, been here. I told him, I said, you know, if you look at a lot of mythology and a lot of other ancient Near Eastern texts and whatever, even the Bible kind of hints about it, that stuff was, a lot of genetic manipulation was going on. It wasn't just we were so morally bad, God wanted to kill us. There was some stuff happening, and it was like, you know, the Genesis 6 incursion, and like, hey, things are, you know, I have a plan for redemption, and this genetic bloodline is ruining everything. So hence the flood, and that could be, you know, that's chaos language when they're talking about waters and floods and stuff. They know what they're talking about. It's hard for us to translate what they're talking about, but I told him, I said, it just could be something left over from that whole deal, you know. Not everything died out, especially something like that that could swim and climb and, you know.
Well, they can do everything we can do, but a little bit better.
Get faster.
Yeah.
And more.
Well, it's Saturday. Hitting the trail again. Hayburn Wildlife Management Area. Gonna be looking for sign. See what I can come up with. Whew. Well, did I find anything? No. Found a few possible tree structures, nothing spectacular. Could have been natural. I don't know. One could say, oh, you wasted your time. But me, I'm like, I got 4 miles in. What'd you do today? Whew. Anyway. I'm gonna enjoy the air conditioning. It's amazing. Last night it got cold as hell, like almost, I think, down to 40. And right now I'm sweating. It's hot. The car says 78, but I'll tell you what, it feels a lot hotter than that in the sunshine. This is a good way to spend your free time. This whole squatching thing. It's peaceful. It's quiet. My other two partners in crime, Mr. Hatfield, Mr. X, they decided they were gonna keep the campfire going or something. That's okay though. Sometimes I find sometimes when you're out camping like this, squatching, you know, it's just like you enjoying being out in the woods so much that you know, it almost seems a shame to go tramping around in the deep bush. And honestly, the bush is still pretty deep. I'm sticking to the major trails, but anyway, you just got to do what you got to do. Anyway, I guess I'm supposed to go get an onion for the stew tonight, and then I'm going to head back to camp. And then hopefully later we get back out on the water. Now, heading off in the canoe to go check out, look for these tree structures along the banks. Don't really know where they're at, but I'm going to try the north end. So, good news is the wind is in my face, and we're going to go back up there on the north end of the wildlife management area and check it out. Scanning the shorelines. At least I'm out of the wind of the big open part of the lake. Not that the wind was bad. Kind of in this little bay. Cruise along. Keep our eye out. If I see anything, I'll let you know. It just got spooky quiet. Real quiet. Well, headed back home. It's Sunday morning. 11 o'clock. I'm tired. Honestly, didn't find anything. We didn't stay up all night. We didn't do a whole lot of night ops. Mainly it was go out during the daytime, hike the trails, look for tracks, look for structures. Kind of a daytime reconnaissance trip. Little more leisurely than normal. But it was nice, and that's part of that should be part of squatching, is getting out and enjoying nature and having a good time and relaxing, and maybe even doing a little cooking. You know what I mean. It shouldn't all be blow and go and going here, doing that, deploying this tactic, deploying that tactic. A lot of times it's just being out there. I mean, that's the number one key. When we did hear some things, heard a couple of tree knocks late at night, later. I would say probably about 11 o'clock Friday night. Saturday, when I went out and I was hiking that trail, I kept hearing these real soft tree knocks, and they weren't real strong. It was almost, it could have been something else, but it was just a single knock, and I kept thinking, that could be something else. That could be this, or it's kind of hard to say. I hate to say, I'm not going to say that was a tree knock from a Sasquatch, but I will say that it could have been. It could have been that maybe I got up in their area, and maybe it was a discreet alert knock. I don't know, but I'm ready to go home. Kind of tired. Need to take a shower, get cleaned up, probably take a nap. Got really cold. Hell, it was like, I don't know, like 40 degrees. and the days were really nice, and we had a pretty good time. I got some exercise in, which was needed. So, and we got the boats out. I went out there, and I covered some ground. I plan on going back, getting back in some of those coves and run along those banks. Hopefully one of these days I'll stumble on that rumored tree structures on the bank that we've heard of. And hey, if any of you know where these tree structures are, or any other hell, if you know of any tree structures anywhere, be interested in that. You know, I've said it before, I'll say it again. We want to know what you guys know. Clue us in, keep us informed. I'm doing what I can to keep track of some of these occurrences and encounters. Let us know. Reach out to me. Hit me up on Messenger, or send me an email. It doesn't have to be a long email. To be quite truthful with you, if you've got an encounter that you want to hit me up with, don't type it all out, man. I'll do the work. You just send me a little short email, say, hey, my name's so-and-so, and, you know, here's my number. I got an encounter I want to tell you. And I will reach out to you. So, I just, I don't know, I'm not quite ready to have my cell phone number out there on the internet. I get enough crazy calls from people trying to reach me about my car's extended warranty. So, but anyway, holler at me if you know anything, anywhere, you know, especially, you know, southern Kansas, Oklahoma, maybe a little into Arkansas, whatnot. You know what I'm talking about. So anyway, I'm always interested, and I'm always ready to learn. But holler at me, and you guys have a great day. I'm going to go home and take me a siesta. It's been a long weekend. Later.
Views expressed and the opinions given by the individual host and their guests do not necessarily reflect those of Para X, its affiliates, or its sponsors.
Supernatural, metaphysical, paranormal. You know, all those things you've been wondering about? Are you ready to go deeper into the realms of the unknown? I hope you've got your walking shoes on, because life is an adventure, and this is the journey. Come on, let's go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Journey Radio Show. We are back. We're back. We're back. We are the She Squatchers, and we are back. I'm Jen Cruz, your host, and I've got Jenna Grover.
Hello, hello, hello.
And Tammy Trickle.
Hey, everybody.
And I got to tell you, we've been gone for a while because we were on tour, going from place to place to place to different events and conventions, and we were squatching every place we could. And we actually went on a really, really fun expedition one of the times. Well, they're always fun, but we are extra special fun. We were on expedition with a bunch of people in Michigan, and so we've invited one of those people to come and join us tonight on the show. So tonight we've got Jason Kenzie. Hey, Jason, are you there?
Hello, I'm here. Very nice to see you ladies again.
Yay, it's so awesome that you're here. It's so wonderful to see you again. You are such a pleasure to be around.
I have to say the same about you guys too.
Aw, thank you.
I gotta say, when we went to Tennessee, we were sad to leave Michigan because we had to leave the expedition early. But, you know, they treated us well in Tennessee. You know, they had little caricatures, signs made up of us all over the place. And, and told us to come early so we weren't mauled by the mob. And of course, we don't show up anywhere really early. So Tammy dropped us off outside, and the lines of 2,000 people's wrapping around the building. And Jenna and I jump out of the car, grab our bags, and we're rolling. And they're like, "They're here!" I'm like, "Run, Jenna, run!"
but we didn't get too mauled.
So did that happen? Was there a lot of people waiting for you?
There was 2,000 people there. It was sold out. And so when I got home, and I went back to work, and there wasn't a crowd of people standing there with signs saying, "Oh my gosh, they're here, they're here." And I'm like, what kind of crap was that?
Yes. And so she tells me this. And so then she's visiting me later that day. And I went and I took one of the posters we had gotten from the event of us and a few of the other speakers. And I went, "Oh my gosh, it's a she-squatcher." And I held up the poster up above my head. And, "Oh, Jen from the she-squatchers." I said, "Is that enough for you, Jen? Is that enough?"
I felt
She
better.
loved it.
I felt better. But I told every single one of my clients, "What kind of crap is this? You didn't yell, scream, or holler that I was here." They thought it was funny. I'm just kidding. I've gotten a little bit big of a head, like my caricature, but that's okay. Anyway,
Well, if they had drawn one of me, it would have been a Smurf. Thing. Wouldn't even cover me. I'd be like, "Hey, there's me." It'd be like, you'd still see me. I'm like, "Hey, there's me."
that would be awesome. So I gotta say, we've had Jason on the show before. He's a filmmaker, videographer. He does extreme animal films and videos, and then he's been doing documentaries looking for Sasquatch. So he was also one of the speakers at the Michigan Bigfoot conference that we were speaking at. And then there was a very large expedition to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan after the conference. And quite a few of the speakers were there and involved in that. And I got to tell you, that was really fun to be involved in such a large group looking for Sasquatch together. That for me was probably the coolest part of our entire 6 weeks.
It was just a huge collaboration. Amazing.
Yeah, it was great, and we learned a lot of things, and we shared things. So we all worked together very well, and so disappointed that we had to leave to go to Tennessee. But I mean, we did have an amazing time in Tennessee, and we're grateful to them for having us. But I just wish that we could have had one more week.
Yes. But we might go back next year, and that would be really fun to continue looking, and it definitely is a good spot. So my favorite part of that, other than just hanging out with these cool folks, Jason Kenzie, Adam Davies, Rob Greider, the guys from Lost Cryptids, and the guys from Hide and Seek Archives. I mean, just really awesome stuff. So one of the coolest things for me was we got to remote view the location, which they didn't give us the coordinates of the actual location. They just kind of gave me a general area and told me to go to it, which I don't think they understood how long that takes. But, it was like a 5 or 6 hour drive from where we were to get up to where the expedition was. So much of the drive, I had my head under the sweater, looking at my phone, looking at the GPS satellite imagery of the locations near there to see if I could see any sign of Bigfoot out there. And so that was a fun trip.
It was still a fun trip.
It was.
We all had fun.
It was still a fun trip.
Jason rode with us.
It's interesting how much activity that is out there, way in the forests out there, coming across lots of wolf tracks and cougar tracks and bear tracks, and learning so much. Being that I'm fairly new at this, being around people who have been searching for way longer than I have, it's great. I was like a sponge. I was sucking up all the information, and I love how everyone was working as a team. You guys work great as a team. Except for when you guys bicker and fight, and the scratches.
Yeah, ouch! I still am bruised.
I know. Yeah, everyone's walking on tippy toes with you guys.
That's why Tammy sleeps alone.
Yeah,
right. I got the guns.
There were three.
Yes, you
There
guys
was
are
two beds upstairs where we slept in the cabin, and one was a rock hard double bed, and the other one was this really soft twin bed. Tammy's like, I get that bed.
I sleep alone. I did not.
All right then. So,
it's all your fault, Jenna. It's all your fault.
All right. So, I just want to ask Jason. The girls are used to being around me, and they're used to doing remote viewing. They know what that looks like. But for somebody who's never seen that before, what were your thoughts when I threw a sweater over my head in the car?
Well, it was quite interesting. Remote viewing, being able to find, these creatures just by looking at Google Maps. It took me a little while to basically believe in what you're doing. And, it was fun. I mean, this, going out into that one little area where you said that these creatures were, and, everyone, coming out and in the trucks and the cars, and then just going on foot into the area looking for these Sasquatches. It was interesting, I have to say. It's there was lots of like animal tracks, and even though we didn't find anything at that one location, it was still a pretty cool experience.
Okay, so you were on the other team. Our team did find stuff. So it was really cool because I actually haven't shared in the videos on our YouTube channel yet of the expedition. So after I upload this video tonight, then I'm going to start uploading the videos from the expedition. So what we did was I normally when I see Bigfoot, I'm seeing him in the areas where there's water. And so I started to look in areas where there was water, but I wasn't seeing much there. And then I just kind of caught glimpse of this other forest that didn't have any creeks or anything like that running through it, which seemed odd to me that Bigfoot would be there, but there were Bigfoots there in the remote view. And so then I passed the sweater to Tammy and said, have a look at this. And she saw what I was seeing. So that was cool. So there was this pine forest that had about 120 feet in from one of the roads was this clearing in the middle of the pine forest. And it was just a small clearing. And then I was seeing them over there by that clearing. And I saw some other ones along the perimeter of that large forest, but the concentration of them was right there in that by that clearing. So, and I thought it was odd that, that they would be there with no water access right there. But, there was some in the, I think the group of trees above that, across the road. So, I mean, it wasn't too far away that they couldn't have gotten some water. But anyway, so when we decided that we'd go there the next day with the group of investigators in well, there was more than two vehicles, but two groups of people. And we'd come at the forest from two different directions and go to that clearing. And our group spread out like 50 feet. Jenna and I stayed together. Tammy went with the other group with Jason and Adam Davies and Gwendolyn and Blake. Who else was on your group, Tammy?
Was Blake with us?
Blake was with us, and there was somebody with Blake. Who was with Blake?
Robert?
Kevin? It was Kevin.
Kevin. Yes, it was Kevin.
Yeah, it was Kevin.
Okay. So we had Rob and we had Dave and we had Todd and Josh, and I'm sorry if I'm forgetting anyone because we got out of the truck and we just split up and started walking. So, I mean, it was fairly quick. The plan was to walk through there and see if we could kind of sweep the area and see if we could catch anything. When we got back to the truck and Rob came, he was talking about the 70 to 80 red flags. He called them red flags that he counted in the area. And I asked him, what are you talking about with these red flags? And he says, well, come here. So we just walked along the edge of the forest until he saw one, and he pointed it out. And then he said, and see, there's going to be another one. And there it is. He says, and you enter the forest here between them. And then he pointed out on all these trees, the whole way through, all these trees had specific breaks. And so we have all this on film. So I'm going to upload this after we upload this one. So, and he was showing all this, and it led us all the way through. And he said, this is a trail that they take over a period of time, because this break is like a year old and this one is new. And he says, they walk through the forest just grabbing and breaking. And he says, it's not something that an animal could just walk by and break this, because literally he had to reach in and break just this one, because all these other ones are still here.
Not just break them, but they twist it. They twist it and break.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
so,
like Rob. Rob was very informative.
that was so cool. And then what was even cooler was, we're just following him, and he's showing us the stuff that he was finding, and he hadn't seen this particular area yet. So this is in addition to the 70 to 80 other ones that he had seen in that same forest. And so we're following him, following this trail. He's tracking it according to these tree breaks and the red flags. And he brings us right to where? The clearing. And he says, oh, look, they must be hanging out here in this little area. And that is, I don't think he knew that was the area that I had chosen for the remote view. That I'm seeing a bunch of them over here. And there's one down here, and there's a whole bunch of them over here at that clearing. So that was pretty cool at that little clearing. So for me, that was pretty exciting. And I know that on the other team, they were finding just some weird things like mushrooms turned over. And I don't remember what else there was. You found, Tammy, what did you find over there?
Yeah, when we were walking, we were actually on our way back towards the car, and the first thing that we got was a strange smell, and it smelled very earthy and fishy, and there was no water nearby there, so that was the first thing that we picked up on. And as I was walking along, I looked down underneath some of the bushes, and there was 2 toadstools that had been picked and flipped upside down, laying right next to each other on their tops. And I was like, okay, that's definitely not something that anybody would just do. So that was the next thing. And then as we were walking a little farther along, they found, an X in the trees, and they were looking over there where the X was, looking for structures and things like that. And I turned around, and I looked across the road because everybody's paying attention the other way. So I wanted to see what was over there, always. And I was looking over there, and I found, some more little broken twigs and things like that on the branches. But that was most of what we just found there. After that, we headed back to the vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So for me, that was fun, and I wish we could have stayed longer and done more of that. That would have been fun.
Well, the next day after you guys left, we went back into the woods, and I was tracking the footprints. I found a trail that they had been walking on. I found the footprints. I tracked the footprints. We found all sorts of things. We found that Jason brought us to that big X that he had found. We found all sorts of more little structures and things like that all over the place. They were just everywhere. And I was like, why were we not remote viewing here?
Yeah, exactly. And that one structure that I found, I was running through the forest testing the newest GoPro, like the stabilization of the GoPro. So I decided just to run through the forest, and I'm running and jumping, and I have the GoPro in front of me because I just want to see how stable the footage was. And I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. I was just going, jumping, and I fell. And then I looked up, and there was this huge structure. And it looked odd because there was nothing else around. And I'm completely off the beaten path. I wasn't following a trail. It was just right there. And as I walked up to it, I kind of walked up and into it. and it was like being in a cage. And then while I'm filming myself talking about it, I look across and there's a big X, like a huge X. So one tree is living and the other one is ripped out of the ground, or, you know, and kind of laid to make an X. It always seems like one of the, and these are big, huge trees.
Yeah.
It would take probably 5, you know, men to pick them up and place it on there. And yeah, so that was kind of cool. And then I took Tammy there and she was pretty amazed. And at first everyone was like, oh, this could be wind blown or like snow load falling. But when you have a closer look at it, you can see that one of them, there was the root system. There was nowhere for it to, there was no hole. There was nowhere. So it had to be picked up and moved and placed over it. So that was really cool, Tammy, to experience that with you.
It was amazing. It was awesome.
So you were there when he fell?
No.
No.
I came back. I actually came back and showed everyone at camp because I had the GoPro on footage. And then everyone's like, oh, well, let's go check it out. And so the next day, that's when we went out and went looking for it.
Oh,
and I had to
darn.
find out where it was again because, like I said, it was, you know, I wasn't paying attention to where I was running. So
Right.
coming back out of the forest, you know, I got turned around, but all I had to do was look up. And then I just followed the area, and yeah, it was great.
You know, I think I just admire your adventure spirit. You've just got this, I'm going to just go do it. You don't care if you're out with anyone. I mean, how many videos do you have out there of just you just traveling the world?
There's a few. I've lost count of how many of those, you know, like I went hiking through Thailand by myself and exploring some of the northern Japan by myself. Mexico, went deep into the jungles in Mexico. Not always by myself, but there was a few times I actually hitchhiked through Mexico by myself, going all the way down to Mexico City. And it was amazing. Coming back out, I don't want to talk about it. Coming back out of Mexico is a whole other scary adventure all to itself, and not very pleasant, let me tell you. But you know, yeah, there's quite a few, and you know, just get out there and just do it, right? So many people are just stuck saying, I want to do something, and they don't do it.
They're scared, right? It is scary.
Yeah, hey, I do not claim to not get scared when I'm in the forest by myself. It does get quite nerve-wracking.
What about when you're riding ostrich?
When I'm riding an ostrich?
Yes.
I try to get as many people to come onto the ostrich with me. But, you know, I'm pretty sure the ostrich wouldn't hold it.
Yeah, well, were you really scared though? And for all the listeners, Jason has a video out there where he's got fabulous videos. You guys should all go out and take a look at him. But in this particular video, he is riding an ostrich, and it is the funniest thing ever. And it's so fun. You guys have to check it out. So were you actually scared before you got on that ostrich?
Well, it took 3 times to do it. Because the first time I jumped on the back, I just went right over. Like I'm on, right on the ground. I'm like, okay, let's try this again. The second time I got on, and I guess it just bucked up, and then I just fell off. And the second time is when I was able to hold on and go for it, and just go for a ride. And yeah, there was quite a few people that gave me hate for doing that. They were like, how dare you? You're going to injure the ostrich. And what people don't know is ostriches, they weigh a lot. And they're, you know, they can hold a lot of pounds. And the neck is just pure muscle. So when I'm holding onto the neck, I'm not hurting the ostrich.
You're not squeezing its neck.
You're not choking him to death.
I'm not choking. Like, oh. And in fact, it'd be the other way around. The ostrich would try and choke me.
Oh, you guys.
I miss you.
I'm leaking.
So I think if Jason gets close enough to a Sasquatch, he's going to try to jump on its back.
Well, if I'm that close to a Sasquatch, I'm pretty sure it's either him or me, and I guarantee it's going to be me. So I'm going to try. As it's ripping me apart, I'm just going to hold on.
You're gonna hold on for the ride.
Here, please run with me. The camera's rolling.
Somebody stop behind it.
I'm like, you need to use Dove soap, okay, damn it? 'Cause trust me, I am way too close.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
After 5 days in the forest, I'm pretty sure I'm starting to smell like Sasquatch. So, you'd be okay. The smell wouldn't even affect me at all.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, well, you got to wonder if it's yourself or Sasquatch.
Exactly. Maybe Sasquatch would come up to me and go,
That'd be
so
I'm kind of glad we left before that kind of thing started happening at the expedition.
Yeah. Full fear.
You guys, seriously, for the
Nobody
listeners
thinks-
out there.
Yeah, they get us mixed up with me and Blake because my beard is just as long. Except my beard is so gray. Like it is so white gray. I shave it because, I look like Santa Claus. I swear.
Do you have any pictures up of you with your beard?
No, I don't. But maybe one day I'll grow it, when I'm 80.
Oh no! I really want to see you with a beard now. I really do. I want to see how white your beard really is.
Well, at 80 and 85, I may have trouble trying to pick up a razor.
Oh goodness.
You know that
guys.
I know, right?
What? He's making fun of us? I'm 85 and I'm not that weak.
I've seen you run through the forest, though. You do stumble.
I follow that. I do. The GoPro footage is amazing, just by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Like the GoPro 9, the stabilization is pure mint.
Is it not an extra feature? Like, it's not an extra device? It's just the GoPro itself?
It's just the GoPro is in there. Buy GoPro now. GoPro now. At your nearest Best Buy. Buy now.
Do you have Best Buy in Canada? Do you have Best Buy in Canada?
I do, yeah.
Oh, wow. Did not know this.
It's just for you.
This is where we mark up everything. So there's free expense for everyone. I guess Best Buy will not be a sponsor of this.
Or
No. GoPro. Actually, GoPro, there's 2 new ones, aren't there?
Yeah, well, GoPro
One's
9.
more for videoing and one's more for the actual editing, right?
Well, they do have an editing software. I have to say, GoPro, and I'm sorry to tell you this, GoPro, but your cameras are the worst to try and do any production with. Like to use GoPro to film, like anything, you know how many times I had failed with GoPro? GoPro has failed me so much, those cameras, especially when I'm trying to film something, the batteries die fast, or they're great for something quick. That's what they were made for. Like quick, right? Like, jumping off a cliff, skiing down a mountain, being ripped apart by a Sasquatch. And at nighttime, forget about it. GoPro is useless at night.
I have one too, and there are some issues with it. But why did you buy another one if you think they're useless?
No, they're great for doing quick shots, like quick. But if you're expecting to go into the forest and that's all you have is a GoPro, you're going to miss everything. GoPro will be 10 feet from you and GoPro will miss it, right?
Yeah,
So-
and it gets really hot quick. It heats up.
So, just a second, I'm just going to call GoPro and ask them to sponsor this. Hi, GoPro.
Hey, Jason. I got to show you. I got a new phone.
Oh, yeah.
You know which one it is?
What is it?
It's the one. It's the one.
21.
It's the
the 21.
21 Ultra.
Oh my gosh, that is great.
Look at him.
I
Yeah,
am
I know.
so jealous.
I shoot like
Phone porn.
the stabilization on that cell phone is amazing. You can also run full speed into the forest with the video, and no one would tell that you even had a gimbal.
All right, who's going to hold my phone and run full speed into the forest? Because it's not going to be me.
I'm not
hold it,
responsible for breaking your phone.
Yeah, I can hold it, but there will be no running. If I run, there will be more falling than Jason admits
You
to.
know what? Let me take this back. Okay, I'll take this back. Hey, you can run. You can walk full speed, really slowly.
I'll do
And
it.
you'll be amazing.
I'm excited about it. It'll do 8K video.
8K.
I tell you, when we were out in the woods, our phones are doing better than some of these very expensive equipment out there. I'm thinking about just upgrading to the same phone Jen has, just so I can have it too, instead of thinking about buying another larger piece of equipment. Because these phones are doing everything we need them to be doing. So why not just have one instead of 5?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if it just had night vision.
It actually does. It has a dark. Is it night or dark?
It's night mode.
It's night mode. That's what it is. Yeah.
I looked at the camera. That's only taking photos. They don't have night mode for
Video. Shucks.
And it still has like my old phone. I had a Galaxy 8, and that had what's called Quick Cam, which is you click, and it goes straight into picture mode.
Yeah.
So you can just click, and you're in camera mode immediately. So I mean, that's why I originally got the phone.
Yeah, and also it's great. It's so small in your hand that you can quickly get a selfie with Sasquatch. Hey, I can see all the way up the nose.
That's my goal. I want a selfie with Sasquatch in the daytime, right behind me, so everybody can see you clearly.
I think everyone.
That's right. Okay, I want to be the first to do it. How about that?
All right. So when we come back, we've got more to. Jason had some experiences after I left the expedition. And so when we come back from break, he's going to tell us more about that. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back. All right.
This is so fun. It's like hanging out again. It's
I
like we're in
know.
the car again, all 4 of us.
I can't wait to go to another convention and you guys are there. I hope I get the table right next to you guys.
Wouldn't that be fun?
We will have to arrange it.
We will.
Yeah.
Kevin gets one response.
I want to do that. The book.
Yeah.
The Sheep Squatches. I should draw up something like an illustration, just to kind of show you what it can look like.
Yeah. That sounds good to me. Let's do it. Let's do it. The Adventures of She Squatchers and Little JJ.
Yep. It's actually Adventures of Little JJ. Little JJ meets the She Squatchers.
Oh,
so
okay.
I have an idea.
Jen's like, it's not the She Squatchers and little JJ.
What kind of crap is that?
How well
Don't
do
you
you
know
know
who I am?
Bob? How well do you know Bob?
Bob Gimm?
Yeah.
Oh, he's my buddy. I love him.
No,
Sweetest guy. Wow.
I would love him to do one of the pages to read. To read one of the pages for like the next book, Rescue the Cryptid Island. I want to get like 6 different people to read 6 pages, right?
Oh,
and so
cool.
I want you guys to read a page. With that.
30.
All right, 30 seconds.
That would
I'm
be
like, I was watching the clock and I'm like, it's coming up. It's coming up.
Cool.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. Hey, this is the Journey Radio Show. And hey, we're the She Squatchers. Won't you check us out online at shesquatchers.com? And hey, you can click on our events page to see where we're going to be at and where we have been this year. I haven't taken anything down from before, but you can see where we're also going to be later. Next month, September 17th and 18th, we're going to be in Marion, North Carolina at the WNC Bigfoot Festival. We'll be there both Friday and Saturday, and we're speaking Saturday in the courtyard, so y'all can come out and see us and meet us and come talk to us. I heard there's going to be 20 to 40,000 people there. That is just insane to me. But I'm excited, and we got to meet the event coordinator when we were in Tennessee, and he said the whole town is buzzing that the She Squatchers are coming. So we're buzzing to get there. So we're excited, and we can't wait. And we're going to maybe look around a little bit when we get there too. So, we're going to be there. And then in October, we're supposed to be in Toppenish, Washington for the Yakima Valley Bigfoot Con. And I can't wait for that. So those are what's coming up for us. And we are back with Jason Kenzie. He's the videographer from Canada. And he's working on his next Sasquatch documentary, which I'm excited about. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, Jason?
Yeah, so I am doing chapter 3. Chapter 1 and chapter 2 are already out. They're on some of the streaming platforms out there. Chapter 3 is going to be a combination of searching for gold in the mountains around British Columbia, in Sasquatch Mountains. So these mountains allegedly have these creatures known as Sasquatch running around. And I've talked to a few people who were out gold panning, and they had experiences with seeing these huge creatures walking around, and they pointed me in the direction of where I should go. So I head out into that direction. And then I head out to Michigan to do to film the adventures with the crew out there, which is going to be a lot of fun. And that's going to be the gist of the entire documentary. It's going to be a lot of fun. I had some excitement when I was out there in the deep forests of northern Michigan. Would you like to hear what happened?
Yes.
Yes, please.
So I was out with Blake, and Blake had put out a recorder. It was about probably a 40-minute walk out to get the recorder because he wanted to replace the recorder with a new recorder. And it was nighttime. And at first he came into the camp and said, okay, I'm going to go get this recorder. Anyone want to come? So I jump up and say, hey, I'll go. I bring my camera. And Blake has this bright red light on that could shine like 60 feet, 70 feet. Like, it was powerful. And as we're walking along the trail, he's telling me, okay, we're going to come across all these tree breaks. And so allegedly the Sasquatches, as they move along these trails, they break off, they break these branches. So as we're walking, there was all these trees that were pushed over in the middle of this trail. And we had to kind of push through them, kind of crawl over them and through them. And as we're walking, I'm filming all the tree breaks, right? And they're twisted and broken. And some of them were, as thick as my wrist, which isn't very big. God, I should eat more. Okay. And some of them were like the size of my finger. And they would be broken. I'd be filming it and going, wow, these are, it's interesting, right? Like, just what they look like. They're twisted. And I was trying to twist and break one myself, and I couldn't. As we're walking, so the trail, we'd see lots of wolf tracks, cougar tracks, bear tracks. And as we're going, we come across some more trees that were knocked over, like just kind of pulled down over. And this one was even longer. It was maybe about 15, 20 feet of trees that were just laid out and pulled over, and we walked through, and we get to the very end, and we got to the end, and then we got to a place where you could see no one's been there for years because there was grass that was up to almost your waist. And then we got to the very end, and it's like the trail just went into a little, like almost like a circle. So when you shine your flashlight into it, you'd have to crawl. So it's like Mother Nature had just grown over the trail and made into, like, it looked like something out of the Hobbit, like an enchanted forest. And then placed the recorder, and then we started walking back. And I was loving Blake's light because it looks great on film. So I'm filming him with the light, and then all of a sudden, the light died. His light just died completely. And so I had my little light, and I could only see about maybe 40 feet with the light. And I had an extra light with me. I just happened to put an extra one in my pocket, and I pulled it out, give it to Blake. And so he had this other light, which was, you could only see 40 feet. And as we're walking back, we come across a tree break that is literally hanging in the middle of the trail. And as we're walking up to it, I'm like, Blake is like, this is new. This just happened. It was literally in the middle of the trail. Like, you had to kind of go around it. It wasn't like it was off to the side. And I had filmed all the breaks along the way going. So coming back, and then Blake put his finger at the tip, like where the break was, right at the tip, and it was still kind of moist, right? It had just been broken. We must have walked 5 feet past it. And then we heard a crack behind us, big crack. And we turn around and we're looking down there. And Blake is like, oh, there's something there, and grabs his gun, thinking that it could be a bear or a cougar or something, right? So he grabs his gun, because we only had a gun with us because we're in the middle of the wilderness, and we know there's bears, we know there's cougars, and we only have the guns for that purpose only. There was no talk about hunting Sasquatches or trying to kill Sasquatches at all. I just want to make that very clear, right? So he has the gun. We're looking. And then he put the gun back. He had it on his shoulder because he realized that, there wasn't anything at the moment. I have my light, and I'm shining it. And as I go across the trail, I see these big eye shines, and they blink. They whatever it was closed its eyes, and it was standing about probably 80 feet at the end of the trail. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, okay, it blinked. Just as my light hit it, it blinked, or it just closed its eyes. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, oh, I see you. I saw, and I'm looking at it. Now remember, I'm a skeptic, so I'm trying to think, okay, maybe it's a bear that's standing up. I'm trying to rational, think what's going on. And I'm looking at it, and then all of a sudden you could see it open its eyes really slowly. So it went from nothing to dim, light, and then you could see, and it wasn't as bright, but for some reason it stood just on the outside of the light. And I had an infrared camera on my camera, like the camera I was using, and my camera, the infrared, only shoots out about 20 feet. Well, this was probably about 60 or 70 feet, and my light could only go about 60 feet, and whatever it was had just stood just outside of the light, but I could still see the eye shine. And then Blake is over me looking, and we're looking at it, and it's looking at us. Then all of a sudden, another one walks out, and you could see it was shorter. It was up to the shoulder of the other one. And my light hit it, and it ducked. It stood back, and I could see one eye for a second. And I'm trying to film with my camera. I don't know if I'm getting it, but I could see it. Then it stood. Then the little one stood, came back out onto the trail, and it's looking. They're both standing there, and Blake and I are like, we're looking at these, and and this went on for like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and we could hear cracking in the forest beside us. There was other like cracking. So, we look at each other. We're like, okay, so I think there's more. I think there's like whatever it is there's still a couple more of them because we could hear it on either side. Then all of a sudden, the eye shine stopped, like it just disappeared. So we went charging down there. We just went walking down there because we wanted to see the spot that was where they were. And ironically, they were standing, so we're in the middle, so the forest on either side of us is thick. And in order to go through, there's all these branches that you'd have to break through. And it'd be like crack, crack, crack. At the spot where these eye shine was, the trees were open. Just enough space for anything to just walk through without any crack, crack, crack. Right? So we started walking back. So we're looking behind us. We're looking behind us, and we could still hear cracking. So as we walked past, we walked another maybe 40 feet, and then we turned and we started looking. Again, we got the light, and I got my camera. I'm looking. I turned the camera on myself because I wanted to get that angle of, like when you're shooting a film, there's too much of forwardness. So I wanted to get our facial reaction of Blake and us, looking, right? So then I remember something. So we're all looking in this direction. I remember something that Robert Pryder had told me. He said, these creatures will distract you over here and come up behind you. So I took a step forward and I turned around. I took a step forward because we were looking that direction, and I'm like, whoop, and I turned around and I looked. There was a shadow that dropped to the ground, and it crawled right across. I could see the eye shine, and I had the camera on me because I wasn't really expecting. I just did this kind of this really smooth turn. I made it look like I was going that way. Turned around, a shadow dropped to the ground and went across almost like a giant spider. It was just like, and I kept looking at me. I'm getting like my hairs are standing up because I'm remembering the eyes were like that, about that far across, and it just stared at me as it walked. So there was a second, I think there was a second one because another one kind of took a step into the forest, like took one step back. And I remember just seeing the eyes as it looked at me. And usually you see the head bobbing. This was smooth, went right across and over the embankment. Went, psh, and I almost fell over. I go running back, and I have the camera on me. Even if I had the camera turned and pointed that direction, I don't know if I would have got it because the infrared is only 20 feet, and this was about 40, maybe 50 feet from me. But I do recall the eye shine as it went right across the trail. I almost fell backwards. I go running back to Blake. I'm like, Blake, I just saw this thing, but I don't know what it is. Just went across the trail, and it looked like kind of like a giant spider, the way it just moved across the trail. And then Blake is like, calm down, don't run. And I looked at him, and I'm thinking, well, my pants is full of poop. There's no way to run anywhere. Like I was so scared because I'm like, and then we started walking back, and as we're walking back, we could hear crunching in the forest. The only reason I didn't run away was what am I going to do? What am I going to do if these creatures are real and that's what they were? I kept telling myself, well, we're still alive, so that means they don't want to kill us, right? So that's one reason why I didn't run is because, well, I'm not going to go running off into the forest because these creatures, allegedly, they're so strong, they just walk up and twist your head off. Right. And, I have to bring a ladder to spin up so I can get onto his back because they're so tall. But yeah, that was my experience. We got all the way back to camp and we told everyone what happened. It was incredible. The next night, Dave had the really expensive FLIR. And he actually, over the radio, I'm sitting in the camp, and over the radio, Dave is like, I see something in the forest. There is something watching you guys. Come here. And I'm like, okay. So I get up and I go walking. And he's only like 40 feet from the camp. He's just on the trail. And I go walking into the trail. And I'm like, oh, let me look. And so he hands me the FLIR. And I'm looking, and they could see that there was something pure white because it was hot, and it was hiding behind a tree, and the tree wasn't as big as it, and you could see the back of it. So I hand the camera back, like it wasn't even a camera, it was just a FLIR that doesn't shoot video, doesn't take photos. You could just see. I know, we didn't get any of that. I hand it back to him, and I go marching into the direction because I was hoping that whatever it was behind the tree was going to walk backwards and then Dave would see it. I mean, this creature was, because as I walked towards it, I could hear it crunching. And let's say the tree's here and it was hiding behind it this way. You'd think it would move that way or that way. It actually moved this way, away, because we were watching it from over here. So you could see the tree and you could see whatever was hiding behind it. But as I walked towards it, it was moving away this way. Like, it was so weird. It felt like it knew that if it walked out that way, that it would have been seen. It actually moved away it's hard to explain. But yeah, I thought, and I could hear it as I'm walking towards it because I wanted to see it firsthand. Right, even though it was kind of shaking, because I'm like, okay, it could be a bear, But yeah, and so that was exciting.
Was that the night
Awesome
that Dave
story.
called me?
Yeah.
Was that the night that Dave called me?
Yes, that was.
Okay.
Was it this? No, it was the next night. No, he called you that same day, that same night when everything happened. It wasn't until the next night that we had that other. Where it was hiding behind a tree.
Okay.
Dave called me that night when we came back. And we had that experience with, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, but it definitely took my belief of Sasquatch from like 25% to maybe 52%. And the only reason why I'm not going any higher than that is because, like I said, I need Sasquatch to kind of walk out and slap me in the face in broad daylight for me to believe in Sasquatch 100%. Right? I have to admit it was strange, and whatever was out there, really makes you think, right?
I have a question for you. Okay, so do you listen to Sasquatch Chronicles?
I've listened to a couple of them, not very many.
Okay, so Wes Germer, he's the host of Sasquatch Chronicles. He had an encounter of some kind where he saw a Sasquatch moving and he said it moves like a giant spider. And there have been other people that have been on his show that that described a similar movement, that it moved like a giant spider. Just very smooth and on the ground like that.
What was amazing was the fact that it didn't bob up and down. It must have been moving on its hands or something because the eyes were smooth. It was smooth. And I've seen many animals at nighttime run, like foxes. I've seen cougars at night. I've seen the eye shines from cougars. And a lot of times they'll look forward. This thing stared at me the entire time as it went across the trail. It didn't turn its head and look forward. It looked straight at me, and it did the entire time. And that is something I will never forget. Will never get out of my head because I think about it and it was the strangest thing I've ever seen. And being a wildlife photojournalist and animal photojournalist, I've seen a lot, and so it was strange. I have to admit, and to see it drop to the ground because it was high, it was tall, and it just hit the ground and just moved across, and it didn't make any sound when it went across the trail. So when it hit the other side, I could hear some cracking. But by that time, my adrenaline is pumping. And all this happened, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. It wasn't like we saw something for 10 seconds. And I was honored that I was with Blake to see this, because to have that kind of experience and to be, with Blake, someone that, he knows these words and he's been out there, and I was quite honored to be. Of course, with you guys, it would have been great too. I mean, obviously.
Of course. But I'm wondering, what color was the eye shine?
It wasn't red. It was white. Like it was white. It was like kind of a glittery white. I just remember it was wide. It wasn't like really small. It was quite wide, like that.
That's good.
And of course, because it's so close to the camera, it looks. And it was like a fish. I caught a fish. It was that big. But
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. So, and I've looked through some of the footage, and I don't want to say exactly what I see on the footage yet, because I'm going to put it into the documentary. But you'll get the energy of us, And Blake was saying he was speaking in an alleged language of what Sasquatches, understand by the First Nations people. I mean, I don't know, I don't know if they understand anyway, but yeah.
In that area, the native people would speak in Ojibwe dialect. And Blake and I had talked about that before. And
well, he was saying my friend. So how do you say that?
It's Niniji. Niniji.
Yeah, he was saying something over and over again, and then saying, "Hello, my friend."
Mm-hmm.
Like in a matter. I was the one that was going, "I see you. I see you there. I see you."
I
there.
see
And I was like,
yeah, when Dave had called. Oh, go ahead.
I can see why Blake thought I was going to run or freaking out, because the energy was just incredible.
Oh, I bet. That's really exciting. And a lot of people would run, right? A lot of people would in that kind of situation. When Dave called me, he asked if he put me on speakerphone, and he wanted me to talk to the Bigfoots in Ojibwe language. And I didn't know where he was. He was having a hard time connecting. It was the middle of the night, seriously, the middle of the night. But I was awake because I was getting ready to get on a plane to go to Tennessee. And so I think it was like 2:30, maybe in the morning, that he called. And I'm if my memory serves, it was about 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning when he called, and he said that they just had an encounter. And he put me on speakerphone, and he asked if I would do like an Ojibwe greeting. So I did. And, I don't know where he was at the time or how close he was to where that happened. But I, just basically did a very formal Ojibwe greeting and thanked them. And I said, "These are my friends." So, if they can understand that language, great. Up there, I've had in my very first encounter in northern Minnesota was on an Ojibwe reservation, and we were getting surrounded, and the sounds were coming from all over, and it was very clearly bipedal stomping, and sticks were breaking, and what's that?
Was there any yelling, like screams?
Nope, there was no yelling. One of the girls had done a Bigfoot call. And then what the response was movement towards us in all directions. And it was just girls that we were out there at night. And they asked me to do my Ojibwe prayer, so I did. And as soon as I said Miigwech Kichisabe, which is thank you, Bigfoot, in the Ojibwe language, everything just stopped. And so that was really interesting to me. You know, I had heard from the Native elders before that you could pray to Bigfoot and ask for help and they would help you. And, you know, I believe and cherish everything that they tell me, but my skeptical mind still has to experience something firsthand to really grasp it, you know. So that for me was really an incredible experience. So, yeah.
Then that's what confused me was the fact that they really wanted us to go away. Why they didn't? They would have yelled or screamed or done something other than just kind of walk around us. And you know, it was interesting how they were just standing there looking at us. And Blake saw it too. Blake could see the eye shine at the end. Like
that's awesome.
Probably about 65 feet away from us. But we could see that it was just standing there, both of them, just staring at us, just constantly. And it made me nervous because I'm like, why? Why are you watching us? Like, you know. So yeah, it was just, it was interesting, I have to say. You know.
Well, we're coming to the end of the show, and I want to make sure that people can find your Sasquatch, the first 2 documentaries that you have. Can you please tell them where to find it?
Well, the first one is on Plex TV.
Plex.
And you can also find it. You just punch in Jason Kenzie's Searching for Sasquatch, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and they'll find it. They'll find it. You just Google it. And you guys can do, if you want to see Chapter 2, just Google my name, Jason Kenzie.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Jason, for coming on the show tonight, and we're excited to have you back, and hopefully we'll have more adventures with you sometime soon.
Yes. Let the adventures continue.
Absolutely. Watch our YouTube channel, everybody. She's Squatchers Official for the next videos that we'll be uploading from the expedition. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Yeah. There we go.
All right. So I'm not going to stop the recording right away just in case we had something else to talk about. Do we have anything else to talk about?
Like my toilet?
I love your toilet, Tammy. I think you should record from the toilet for
I should record from the bathroom all the time.
Show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Tammy, you look so good with that toilet behind you.
It's beautiful lighting, isn't it?
Swirl.
Swirl.
Catches your eyes. I think we should all do our show in the bathroom. Just that's all.
I spent so much time in there already. I would just get sick of it.
I'm doing the show I'm sitting on the toilet.
That's a really cool toilet, though.
I know. Usually, go in the dark.
Woods right now, or are you at home?
I'm at home.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were already out and about, or
I'm going out on the weekend. I'm going to be going into a really cool area where, I interviewed the guy yesterday and we talked about having a Sasquatch encounter while he was fishing. And it said that it came out and it pointed at him. Like it just pointed at him. I know.
Give me a fish.
Him and his buddy were looking, going, that's not right. He said it was huge.
That's so interesting that he pointed.
I know, it pointed. That's what he said.
Fishies.
I guess I've never heard of anybody say they pointed at them before. That's really neat.
Yeah, that's a very human thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Good observation.
So he told me about it, and he showed me where to go, and that's where I'm going to go on the weekend. So
that's exciting. Will you let us know, please? Because your adventures are so much fun. I have to live vicariously through you sometimes.
Well, there's over 300 videos. You can
That's true.
Watch the animal videos,
I have watched all of your videos.
All of them.
All of them. When I can't sleep at
Stalker.
night, I just lay there and watch your videos.
In the toilet.
Not from my toilet, but maybe I should start.
I'm like,
Well-
Jay, this is great.
This is an awesome laxative, Jason. Thank you.
That's too much fun, you guys.
Well, I better get going myself.
All right.
I will see you guys later.
Well, thanks
Jason,
for coming on the
thank you
show.
So much.
Pleasure
You've
all
been
mine.
you really have just been a great pleasure. You always are a pleasure. Thank you.
Well, thank
So
you. You
much
guys
fun.
are amazing. I can't wait to hang out with you guys again.
I know. We look
Yes.
forward to the new adventures. I'm excited.
Yes. All
Yeah,
right.
this-
Well, you.
Chapter 3 is going to be crazy. It's
When
going
is
to
it
be.
coming out?
Oh yeah.
Does that mean that there's going to be a chapter 4 then?
Yeah, there will be a chapter 4 for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know how many chapters, but I already know what I'm going to name the last one.
Oh
What?
yeah.
The last chapter.
Oh,
The final
dun.
chapter.
Final countdown. I can sing now.
You will love 240th chapter.
You're right.
Can you imagine? I'm doing it when I'm 80 years old. I got a Sasquatch behind me and I can't even run.
I mean, you really would have a pants full.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to say goodbye for now, and I will
Okay.
see you guys later. See ya.
Sayonara.
Y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
Don't even know how to turn.
Now you're sideways.
Hey.
No, I'm sideways.
There he goes. There he goes. Oh.
Oh, still can't find it. Oh, there.
All right. I'm going to stop recording. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And make sure you check back in for our videos that we're going to be uploading from the expedition. Good night.
Bye.
Hey, we've got Dave Dominique driving us, and we've got Rob Kreider. Rob? Hey, Rob.
How's it going?
Woo! Jenna? And me, Jen, from the She Squatchers. Tammy is
spot. Nope, it's one up yet.
Team Tammy. Tammy is with the other team. We're gonna come at it from both ways. Here we go, everybody. Go, because if they left before us, they're probably going.
Kevin, we are in place. Go back to the first dirt road, then turn right, then take the left fork in the road. First major outcropping, and then east. We are in place, so we're just waiting for you guys.
Okay, so they're in place. We're not there yet.
Okay, we are rolling. You're at the outcropping? Yes, we're there.
Okay,
Great.
wait
We're
for us.
waiting for you at the entrance.
Is that our road? That was our road. I think that was it. There's a 2-lane road, I think. That's a road, right?
That's the road. That's it. That's it. Good eyes. You can barely see that. That's good eyes. I was looking for something a little more big.
Okay, give us just a second.
I don't see any recent car tracks on there. Maybe, but I don't see any.
We're about a half minute out.
They wouldn't be on this road.
Yeah, we're not on this one.
They wouldn't be. They're on a different one because we're coming at it from two angles.
I'll copy that. No, we're going in the right spot.
Is this?
They're not on this road.
They're not.
We
They're
are
over.
Yeah.
We are starting at a different location.
Perfect.
This way, Josh.
I think you're getting 2 tracks out. Yeah, they're getting the 2 tracks. Okay,
leg.
Okay, so here we are, Jen.
Yep.
So we need to go how much farther before we're hopping out? That outcropping there?
I can't see that far away.
Okay.
All right. Well, welcome everybody to another Gypsy Road Journey into the Unknown. It's a Friday, and today we're going to be talking Bigfoot with Animal Research. Awesome YouTube channel. He's been here before. And if anybody goes in the chat, if you look, I have their channel right here, Animal Research. There's their YouTube page, and they also have a .com page. If you go to their YouTube page, they have all the information there. So they also have a .com page. And let me tell you guys, right off the bat, Bob and I has done a lot of research. We have talked to a lot of people. And one of the things I will say about this organization, Animal Research, is they're the real deal. I watch a lot of their videos. Sometimes I'll say hi in the chat, or sometimes I'll watch behind the scenes. And what I like is they're just real people. They're not like, if you haven't heard of them before, a lot of them probably have. If you haven't, they're not like Ghost Adventures where they overdo stuff.
The example.
They're honest. They tell you what they saw, they see, and they got great videos. So I really recommend you guys check out their channel. Here, let me just pull up their channel just so you guys kind of know what it looks like. Okay, so there it is. Animal Research. I'm going to click on videos, and you can see they got tons of great videos. Bigfoot, Mississippi Sasquatch, Tennessee Bigfoot, more Pennsylvania. So they got Bigfoot stories. And, last time they were on, we talked about how they were kind of shut down by the United States. And that was a very interesting show. So you guys can even go back to our catalog when we first had them on and check out that video too, because we had some great conversations. And I wanted them back on because I wanted to see what has happened since then. And one last thing before we get into this, let me go back here. I did put up a poll up. Now, I didn't put it up last night. I should have. I would have got more votes, but I put it this morning. I had to fix electrical issues, blah, blah, blah. But let me pull up the poll so far that I have. So let me hit refresh on this poll that I have up. I wanted to know what people think about Bigfoot. Okay, so like I said, so far only 20 people voted because I just put it up this morning. But I wrote just simple, do you believe in Bigfoot? Okay, and these are the categories that I put on here. And please, people, please vote all day on it. I'll update the information throughout the show, or I'll update it on Monday. Well, so far, out of 20 votes, 45% says yes. Okay, now 0% says no. Okay, now the third is don't know yet, which is fair. If you're one of those kind of people that have to see it for yourself to believe it, I respect that. And the fourth one is very popular here. Bigfoot is half alien and half Bob, because we all learned that Bob had DNA taken from him by aliens. So 50% of everybody believes that a Bigfoot is half alien and half Bob.
You think that's what they are? Shoot.
Well, Bob, they've spoken.
Yeah.
They've spoken. But the good news is, even though I put that in as a little joke, just for a little fun, but nobody put no. So it tells me that people do believe somewhat in a Bigfoot, and like right here, there were some comments here already. Austin wrote, sure, do, man, especially where I'm at. Tons of unnamed wilderness here. So Austin believes there's a Bigfoot, and a good friend, maybe it's Medela. Absolutely. I have seen a freaking pterosaur here in West Michigan. These things really do exist still, 100%. So there's people even leaving comments that, they believe in this.
Yeah.
Says,
I know.
Hi, boy. How have you been? Yeah, I'm uncertain of many who wants to see the truth or sure Bigfoot. If anyone can, I think you find that dingy, stinky thing. It's a banging hit a seek. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what that is.
They stink. Some of them stink. Yeah. I've heard that a lot. Yeah, they stink.
Well, we'll ask him. He'll tell us if they stink. He'll nod yes or no. Okay, he's not a yes.
Throughout the first hour, so please, people, throughout the first hour, if you haven't put in a vote, put it in there. If you don't want to put it in the chat, you're embarrassed, that's fine. Like Scott Barron says, I believe. Now, we're going to do things differently today's show. Is it Mandela effect or mental illness? What the fuck news in Grandpa's world? We're going to do that in the second hour because we only got him for 1 hour. So we're going to go to the main topic right off the bat. Okay. Now, so the first step is how's it been since last time you came on? Have you been on any research since you've been on with us last time?
Yeah, we've been doing well. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come back. And again, get out of the way. I appreciate the kind words to open the show. I really appreciate that. We do put in a lot of time, a lot of effort into not only putting out the program that we do every Monday night, but also what sets us apart a little bit from the other guys is we actually get out in the field. Like you were saying, we get out in the woods and we do our own research. And not only is that beneficial, but we really feel like getting out in the woods and putting your boots on the ground, doing the research, that's all well and good. But when you combine that with speaking with eyewitnesses, people that have encountered them firsthand, that's when you start to connect the dots. That's when that's where you really can learn about them. So that's what we try to do every Monday night. We have guests on, either researchers or people that have witnessed them themselves, and just share their behavior, their characteristics, because all the field research in the world, unless you see them and how they conduct themselves, how do they handle themselves, it's not going to tell you anything. The people that have witnessed them, those are the ones that can tell you. So that's what we try to do.
Since you've been on, Bob and I have done a bunch of shows on everything. I mean, on every topic. We done on skinwalkers. We have done them on dogmen. Just a variety. And, after learning everything, who knows what you really are seeing out there? People who think it's a skinwalker could be a Bigfoot or vice versa. Or there's even stories that people believe that, I'm not saying they do exist, a werewolf exists. Do they think a werewolf is a Bigfoot? So,
well, my experience is the people that tend to say werewolf. I mean, what is the difference in a werewolf and a dog man? Really, people are claiming to see dog man, and when they talk about a dog man, all they're explaining to me is what we grew up watching in the movies is werewolves, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I kind of class those two together, but my thinking is, and I could be way wrong. I've caught flack from this before, but I think the people that are seeing dog man, it's just a misidentified Bigfoot. That's just my opinion. I probably am very way off, but that's my opinion, because people that are a lot smarter than me, been doing this a lot longer than me, believe that there are different classes of Sasquatch, like different types. And maybe the dog man, what people are seeing and classifying as dog man, maybe that's a type of Bigfoot that we're just not as familiar with. So, I mean, that's my thinking.
Oh, I mean, who says? I mean, I know this is a movie, but when you watch Solo, the Star Wars movie, and you saw a bunch of Wookiees, I know I'm talking about Wookiees. They all look different. Some more hairy, some less, some different colors. So I'm just saying that, you don't know, because they couldn't look different. I mean, if a dog has puppies, right? 5 puppies, all 5 puppies look different with different colors, different shape. One's bigger, one's smaller. So, I mean, Bigfoots are no different than that. I mean, there's even stories of the Jersey Devil. I mean, all we know, the Jersey Devil is just another Bigfoot that, since it's in Jersey, people in Jersey and New York like to hype up things. Hey, that's bad. That was named to it. I mean, unless you're having problems with
the stinky
ones.
ones.
Some people think Bob's Bigfoot. He just shaved.
Yeah, well, he looked like a Bigfoot too, so he'd be mistaken just as easy. We'd be running around the woods. Hey, man, if you wear a coonskin hat or like a mountain man skin hat, you'd look like a damn he looked like a Bigfoot. He's like out there. Hey,
yeah. Eric is saying you're a Wookiee, by the way. I'm not calling our guest and Bob a Wookiee, but I'm just saying there's Wookiees out there. I mean, it is.
My favorite character in Star Wars is the Wookiee. I like it. I like him the best. So hey, that's a compliment.
Well, remember, I know this is off topic, but the Wookiee character came from because George Lucas used to drive around with his big dog looking out the window. So when he made a co-pilot, he thought, why not kind of make a dog into a human type? And that's where Chewbacca came from a dog.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Yes, that is a fact. He used to drive in his not Medford, but where he used to do a lot of car racing up of Fresno, the town. What's that town called, Bob? Fresno.
Oh, outside of Fresno, there's Clovis.
No. Where the famous car racing goes, where they did American Graffiti in.
Oh. I thought that was in Fresno. That wasn't in Fresno?
No.
Clovis, and then there's not Madera.
No, it starts with an M. Not Madera, it starts with an M. Not Mendota. I don't know. Who cares?
It's a Modesto?
Modesto?
Modesto. Yes. Okay. That's where Chewbacca came from, Modesto. He was driving Modesto with his dog. He thought, man, why not have Han Solo with the co-pilot that's your best friend, and a dog, an animal?
Modesto.
And I do got to apologize to Wayne, because anybody who looks at the thumbnail noticed that we're all Star Trek characters searching for Bigfoot, right? Now, Bob, he's in the red shirt of a Star Trek. What does that mean when he's in a red shirt? And I should have put him in a red shirt. I feel bad about it. But when you're in Star Trek and you're in a red shirt, Bob, what does that mean?
He's first to go. I mean, he's the first to be taken by an alien or somehow snuffed out, because in Star Wars, the red shirt is, well, actually, remember, the red shirt are, they're the soldiers. So he's a soldier. He's the badass guy. He's got the phaser on kill. So he's got the phaser on kill, but the problem is that I think they know that in these movies, though, in Star Trek. We're going way off subject, but they know that the guy in the red shirt has the phaser on kill.
Well, in Star Trek TV series, whenever you have a new guest, they put them in the red color, and they're the ones who die first. So when I apologize for putting you in the red shirt. I should have put you in the blue and put Bob in the red shirt.
I'll take one for the team, guys. It's fine.
It's fine. But guys, I pulled up from a web page called the 10 most convincing Bigfoot sightings, and I thought that I would show this, and I want to get your opinions on some of this, because I was looking at some of these pictures and stuff, and I thought some of this was already debunked. So I want to see if you think it's been debunked or whatever. Hey, here's a Bigfoot whisper right here. You dudes are cool. Wish we had guys like you over in East North Carolina. Well, hey, I actually used to live in Maryland for a while, and I also used to live in upstate New York for a while. And I was stationed in the Coast Guard in Cape May, New Jersey. So I'm familiar with most of the East Coast, because my wife was raised on the East Coast. So every other year, I actually got to go to the East Coast. So let me pull up this thing right here. Okay, here we go. Now, this is called the 10 most convincing Bigfoot sightings. And This first picture, I thought this picture was debunked.
No. That's the Holy Grail right there.
But didn't some guy come out and say they actually had a TV show and came out and said
he did, but I don't believe
it.
There's been so many people over the years to claim that they wore the suit, but no one's ever been able to produce the suit. This is the Patterson Gimlin film. That's Patty that you're looking at right there. This is the Holy Grail. This was shot in 1967 by Patterson and Gimlin in California, Bluff Creek, I believe. I'm not for sure. But this is the gold standard right here, guys. There have been so many people a lot smarter than I am break this thing down, and it cannot be proven as a hoax. You can see the muscles moving underneath the hair when you blow it up, and just this is 100% authentic in my book, and most people would agree with that.
Now, this is a 1967 film shot by Roger Patterson and Bob Grimlin in North California, The Bigfoot Walk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
It's funny,
so
Eric.
maybe what I
Around
saw
that area.
was a guy claiming a hoax. Yeah, like I said, that's why I wanted to talk to you to see this one. 'cause
Now,
this is the one we know the most. This is the one that...
Yeah, they were actually on horseback. And this is brought up, you know, in my opinion, if somebody could get out there on horseback and do expeditions, because these guys were out in the woods for a couple weeks at a time. They were out there. They stunk to high heaven. You know, they weren't able to bathe. They're riding around on horseback and stuff. And a lot of people believe, including myself, that that's how they were able to get this close to one and for it to walk away. That the Bigfoot smelled a horse, basically. The men's scent was masked. You know, it didn't smell like human. So she didn't know. In my opinion, she didn't know that two human were nearby. She thought it was horses, and she was coming out to check out why there were horse around. And then she sees them like, oh, crap, there's guys on these horses, and she turns around and walks away. That's my opinion of what happened.
You said it right. A lot of people were shocked. They were talking about, nobody ever mentioned she. In fact, you're the only one I've ever heard said she. They always talk about Bigfoot in a general term, and everyone, but all of a sudden, everyone's like, hey, we just found out that this Bigfoot is a female. And everyone's like, well, when did that happen? Well,
you can see her boobs.
You can see the breasticles on you know?
Yeah.
The mammals are right there. You can see them when she's walking. She's obviously had babies or something.
And also, 1967, you know, it's harder to counterfeit a picture in those days than it is now, you know, because this footage been out way before now. This footage been out forever. So to Photoshop now is easy, but it
was not possible in 1967. And it was either the year after, the year before, or something like that. I believe, I could be mistaken, somebody correct me if I am, but the Planet of the Apes, the original one, I believe won the Academy Award for Best Costume Design. And it was either the year after this or the year before. And those costumes don't compare to that, in my opinion. In 1967, they did not have the ability to develop a costume that looks that realistic, in my opinion. And it was later on, the man that designed the costumes for the Planet of the Apes, again, I could be wrong here. I'm just going off a memory from a while back.
It says right here, Planets of the Apes, Academy Award, USA 1969, winner, Honorary Award, John Chambers, for his outstanding makeup achievements in this movie. So you are 100% correct.
Yeah, and they asked him about it years later, and he said that there was no way he could have produced something back then that looked like this does. And that's coming from the man that won the Academy Award for Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, they didn't have a silicone base at that. They had like rubber. They were doing everything. All the movies were being made from hard rubber, like regular rubber, you know, and you could tell it's rubber, like Ed Wood, Eric, you know, they're making all the rubber stuff. This is detailed. And it's funny also, you should say about on the side, now I debunk, and a funny thing was debunking. They had all these guys step up and claim, you know what I'm talking about. Well, I wore the suit. Well, I wore that. They had pictures of the suit. But what they failed to add was, and this is why I stressed the fact that you were correct. You said female. No, one of them had, not one of them had breasts on it. And why would they make the extra effort to add breasts? You're going to make let's face it, you're a guy. You're going to make a Bigfoot out. Guess what a guy does? Makes a Bigfoot outfit. He's going to run around. It's going to be a big old Bigfoot monster. But you know, every one of them, hands down, was presenting a fake costume or trying to present a fake costume, but not one of them was a female. And you're like, well, wait a minute, guys. Now you've got the wrong gender on your costume because the one that you're trying to present is female. Obviously, you would have made a female version of it, but nobody's provided the female fake costume. It was all males. Yeah. So that was like, okay, even the fake guys were called out like, did you not look at the footage close enough, dude? You got the fake, you got the costume wrong.
And something else, if you'll pay close attention to, if you watch the video, the terrain right there looks pretty rough. right? I mean, we would all agree that's pretty rough terrain that this thing's walking across. And if you watch the way this thing never looks down at its steps, if you put a man in a costume with, holes that big and in terrain like that, you're going to be looking down at where you're stepping. You're going to be careful where you place your feet, your steps and everything. She's just gliding. She's not looking down. She don't have a care in the world except for get away from these guys.
Yep. And
There's just so much that speaks to this being real.
And I wish I could
she
play
had the
that
signature walk.
Yeah, I wish I
There's a
could play that
glide.
footage.
They don't. Yeah, they glide. They don't do a bob. Men and women will bob when they walk. They kind of have a women will have that attractive bobble walk. Men will have that I'm cool walk or John whatever. They show footage of the actual convincing footage. They're seamlessly glide with their feet, like you said. They'll just keep an eye on you and glide perfectly, as like almost. I'm like, no, this has got to be CGI. This is the problem I had, because it was so seamless as they walk, without even a bob or a move. They just have this walk with them, no bouncing.
And as we as humans, as we walk, you never see the bottom of our feet, the soles of our feet. With every step she took, you can see the entire bottom sole of her foot. It's because they walk a different way. If you look at Dr. Jeff Meldrum, all of his studies and stuff that he presents, that's his big thing. They just walk differently than humans do. If you can find the video and watch it, you can see the entire bottom of her foot with every step. And then go out and walk yourself and see if you can see it. You can't.
Yeah, literally walk the walk. Sasquatch hunters can tell if there's a guy in a suit. I've heard them say, well, I can tell if it's a guy in a suit. Well, how? They didn't want to say what it was for the longest time. Finally, somebody let the beans out of the bag and says, well, it's the way they walk. Oh, what's the way they walked? And the secret came out that they glide. And then once you see it for the first time, like, holy shit, they glide when they walk. They're seamless. They just walk smooth. No matter what the terrain is, no matter what rocks, they just walk smooth.
This is a close picture.
Yeah, you see the breasts?
You see the boobs?
Yeah. Now that's a Mandela effect called out for a lot of people out there. I'm not going to go on that wagon, but like, oh, I never had breasts in my time. Well, here they are now, regardless of what you say, and you can see them real clear. It's real clear. That's what actually, again, that's what saved the integrity of this video. As stupid as it may keep bringing it up, because all the people that brought up the shit were all male. They're all male copies. They're like, no, you got it wrong. You can see right here.
Yeah, and I wish I could play the footage, but the footage is on, and if you play it, they can actually take down your video. So that's that's why I can't play the video, because it is actually on. So somebody wants to make money, and they have the right to pull your video down. But
That's
this
amazing.
is we got, like Bob, like you said, you can see the movie.
You can see.
And if we go back to like you're saying about Planet of the Apes, now that's 1969. This is 1967. So even in 2 years, special effects changed dramatically. And even with this footage, 67, in the movie 69, doesn't even look that real as this one. And that's 2 years after this picture was shown. Because in 2 years, technology changes that quick, where it catches up.
Amazing. Those thighs are just muscle.
And look how long those arms are, too.
Long, and they're balanced. She uses them for the balance. She swings them for the balance.
Oh, right there. I mean,
there it is.
I'll play it here because they can't get me on this.
Yeah. Somebody can't make that one bigger.
Yeah. Too bad that stuff's in the way. You could see what I was talking about with the feet, how you can see the bottom.
Yeah. Looks like each leg actually comes up off the ground.
Yes.
That's how strong legs are.
Let's see if this one's bigger.
They're just built differently than us.
Oh, look at that's good. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That was a really good one. When you watch her left foot raised there at the beginning, you can see right there. Well,
stays within stays in a not vertical straight up, but stays at a slight bend with the legs.
Yeah.
And what does this guy say?
Seamless.
M.K. Davis has done a detailed study of this film and outlines a huge amount of information he uncovered. Okay.
M.K. Davis has a lot on this footage, and M.K. Davis is respected in the Bigfoot community. He does a lot with movies and clips and stuff like that.
And right here, shoulder blades move too.
Everything. You see all the muscles in detail.
Yeah, what are the muscles in the back? Is it trapezoids? I mean, I'm not sure what this is, but you can see them moving underneath the fur or the hair.
And this person is, you can see the muscles move. That doesn't happen in a cheap suit. They're right.
Oh, there's no
suit.
suit.
Remember, guys, this is 1967. They don't have the stuff like we do to make suits look more real.
That's just one big lady.
We watch superhero movies in the 80s that the suits look crappy. And this is 1967.
Imagine if she was your wife. Nobody would
and I forget. I think it was something like they did a size comparison, and this was done scientifically by scientists. The person walking in this was like 7'6". That is guaranteed. The person walking right there was 7'6" tall. Where is that person at that was wearing this costume in Northern California in 1967?
Long arms, hands, long fingers, long wrists.
Yeah,
for clutching.
Crazy. And this looks like the original cut before they kind of
swing the hands. That's the stuff for balance. You could just imagine grab anything and throw it with them arms, that back. Just throw. Because I know one of the things that they report, I can't say they do, is they'd like to take trees and turn them out, pull them out by the roots and turn them upside down and put them into the ground upside down to mark territories. Okay,
that
that's
one
true
right there. This one right here is another excellent example of Bigfoot. That was marble.
It says a youth group was camping in the Marble Mountain wilderness.
Marble Mountain.
When leader Jim Mills noticed a strange-looking creature skulking along a ridge nearby. He filmed it nearly 7 minutes, making a somewhat grainy footage, the longest video of an alleged book sighting. Hey, let me put this this internet page in the chat in case people want to look it up themselves, because it's kind of cool. It's kind of got good stuff on it.
That one has always been up there, in my opinion, in the top 3 or 4 or 5 sightings of all time. This was a youth group. They found what looked like a ground nest in an area, and a nest where something had been laying, and all of the branches and the sticks, limbs that were used to make this were all broken off. They weren't sawed or cut. And as they were examining this structure, one of them looks up on a ridge, and man, it seems like it's a mile away. And one of them notices this thing walking back and forth on top of this ridge, and he looks pissed off. He's throwing his hands around. He's not happy that those people are there. Mm-hmm. And like I said, it was like 7 minutes long, so it was a lot of footage that you get to examine.
Don't like people hanging around there.
Mm-hmm.
People think to them.
If you look at the picture, you see his front. It's got a nice little curve, got a perfect curve. But then you look in his back, it's got like a big bump curve. Like that'd be hard. Like if you're wearing a suit, right? If you're wearing a suit, what I'm talking about is if you're wearing a suit, he made the front like perfect, but in the back you got this big bump. That'd be hard to do, especially walking down a mountain to keep that shape.
Yeah.
If you guys get what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Those are glute muscles, man. Those are just straight up glute muscles, man. That's solid ass muscle. That's a walking muscle machine.
I mean, if you ask me, that looks more like an alien to me, you know? That doesn't look really human. I mean, it's human because it's walking on 2 legs, but that's shaped weird. It's not shaped like us.
Well, it has the pink legs.
Where is Marble Mountain Wilderness?
I was in California too, I believe. Oregon, Washington, one of the West Coast states.
I'm trying to see. Marble Wilderness. California.
Northern California.
Okay. Northern California, yeah. Yeah, maybe one of the reasons why there was started seeing so many sightings is because, I'm just throwing a guess, man. This is just me. Eric and I used to hunt years when we were kids, all up in those areas, all up in California, all them areas. We've been way up in the mountains. And one of the cool things is that, it's not cool. I'm going to say this again. It's not cool that in the history of California, the state animal was the grizzly bear. And they had the mountain men had killed them all. They just killed all the grizzly bear natives in the mountain. And anybody up there, the gold miners, they just wiped out all the grizzly bear. So one of the main predators up there was gone. So I just saying maybe in my educated guess that they're able to thrive a lot easier without that grizzly bear. Now there's still brown bear, but these guys are probably tower over the brown bear.
Yeah.
They're 7 foot. Grizzly or brown bear aren't that big.
And here we go. We got a British explorer, Eric Eel Shipton, snapped this photo while trekking through the Himalayas in 1951.
Left foot.
Alleged that the footprint belonged to a Yeti, which technically a Yeti is a Bigfoot. In 2014, Christie's Auction House in London capitalized on the worldwide interest in Bigfoot and sold the original photo for nearly $5,000. Wow.
Wow. For just the photo. Wow.
Wow. 1951.
That's
51.
a Yeti. Wasn't there a skull cap up there in Tibet? I guess somebody said they had a skull cap of a Yeti that they were hiding up there.
Somebody said they had I heard about the hand. Somebody said they had a Yeti hand. I've never heard a skull or a skull cap.
I remember it was at a show. They talked about the hand and the skull. And the skull at the time I remember looking at it was like it was elongated on it, weirdly enough. And a lot of people talk about the elongated skulls. It was the skull cap, if it was real. I'm going to stress this, people, if it was real.
Yeah.
I can't see a bunch of monks lying. They're not going to benefit from it. So, they're Tibetan monks, and it's kind of frowned in their culture, if we want to admit it. But they had this it had a kind of I know that apes have what they call a Newcomb's crest, which is like you see here. It's like a ridge down the center of the skull, kind of like this line you see on my hat. And this thing actually had what I call a Newcomb's crest running across the top, and it was a little bit elongated. I go, elongated skull on the Yeti, which goes back to maybe some of them elongated skulls that we see all the time in little clips of movies or investigations.
The only thing I would say about this photo is I'm trying to see if he has like multiple pictures, because if you really only got 1 foot, shouldn't there be like 2 feet, one by one next to each other? I don't see any other
what they stood on.
I don't see any other photos with additional feet.
That's a question that a lot of people have, because that you do run into that. I've run into that out in the field. Is you'll see a footprint, and you know that there should be another one nearby, but there's not.
I can see that, but this is in the snow, so
exactly.
So you're gonna with the weight of a Yeti, you're gonna have a dent in snow, unless you're hopping on 1 foot. Unless he's a 1 foot Yeti.
A lot of people will use that as evidence to suggest that there's something more to them, that they're not just physical, that they have this ability to,
This is why
I forget
we
what the word they
right?
use.
This is why we do research, and that's why we investigate. We want
number one. You guys can see that it's not deep in the snow, which means it's shallow. That means that snow is shallow. It's on a rocky surface or some. There's not going to be no mud there, I don't imagine. So it's shallow, which means that's a lot of weight for that damn thing. So if it's that shallow, that means it's probably got a thin amount of snow, which maybe the other area is just there's no snow at all. I don't know what else to say about it.
Well, it being that shallow, it could have been there's more recent snowfall falling in to fill the print.
Yeah. Yep.
That's another good one right there.
This one is called the Independence Day film. The remarkably clear video shows an alleged adult Bigfoot walking through the woods with the cub in tow. The filmmaker and exact location are unknown, and many skeptics claim that there is a telling visible scene of a gorilla suit. I mean, no matter what, you're gonna have skeptics in anything.
Exactly.
You're gonna have skeptics. You're gonna have the truthers, the fakers, the wannabes. You're gonna have everybody coming out and say that's real, that's not. This is why. Like Bob, it's like I told you before. I can find science on stuff that proves that it is real, and then I can find scientists to prove that it's
not real. Yeah, it's just that's why we put it to everybody's discernment. Here we go. We're going to present it, and you use your own, because no matter how hard you try, a skeptic's always going to be a skeptic, and there's always going to be a reason why there's not. You're not going to convince them otherwise.
Hey,
As in somebody who's a Bigfoot supporter that says there's always a reason why it's going to be a Bigfoot. I try to stay in the middle. I mean, I use my gut half the time now, only because I've been up in the mountains and I've seen bears. I've seen different animals all over the world. So I look at it as like, okay, is this a suit? We can eliminate the suit. Then this is an animal. Is this a gorilla in the United States? Negative. There's no gorillas there. So obviously it's something else.
Well, wow, what do you think of this? The monks in the Himalayas have a Yeti crown. The fur on top of the head.
That's cool.
There it is.
That's
a Yeti
cool.
crown.
Look into that.
Yeah. It's unusual. If you could find a picture of it, that'd be cool. You type in Yeti crown.
I'm sorry, man. This is all for you right here.
What?
It was a Yeti hand. You know what we're talking about there, Bob.
Cállate, cabrón. Stopping with the hand jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, Wayne, it's an inside joke now about Bob and hands. It's an inside joke. If anybody watched that one episode video that we have, they all know what I'm talking about. Well, let's move on to this picture now. This one here says, in October 2012, a group of siblings hiking in Provo Canyon they spotted a bear in the woods and started filming. When the creature stood up on two legs, the hikers ran, abruptly ending the taking video. A year later, the siblings launched a Kickstarter campaign to investigate other Utah Bigfoot sightings. Now, this picture here is interesting because if somebody showed me this picture that they just took, now if a bear is standing up, you'll probably almost get one kind of a size from up and down. This one here looks very fat, like there's a circle. Then in the bottom, it goes very skinny into legs.
Yeah, that one I can't. I'm not even, my
There's
opinion
not
is,
enough there. There's not enough there to make a good guess,
Yeah, and that they have a Kickstarter campaign. Give us money and we'll find more of these. Come on.
In Utah.
Utah.
In Utah.
Oh, a Mormon.
But if you're now think about this. If you're a Bigfoot living in Utah, you can have several wives.
Yeah, you probably have several wives.
I would not want to go to Utah, right?
Hey, this coming Monday, I actually have a research group out of Utah coming on.
No shit.
Yeah, mountain hominoids in Utah.
Oh, cool, man. We better not make fun of Utah people.
I wish I could zoom in. Look, he says a black rock. Zoom in. I'm trying to. I can't. I don't know if I can zoom. It won't let me zoom in.
Yeah, I think if you watch the whole video on this, you see it moving some. So I don't think it's a rock.
I'm definitely not going to play this video because if they got a campaign on a FundMe, they own it and they own
the shit out of it.
Because Wayne, one day I showed a video of one of our friends in UK getting jumped on by cops, and I show the video. Then I get the email from YouTube saying this is owned by a news channel.
Oh,
you have to remove it. It's like every footage is owned by somebody nowadays.
Wow.
Yes. So you always got to be careful now because they'll make you remove it. Here we go. Now this one.
That's interesting.
Now, in 2007, this is what it says. In 2007, hunter Rick Jacobs captured some of the most famous Bigfoot image to date. with the camera mounted to a tree in Pennsylvania. So this is in Pennsylvania National Forest. His camera also captured a clear photo of bear cubs, offering evidence that the unidentified animal was not a person. But skeptics believe the animal is just a bear sick. So they're saying this is a sick bear.
A sick bear cub with like the mange or something like that. That's what people are saying, and the fact that the other pictures do show more healthy looking bear cubs in the area leads me to believe that that's what it is, and just the angle that it's at makes it look more human.
Yeah, that's a chimpanzee.
That's what it looks like.
That's a damn chimpanzee. I'm gonna take a stab at it. If I were to be a betting man, I'd put money on a chimpanzee. They got a damn chimp. Now people own chimps.
Yeah,
they're privately owned. I know it's rare, but people do own chimps. They have chimp farms where they retire. They have people that own chimps. They can't raise them when they get older. They take them to the chimp farms. They do have chimps. A lot of them in the States. I think either it got away or somebody took their private little pet chimp and threw some shit out there for him to grab.
Yeah, but walking around with some bears. What is that?
A Pennsylvania Bigfoot. It's hard. But the problem is, Bob, you might be kind of right, because unless Bigfoot does crawl on four, this one is using all four legs.
There are a lot of reports of Bigfoot running around on all fours that they get around really well on all four.
Now, right
chimps
here,
are knuckle walkers. Say that's a chip. They're knuckle walk. They actually have thick pads on their knuckles for knuckle walking. They can't stand all the way up. That looks like a damn chip.
Starving bear. No, that's an unknown species of mammal. We don't know. Yeah, I mean, we don't. If we knew, we wouldn't be doing the show.
I mean, you just described Bigfoot. I mean, Bigfoot's an unknown species of mammal, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go to this next one. Now, this one here.
Oh, size of that.
Yeah, that's why you put matches in it. Now, this says locals in Jonestown, Pennsylvania. Another Pennsylvania one. Were baffled by a footprint measuring 17.5 inches found near a residential home in 1980. According to Associated Press, the footprint coincided with reports of strange noise and strong but unusual odor in the area. Odor, okay. That's one I haven't heard a whole lot of. Now, in your experience, Wayne, have you heard of people saying that where they saw a sighting, that they might have smelled something too?
The odor, yeah, you hear that all the time. It goes right along with it. The odor, and people will describe the odor different. Most of them, I guess they perceive it different. I have never smelt the smell before, and people will say that you don't always smell the smell. Some people think that it's like a defense mechanism, like a skunk kind of, that they can emit this odor to kind of let you know that they're in the area. And then others say they just stink. They don't bathe like they should. So it is pretty well known that there is an odor attributed to them, but you don't always smell it.
And that's what I like about you. You could have easily said, yeah, I smell something every time I go out there. But you said, like we said, you have yet to smell something, and you're wanting to. You want to. I'd be curious too, but but people say if you go in the paranormal world, that sometimes on a spirit you smell like sulfur, like rotten eggs. You hear stories like that all the time. And Bob, where you're living, and you believe that the place you're living in is haunted, not with Bigfoot, but you believe it is actually haunted. Have you ever smelled anything off?
I've been to places where I've actually smelled flowers. Roses. Wow. I've smelled flowers. Like, it's a weird flower smell. And it shouldn't be the damp, bricky, rocky. It should smell like pungent ass, old stagnant. I hit like it'd be a whiff. A whiff. I have this thing about female ghosts. I can always.
Hold on. Bob, last Wednesday we had Val from the Paranormal She's a medium, and she says when we asked her about smells, she said that she also smells flowers too. So
it's because
a lot of people say.
Well, it's an oil. Back in the day, they didn't have perfume and all, but what they did was they used a whale oil, because they use whale oil in the lamps and everything, especially like in England and stuff. So they would use a whale odor as the whale oil, and they would add flowers and scents to it, and then soak in it, and women would use that as perfume. And you could smell like an oily rose petals and flowers, real fragrant.
Yeah, and you know what? Vinny's correct here too. If there's cave systems around, cave systems smell like sulfur. So yeah, if you smell something, yes, you got to do your proper investigation to make sure that something else is not causing the smell. I mean, that's any good investigator. You debunk first. You debunk first because you want to get down to the evidence. You got to debunk until you can't debunk anymore, and then you look at the final stuff that you have left after you debunk everything around it.
That's a good guess. Humans stink, guys. Remember, I took anthropology, archaeology, and humans genetically stink. Males stink to offend each other. Everybody wears the deodorant. I don't wear it anymore, but people wear deodorant so you don't smell it. But if a man don't wear a fucking deodorant, you guys have worked next to dudes and holy shit, you showered? Yeah, I showered this morning. Come on, man. And so if these are like humanoid hominids, they're gonna stink.
Yeah.
They smell like probably sweat just like a man does.
Now,
And it comes with the beard and the hair and
this was hard because we don't see the video footage.
This is the Freeman footage, right?
Yeah.
You know how I told you that the Patterson-Gimlin film was the gold standard? Paul Freeman, this footage right here is second, and it's not too far behind. This is really, really good footage right here that he got in, is it 1992 in Washington State?
It says right here. It says in 1994, former U.S. Forest Patrolman Paul Freeman claimed he saw a family of Bigfoots in Washington's Blue Mountains, where I live. I live right here in Washington. The video is shaky and grainy, but has been deemed the real deal by style Bigfoot experts.
Yeah, he what happened was they were in the middle of a drought and it was really, really hot, and he become fascinated with the Bigfoot, phenomenon early on, and pretty much went out in the woods every day with the camera. And he knew that this area, that most of the water sources were dried up, and this was one of the very few that were left. So he was hanging out around there, going by each day, taking his camera, and he started noticing tracks, these huge tracks. And on this day, he saw the tracks and he followed it and looked up, and one stepped out right in front of him, walked over a few yards. Looks like it picked up a little one and then walked back and then into the woods.
I think they're like you deer hunt buck, right? It sounds like the males send the females out with the underlings, and they let them kind of like the does. They graze out first. I think the males hang way back, and they send the. I just guessing.
No, that makes sense. Yeah,
right. They send the females out. It's the same with lions. Everybody,
like
lions,
lions.
They send the females out. Bucks do the same thing. They send the females out while the buck sits there and waits, and it's safe for them to come out. Sounds the same thing like the Sasquatch.
There is a full-length video that's on YouTube, but like I said, I'm not going to play it just in case they strike me down.
Well, I mean, if it's on YouTube, you can share it, right?
Not even on YouTube. If somebody owns it, now usually the rule of YouTube, like friends within ourselves, we share videos, but we don't copyright our stuff with each other. But if you use big articles, news stories, kind of things, they'll strike you down so fast that Bob knows I got a strike for showing a trailer, a movie trailer. And I actually had to send an email to the company to get it removed. So I'm always extra careful, or I usually always ask permission from the person first if I could show it. It sucks, I know.
Yeah. But yeah, the Freeman footage, in my opinion, that's good stuff. really is.
Here's this one. I think I've seen this video. I've seen this video. This one is Mississippi resident Josh Hitchcliffe captured video of a potential Bigfoot while hunting on his property in 2013. Afraid to go back to the woods, he posted the footage to YouTube asking for help to identify the animals or for a prankster to come forward.
Is this the one where it was clawing at a tree, like pulling bark off of a tree and then stands up?
I think I was watching a Bigfoot show on Travel Channel, and this is the one he was scratching.
Okay. This one has been deemed the real deal too, as pretty convincing.
Pulling the bark off. I wonder what they use with the bark, because
people say they eat it.
Okay, because they pulled it off. I know they pulled it off the tree, and I guess there's some edible portions inside of a tree, according to, survival class.
People say they'll get grubs behind the bark, and eat the grubs and stuff.
Yeah,
I guess, wow.
The one on the right in the circle is a pretty clearer picture, looking a lot taller. And then
he's gonna rip it out of the ground and turn it upside down. He's scratching up on the tree and pulling the bark off, getting grubs.
Sometimes people will have videos like on here, and you can get away with it, but I don't see any that they're allowing you to play. Okay, I gave it a shot. Would have been nice. Not like that first one. We actually saw footage.
We got lucky. That was the classic one. It's been overdone. That's why they could probably get away with it. Oh, he's a squatter. You see, it's reflecting.
Yeah, a hiker was walking through Utah hills near Provo Canyon in 2012 when he spotted a large animal in the woods. As he approached the animal, stood up on two legs and started throwing rocks at him. Supposedly a trademark behavior of the Sasquatch.
Don't they? I think they hit wood together, or they hit the sides of trees or something. I think they clunk, 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 clunk. Somebody was talking about a name for it.
It's believed that they do what we call tree knocks, and that's pretty widely accepted and used by just about every researcher. I mean, including myself. I go out and I do tree knocks just to try to get a response. And people believe that the number of knocks that you get in return are telling you something. I can't say for sure, but that's the theory.
Wouldn't that be interesting? Because if they can't speak, they don't make any noise or grunts, but they would use math.
Well, right there,
wouldn't that be interesting?
Well, he wrote, "Pull off bark to find grub."
Yeah.
Now,
wouldn't that be interesting if they do that?
It says, Eric, search the legend of Soggy Bottom.
Oh, the Soggy Bottom right here.
Oh, isn't that the movie with
Soggy Bottom Boys?
Yeah.
Soggy Bottom Boys. That's.
Oh, brother, where art thou?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, this guy says if Bigfoots were real, they would need to eat so much. R.I.P. cows.
Well, they've got a whole forest and nobody around, so we don't know what they could just eat all day. They would have to eat the entire, like cows will eat all day until they go to sleep. Animals eat all day.
I think they eat a lot of fish, in my opinion.
They got to eat salmon. There's lots of salmon, trout, small rodents, bugs, grubs.
Here we go. My aunt and cousins went walking on a train tracks in the woods one day, and they heard all these sounds, and they were having large rocks thrown at them out from the forest, and they ran away.
Where was this at? I'm asking your viewer if she doesn't mind.
What state was this in?
Yeah.
Cool.
That's classic. That's classic behavior.
She's awesome. She has an awesome YouTube page herself. I was actually on her live chat last night. Not live, but I was in the chat. Just doing my thing.
That's interesting. Yeah, they throw their rocks at you.
The
Mothman. I know
all those stories, the Mothman and all that. That could all be Bigfoot.
I don't know about nowadays. Nowadays, everything's on the table for me. It just could be one of them interdimensionals that popped
Here
in.
we are. Hamilton, Michigan. Allegan County has some of the sightings. Hamilton, Michigan, Allegan County.
There's definitely sightings in Michigan, and Michigan, I believe Michigan is one of the more hot states for dogman sightings. But that behavior that she outlined sounded a lot like Bigfoot.
Wow.
What is this?
Wow.
No, it was an event that happened in Southwest Arkansas and Southeast Oklahoma, Talahuna, Oklahoma. Oh,
must be. Yeah. So, how many states do you know about, dude, that actually have fit? Well, what is the? Yeah. What are the states that you know about but the real? Like, yeah, I actually believe it's in certain states, but not other states. Which one do you think?
The only one of the 50 states of the United States of America that does not have a reported sighting is Hawaii.
Oh, really?
That's the only one. Every other state has had reports. Yeah.
What the fuck? What Kansas?
You know
though?
what? We have a friend, Joey Roca, who lives in Hawaii and stuff. I remember talking to him before that they're very proud of their Hawaii and there's stuff that goes on there that they don't want the world to know about, that they don't like. They just don't speak it to the world. It's always done by some outsider. I'm not saying that's the reason why there's no stories out of it, but he said real Hawaiians don't care for the outside people to know their culture and the beliefs that they have.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I've never heard of any Bigfoot in Hawaii.
Guys, I know he has to go soon, so I know I asked this question before, but if one of our fantastic people in the chat go to your YouTube channel, and let me put that in the chat in again, just so people can have it. Let me put it back in the chat. This is his YouTube page. Would you recommend one of these videos for them to watch first of all your videos, just to kind of get a great idea of what you're all about?
It really depends on what you're looking for.
Okay.
One of the best ones that we've had in a long time was the Tennessee Bigfoot. The guy that came on, he is friends with Janice Carter. I don't know if you guys know who she is, but he's going to be introducing us to Janice Carter. She is the 50 years with Bigfoot lady. What's so interesting about her to me is this whole thing happened in my state, just not even an hour away from me, from where her grandfather became habituated with a family of Bigfoot, basically took care of them for 50 years. And she has just an incredible story. You guys want to check it out. She's going to be coming on our show pretty soon. And we're going to get out in the woods with her. She's going to show us some places. She's very controversial just because of all of the evidence that she's collected, and her story is just amazing. But she's collected DNA and stuff, and contributed DNA and hairs and stuff like that to some pretty reputable people. But the Tennessee Bigfoot one of our more recent ones, start there. That's a really good episode.
And
when she comes around and comes on, you come to our site and put it in, and go ahead and post it. Eric, let Eric know, and we'll post it in our site.
If you email me that event that she's coming on, I'll put it in my community tab so everybody knows. Hey, let me check out this day with this person. You know, like you got people like her who subbed you. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Hell yes.
And before I get out of here, if you don't mind, I'd like to share something with your audience.
Go for it.
We I don't know how many of your people are real like Bigfoot fans, but if they are, they probably know about the Old Bear's Den of Bigfoot. He has a channel on YouTube, about 10,000 subscribers, does an excellent job. He reads encounters, and here lately, he's been doing interviews, kind of similar to what we do. But he's been on our show a couple of times because he's had, I think, 8 visual encounters with Bigfoot over the years. And him and his wife are going to be coming down. They live in West Virginia. They're going to be coming down to Southeast Tennessee, where I live, in just a couple of weeks, actually. And they're going to be filming a night investigation done by us, by Manimal Research. We have some researchers from our different teams in different states. Our Virginia team's going to come in. Our Georgia team's going to come in. And we're going to do an investigation all night long. And then the following night, we're going to do an interview with him where he's going to sit and interview all of us. So I just wanted to get that out there if you guys could be on the lookout for that. That's going to be happening on October 9th and the 10th.
Perfect.
That's going to be awesome.
On the Old Bear's Den of Bigfoot.
And like I said, you send me that link. I'll make sure I'll put it right there in the community, because people who watch our show are open-minded to everything. I mean, they're open-minded to paranormal, all this, because that's what all our shows we do is paranormal, Bigfoot, UFOs, aliens, Mandela effects. I mean, whatever out there, we do it. Looks like we got another guy who subbed you. I subbed to Manimal also. Fantastic.
Appreciate that, Scott.
You guys should. You know, I don't recommend channels unless I really think they're a good special channel, that they're real. Because Bob and I say, we do our research on people, and this is the real deal. This is, he does his own research. It's like when we had Vel on Wednesday, we show footage of her doing the investigations out there, and I love the one footage where you guys were camping, and there was the government base that pulled up and said, the military. Then they stayed all night to really keep an eye on you guys, and that's what I love.
That was an interesting night.
So, well, I know you got to run, and I want to say thank you for jumping on with us. You're fun. You're always welcome back anytime.
Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
All right, you have a good one.
Thank you.
You guys be good.
Take it easy.